Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Joined the Meta Liberation Army. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All one has to do is take a running leap and close one's eyes and feel as oneself truly understood freedom for what may well have been the first time in one's life. Surely, that was what made a hero, that was what made a legend. All it required was a little bit of self-belief. And that was not something Izuku Midoriya was predisposed to feeling. How could he be, with how his life had been shaping up? It seemed that in this time, it was nearly impossible to ever feel anything close to confidence. Not in a world where heroism was dead, a mere meaningless word discarded like so many others throughout history had been. It was so much harder to ever believe in a world where malevolence reigned supreme above all other belief. And yet, the young boy could no longer hold it back. He could no longer bear it for even a second, to know the state the world had fallen into, and that he hadn't even tried to do anything. That ended here and now. He wasn't going to be afraid anymore, he was going to do the very thing he had spent his whole life fearing. Devil may care. Whatever consequence may come his way no longer served to perturb him or throw him off. He knew what he wanted, and now that the knowledge sat nestling safe in his mind, there would be no more holding back. True, undaunted freedom. True liberation. Just as he was promised. Izuku Midoriya. The middle-aged man pondered as he sat at his desk, bringing his fingers together in a meticulous fashion. His orange hair was spiked up, giving the impression of his widow's peak being far more prominent than it truly was, his suit pinstriped and his features sharp. He looked like he was caught somewhere between a cheerful old man and a pragmatic business mogul, which was probably because he was exactly that. His voice was polished, elegant, that of a man who surely must have spent his entire life within private tuition, who faced a life of stocks and high-rise parties to celebrate another rise in the profit margins of Deterat, which happened an awful lot. The company had been evolving and expanding at an almost alarming rate ever since they stepped into the ring of hero tech. Izuku Midoriya. He repeated the name once again, while the boy himself shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. He felt so out of his depth here, all dolled up in a suit and tie that didn't fit him one bit. Well, in a literal sense it was the right size, but it felt so sharp, the starched collar cutting into his throat and the navy tie practically throttling him. For once, he had gone ahead and combed down his usually wild bush of green hair, which didn't feel any less bizarre than these strangely formal clothes he found himself wearing. And yet, he wasn't given much of a choice. When he had received that letter in the mail informing him that Rikiya Yatsubashi, the president of Deterat Incorporated himself, had agreed to the meeting, he couldn't back out. That was when he had passed the point of no return. The tycoon looked up to Izuku, holding him in a firm glare for a moment or two, before he looked back down to the file before him. You have quite the interesting history behind you, I must admit. Quirkless for nearly 14 years of your life, and yet you suddenly developed 1 mere months before you took your leave from junior high school. All thanks to All Might. Midoriya decided to allow himself a brief internal smile at the memories of that day, the day of the sludge villain's attack, the day the number 1. No, the former number 1 pro hero had bestowed upon him one for all. That day, he had felt like he could take on the whole world, a feeling he had never experienced before or since. Especially not since. With your new quirk in hand, you applied to UA. The president continued to read, a certain amount of respect evident in his smooth voice. You took part in the entrance examinations, where you scored admirably highly in the written exam, receiving an 88 in a year when the national average was 82. Even by UA standards, which was slightly higher at 87, you still performed very respectably, a score any young fellow could be proud of, no two ways about it. Thank you, sir. Darn it. That omnipresent awkwardness that had cursed the boy his whole life was surfacing right at that moment, as he was somewhat put on the spot by Yatsubashi. The man in question looked up again, giving a wide smile like a proud grandfather. Of course, the issue was the practical entrance exams. A highly controversial affair that has received its fair share of protests over the years. I'm not wrong in saying it didn't go well for you at all, am I? Deku, you dumbass. Oh my god. His arm. Are human limbs supposed to bend like that? Is it his quirk? To say it hadn't gone well was like saying the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings of 1945 had only been a slight inconvenience. It had gone unbelievably, spectacularly badly, and even that was selling short just how woeful that day had been. Even to this day, for long years after the dust had settled, Izuku still winced if he moved his left arm too quickly. To take an exact quote from one of the examiners, the man lightly liked his finger and used it to turn to the next page in the file. While Izuku Midoriya performed above expectations, being the only student this year to earn any rescue points, it cannot be denied that the rashness with which he attacked and the ferocity of his quirk render him a potential danger. It is the recommendation of the exam board that Midoriya, student number 8079, is not accepted into UA High School and, furthermore, undergoes some form of quirk counseling to properly control himself. Yatsubashi closed the folder, putting it to one side of his ginormous glass desk as he steepled his fingers and looked to Izuku, his expression one of sympathy as his eyes bore into the younger man's soul. Now, something about that just doesn't sound right, does it? A young, budding gentleman with such a powerful meta ability, discredited because of the power of said ability? What kind of logic is that? What kind of world do we live in? The middle-aged president spun slowly in his office chair to look out of the massive glass wall that allowed him to look over the entire city of Kamino, laid out like an old children's play mat. It was late morning, and not a cloud was in the sky. It was a gorgeous, peaceful summer's day. That's the problem with our society. He lamented, almost sounding a little saddened. It's all so very inconsistent. They claim to want the best, the brightest, the most powerful, to join the ranks of hero, but if you're too good, too bright, too powerful, you're rejected, you're ostracized, you're possibly even called a villain, dangerous. All these double standards can get on my nerves sometimes. That's why, when I read your file, I was so very interested in seeing what you had to say, I simply had to give you an interview. He turned back to face Midoriya. So, please tell me, my boy. What inspired you to apply? How did you hear of US? The alarm clock blared with all its passion, all its fervor, ringing all throughout the small apartment of the Midoriya family. Could it even be called a family with only 2 members? Probably not, but that's what it was, anyway. That piercing shriek could only mean that it was 8 a.m. Time to wake up. One lazy arm rose from the plain gray bedsheets as the owner of said arm groaned, grasping for the snooze button. It took a little while, but eventually it found its target, and that shrill alarm finally, mercifully, shut off, allowing the small, dark little room to return to relative peace for another few minutes. Slowly, the owner pulled away his covers and rolled up so he was sitting on the bed, rubbing his sleep-encrusted eyes, his green hair at its most untamed, as it usually was early in the morning. Another day. How long had it been since his last job? A month, maybe 2? Either way, it wasn't good. He would probably have to try to find something else soon. Still, with his meager qualifications, getting a good job was a no-go, and the bad ones were all taken, it seemed. Still he had to try. For Mom. After a while of deliberation, the young man pulled on some clothes and sauntered out into the hallway of the apartment. Inko was likely still asleep and would probably remain that way for another hour or 2. The one advantage of her son's current meandering lifestyle was that he was frequently home to carry out the housework, which he performed to an admirable degree. Having to steady himself against the wall a little. Putting any kind of pressure on his left arm only brought back that pain, but it was either that or slide down the wall due to pure exhaustion. Somehow, he finally found his way to the bathroom, flicking on the light as he did so. The first thing he saw as the darkness evaporated was his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Lord, he looked a wreck, hair all over the place and a week's worth of stubble from where he had not yet shaved. It was no wonder he found it hard to find employment, looking the way he did. Absent-mindedly, he reached into the cabinet underneath the sink, pulling it open and starting to root through for a razor. That had to be one somewhere, right? He was sure he had at least 2 lying about last time he had checked. When had that even been? The answer to that was probably far, far too long ago. A factor he realized a little too late as he drew himself back up with a sigh. There didn't appear to be any. Maybe I could. He pondered to himself. No. I can't put it off any longer. I really need to go and get some more. The nearest store he knew of that sold disposable razors wasn't too far away, thank the Lord, so it would probably only be a 10-minute trip, max. Maybe he could pick up some breakfast on the way there. His stomach gurgled at that very moment, roaring its approval of that idea. It would probably be for the best. And so, that was why, just 5 minutes later, he found himself zipping up his jacket as he exited out onto the terrace of the apartment complex, having left behind a note just in case Inko was to wake up while he was out. There was nothing to be gained in panicking her after all. It was a bitter day, the spring only just appearing from the harsh winter that had only concluded mere days ago with the end of February. As he looked up at the clear, yet cold, sky while making his way down the flight of stairs that would take him to the parking lot, he sighed, digging his hands deep into the pockets of his jacket, one fist wrapping around the small scrap of paper on which he had written a list of items to get while he was out. It was nothing too much, thankfully, the most being the razors. The walk to the store was peaceful, most people having the sense to stay tucked up in bed at such an ungodly hour, Midoriya only making any kind of contact at all with the odd worker on their way to the office, and even then all he needed to do was give a polite nod of acknowledgement as he passed them in the street and do his best to ignore what felt an awful lot like looks of pity bearing into him. These kind of sympathetic stares that his untamed looks had a habit of attracting were never actually helpful in any way, shape or form. All they did was further batter his confidence, further shove him down, further dehumanized him. Not that there was anything he could do about it, aside from gritting his teeth and moving on. World's been real shitty since All Might died. A voice drifted from nearby, a harsh, coarse voice that wormed its way into Izuku's ear with startling efficiency. Turning his head only slightly in the direction of the sound, he found it to be coming from one of two hoodlums who sat just at the mouth of an alleyway, holding a cigarette between each of the 15 fingers on his left hand. He looked about as despondent as Midoriya felt. I thought it was all gonna be swell once that a-hole shifted off the mortal coil, but it's been nothing but annoying. I feel ya. The man's companion, a gangly fellow with the glazed eyes of an insect, commented as he twitched his head involuntarily. Did they ever get the guy who did it? I wouldn't mind an hour or two in a room with him. You'd have to make sure he's tied down. The first man pointed out, shoving all the cigarettes into his mouth at once, patting down his pocket, presumably for a lighter. You'd have to be a real RETD to try anything with Tomura Shigaraki. Even if you could find him, what's to stop him doing to you what he did to the dash? For the final part of the sentence, he brought up all 30 fingers to make air quotations. Symbol of peace? Bugman sighed. So, I dunno. It's just real annoying with all the clamping down the government's been doing on quirks and shit. Tell me about it. Downright draconian. Finally, the rough-edged man found his lighter and managed to light all the sticks of death at once, in quite the impressive display, to put it lightly. While all this was going on, Izuku had continued walking, but at a far slower pace, so as to pick up everything the men were saying. He wasn't sure why it interested him so much, but it brought back memories that he would rather leave forgotten, sitting at home, flicking on the news, seeing the utter scene of destruction that played out on the screen. A villain, with scraggly white hair and what looked like cryogenically preserved hands covering his entire body, had reduced All Might to nothing in a single touch. Even more than the rejection from Yue, the death of his short-term mentor had hit him hard, like a weighted boxing glove to the stomach. He had felt like nothing was ever to be okay again. And in the 3 years since the hero's death, they really hadn't. Still, the bug-eyed ruffian's voice broke Izuku from his rambling thoughts. I guess it could be worse. One Nabe was telling me about these guys. Call themselves meta-liberation warriors. Real freaky shit. What? That's some sort of villain group? The man laughed harshly, sending smoke rings in every conceivable direction, forcing the green-haired disguised onlooker to cover up his mouth and nostrils. Nah man. Not like that at all. They want a better world and shit, it's all about liberation. I figured that out myself. Well, if you're gonna be an a-hole about it, see if I care. Meta-liberation warriors? Strange. Izuku had never heard of them before, even as a guy who no longer had anything better to do with his day than trawl internet forums. They were probably some sort of villain group, as the chain-smoking hooligan had dismissed them as. Not that it was any of his business. There was nothing to be gained from poking into the affairs of heroes or shadowy groups with concerning end goals. It was nothing to do with him at all. His chin now freshly shaved, breakfast nestling in his stomach, and a head full of curiosity in a way he had not felt since his obsession with heroes had ended back when he was 15, Izuku Midoriya sat in front of his laptop in the apartment's modest, yet homey, kitchen, watching articles fly past his eye as the search engine loaded up. The laptop was a year or two out of date, and had been cheap even when it was new, so it tended to struggle loading up most sites with anything more demanding than some basic text and images. Inko was out into town to meet some friends, an opportunity to relax and unwind for her that was long overdue, so the only Midoriya son had the rule of the house for the time being. I shouldn't be doing this. This thought invaded his mind over and over again as he hovered the cursor over the search bar. This is stupid. They record search history on these things, right? I'm only gonna cause trouble for myself. This did nothing to stop him from continuing to type, watching as each word flashed up before his eyes. The search term complete, he moved his finger to hover gently just over the enter key. Should I? Before he could really answer that question, he brought his finger down. The page started to load up, and in just a second or two he found himself facing this. 0 results found for meta-liberation warriors. He leaned back in his seat, sighing. So it was just some dumb rumor. He was both relieved and, although he was not proud of this part of him, somewhat disappointed, even if just a little bit, deep down. Had there really existed some sort of group dedicated to freedom and liberation or whatever it strived for, there was no way it wouldn't have anything on it at all. Evidently, it was nothing. Chuckling a little at his own naivety to even believe such a stupid myth, he stood up, closing down the lid of the laptop and stretching his fingers as he stood from his seat at the dining table. Maybe he should just go back to weighing up the pros and cons of investing in a gym membership again. He could do with getting out of the house some more. He was back at the laptop within 5 minutes. Of course he was. He could not satiate that growing desire within him for long at all. He had one more idea, one more ludicrous, idiotic, harebrained idea. Flipping the lid open yet again, Izuku clicked out of Google and instead went straight to a little search engine he had not used in years, that he had once downloaded out of pure curiosity and hadn't touched since, leaving it to rot on his system. He simply could not evade the belief that maybe, just maybe, Tor might turn something up. With bated breath, every word seemed to take an age to type, perhaps even 2 of them. And yet he didn't stop for a single second, and as he yet again hit enter, he saw it. Showing results instead for Meta-Liberation Army. 78 results. And there it was. Page after page after page, as if it had all been held back prior, refusing to show itself until anyone decided to brute force it a little. Finally allowing himself to breathe, Izuku went to the first link and clicked down on it. Chirayatsubashi. The true, glorious destro. There was. All laid out, pure and unfiltered. As Izuku scrolled further and further down, he felt his intrigue grow. A man born to an allegedly unstable life due to his unique quirk, Chikara Yatsubashi had been the founder of the quote-unquote Metahuman Liberation Army, as it was called, a group of individuals with a desire for true freedom in regards to quirks. The more Midoriya's large emerald eyes took in, the more he found himself agreeing with some of the sentiments. Why was he excluded just for having a powerful quirk? Could Yue not have at least tried to take him on, considering his performance? If he had a more stable quirk, would that have been the deciding factor to letting him into the prestigious institution? Should such a thing be a deciding factor at all? And maybe, just maybe, had he been able to train at UA and hone his abilities, perhaps he could have helped All Might. Just maybe. Ah, you have quite the fascinating story, my boy. Rikia practically applauded as Izuku finished telling of all the events that had led to the very meeting he sat in right at that moment. Yes, quite fascinating indeed. All of this because of a chance encounter with some gutter rats. He sounded particularly amused at that part of the story. No, that's a good thing. I have to say, you really did take the initiative in trying to find out as much about us as you could. Yes, sir. Izuku bowed a little in his seat. After I finished the page on, well, I've assumed him to be your father. Yes, that's exactly what he was. The aging tycoon beamed. Mitchum. After I finished the page on him, I started looking through all of the others associated with the army. Midoriya didn't even realize he was fiddling with his hands in her lap as he spoke, a small habit born from the nerves shooting through his body. I looked and looked and looked. The more I saw, the more it all started to make sense. He paused, unsure if the question he had been about to pose may be too taboo a topic to raise in the presence of such a figure. He looked up just for a second and saw a gentle, reassuring smile aimed back at him. It had been a long time since the boy had seen such a smile. Well, the story about your father and your grandma. Was that true? The question, in spite of how completely and totally inappropriate it was, did not faze the Detnerat president for a second as he nodded, slowly and sadly. It indeed was. My grandmother was killed, murdered by humanity purists. He pinched the bridge of his nose ever so slightly as he spoke. That was what motivated Destro to set up the Metahuman Liberation Army. And it is what motivates me to continue his will. Yastabashi clenched his fist, giving a short dramatic pause. As Redestro, Izuku Midoriya, you are quite honestly the perfect candidate after looking over everything. It took a lot of effort not to blush from the compliment, for he rarely received much of those nowadays at all, but the green-haired young man just about managed it as he asked another question. And if you don't mind me asking, sir, how was it that you found me? One day, weeks after his research had started, Izuku had found an envelope addressed to him shoved through the front door's letterbox. It had, indeed, been from the desk of Redestro himself, who had not revealed his true name at the time. From that point, a spree of correspondence raged on for the next few months, with Midoriya sending responses via letter to an address disclosed in the first note he had been sent. As the months waged on, the conversations had gradually become more frequent and more friendly too, until just the previous week, when the Redestro Izuku had been talking to all that time finally revealed his identity, asking the boy to come in for an interview. Oh, that part is very simple. The businessman grinned. Let's just say we have multiple members of our ranks within Feel Good Incorporated. They were, simply put, scanning the net for any hits of the meta-liberation search term, and they of course, came upon you. It's a scary age, this one of computers and IT. Any old fool with some basic knowledge can find out anyone's personal information in minutes. Luckily for you, we had no malintent in deciphering your identity. Something about that sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. Maybe it was the mention of the dangers of the modern era, or maybe it was the knowledge that the man sitting right before him was willing to exploit those dangers. It was all a bit unnerving. But anyway, let us move past those unpleasantries, please. The crux of the matter here is that I believe you could be a great assistance to us, both within the Liberation Army and right here at Detnerat. Wait. Had Izuku heard that last part correctly? To this, the man threw back his head and laughed. Oh, you weren't expecting that, were you, my boy? Yes, to put it bluntly, if you are to join our ranks, I would also love for you to take up a day job, right here. You've always been a bit of a hero fanboy, haven't you? With Detnerat breaking into the hero gear dev market, I'm sure you'd fit right in with our marketing department during the expansion. Yes. Rikiya stood up from his chair, brushing back his hair, and walked around the desk, placing a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. I think you have a bright future ahead of you. With your quirk. What is it called? It, never really had a name, sir. Ah, I see. Well, never mind, it is still a fantastic display of power, one I think we could really use. We managed to recover your old notebooks too, and your analytical skills are nothing to sneer at. So, please, do consider taking up your sword and joining our fine ranks. The boy was left speechless. What could he even say? The past few months had been in complete turmoil for him in the best possible way. Each day had brought with it more hope than he had experienced in years. Was this where it all culminated? A place to fit in, a place to make a difference, and a new job? It sounded impossible to comprehend, like a child's make-believe fantasy. And yet, one more thing. Yatsubashi stuck his finger up in the air as he spun around and returned to his desk, starting to type away at his PC. I have a little something I want to show you. You've heard of Tomura Shigaraki, correct? Izuku's stomach did a little flip. Of course you have. Now, as you doubtlessly know, he vanished off the grid just after murdering All Might. Well, the president flipped around the monitor so that Midoriya could have a look. What he saw was currently paused footage of a man. He sat tied to a wooden chair, his dirty white hair even more bedraggled than it had been in the news footage, his shirtless form showing off his skeletal, malnourished body and freshly sustained wounds. His skin was raw and thin and pale, especially around the neck, and his filthy hair hung in front of his face, keeping his eyes covered up. He looked utterly defeated. We caught up to him. The middle-aged man clicked space on his keyboard and the video started with a voice just off to the right of the camera. Tomura Shigaraki. It said, the tone calm and collected, although it was impossible to tell who it belonged to. As the villain shuffled ever so slightly in the seat, he found himself bound to. League of Villains leader, S-rank villain, the man who killed All Might. A true nasty piece of work. So, Shigaraki spat, looking in the direction of the speaker. His eyes were hidden, but Midoriya had no doubt they were full of pure hatred and spite and anger. Are you telling me this for? Don't tell me you're trying to intimidate me. Real men in black sheet. This is pathetic. What's pathetic is your current state. Look at you. Battered, bruised, without comrades. The voice lowered several octaves, sounding all the more sinister, while also taking on a mocking quality. No more daddy. For a moment, all was still. Then, you fucker the restrained Tomura started before, out of nowhere, a figure concealed in shadow came in from the side and slammed a metal pipe into the villain's jaw. Izuku could hear the crack as Shigaraki's head snapped back. Do try not to kill him before I can. Get his full story, skeptic darling. Came another voice, this one female and from the right. This is just the kind of breaking news we need. The story of the symbol of terror, the man who killed All Might. Midoriya swore he saw Tomura roll his eyes, even through the thick hair that concealed them. Are you assholes done yet? I'm really getting bored here, so maybe you should let me go and I'll only take your arms. How's that sound? The original speaker snorted. It sounds like you think you're in any position to bargain or to act brash. I'll tell you right now how much that isn't the case. You are completely at our mercy here. The voice returned to a more even tone. The world's most infamous villain sits here, defeated and withered. You really let yourself go, didn't you? You got tired and you got sloppy. And let me tell you now, there is no room for villains in the future the Grand Commander wishes to create. To this, Shigaraki's look was just as mocking as the unknown man's voice had been mere moments ago. Got it? You're just another group of freaks. Nah, you must be MLABSTRDS. Master did tell me about UFS. Just a bunch of dumbass acting as big men, 'cause they think they could ever actually make a difference. Get over yourselves. At this, Redestro paused the video, looking for Izuku's reaction, which was one of pure shock. The Liberation Army, they had captured Shigaraki? The man who had killed All Might? Just how powerful were they? What happened next? We asked him questions on his life. A certain journalist among us was particularly interested in learning that much. He shook his head. He gave us nothing, as is to be expected. We chopped off each and every one of his fingers. He'll never use his quirk again a day in his life. And where is he now? Last I checked, our contacts placed a chip in him that erased all memories of his life as a villain and set him loose in South America. With no fingers or ill intent, he'll not pose a threat to anyone else a day in his life. And that, my boy, is what we stand for. Rikia placed his hand up in the shape of an L, thumb making contact with his forehead. We aim to provide true liberation and true safety. A world where the strong govern and the weak can feel secure. Is that not a perfect world? Those who know what they're doing can reach the upper echelons of society. Power is everything, Izuku Midoriya. So please, what do you say? Silence filled the room as Midoriya stared at the paused video, looking straight to the evil, demented creature that had murdered the greatest hero to ever exist. The Metahuman Liberation Army had been able to remove him as a threat, and they did it without even killing him. Before, he had always shown a passing interest since learning of the group. But now he truly understood them. True undaunted freedom. True liberation. These words blasted through Izuku's head like the rush of a waterslide as he stood on the rooftop of the towering apartment block in the very center of the city. The meeting with Yatsubashi, Redestro, had long since come to an end, and there he was, feeling the warm wind rustle his clothes. He used to come up onto the public access roof all the time to just allow himself some peace and quiet, and now, as he stood looking out over the city, he truly needed that peace. Everything. It was all so much and yet all so good. He felt reborn. He understood it all now. For the first time in years, he knew he would strive to achieve his aims, to carve his place in the world. To help people in a way the system couldn't, to change the system, to bring forth a complete overhaul. He felt truly, deeply revitalized, feeling the energy course through his arms, his legs. The true power of one for all, that filled him even as he stood pondering. The clear blue sky hanging above him cast his shadow down onto the concrete floor of the roof. Looking down, the shadow seemed so much taller, so much more intimidating than him. But he would no longer be daunted by shadows. From this point on, he would stand above them. All it took to change the world was one running leap. What is true liberation? It is an often unfounded concept. A word that encapsulated so many different walks of life and ways of thinking. To some, they could feel liberated by sitting around with friends and having a few good beers. Maybe the summer break that brought a short pause to the endless cycle of work or school was a form of liberation in a way. Of course, there were those who were content to live their lives as normally and quietly as possible. And then there came the people who strived for change, who strived without fail for an overhaul in the system. These were the types of people who challenged societal norms, who fought back for what they believed in against what they saw to be injustice and oppression. These were the very people Izuku Midoriya found himself in bed with, so to speak, as he sat at the long dinner table in the high-rise apartment that gave a simply breathtaking view of Daika City in the twinkling moonlight. The atmosphere outside may have been a cold and harsh autumnal evening, but inside the apartment, nothing less than warmth and comfort could be felt, be it from the raging fireplace just next to the end of the dining table, which itself must have cost several 100,000 yen, to the classical music emitting from a top-of-the-range record player in the background. This was one of the many residences of Rikiya Yatsubashi, CEO of Detnerat Incorporated. Or, to be more precise, it was the main base of operations in Daika for the Metahuman Liberation Army. Raising the expensive wine glass full of sparkling liquid to his mouth, Midoriya took a small sip from within, allowing it to slide down his throat and holding back the urge to make a face or choke at the bitterness of it. Even after a few solid months working in Deternat's marketing department, he still hadn't really gotten the hang of the whole high society affair. But this was an important day and one that simply could not have come any sooner. What he had been waiting for since discovering the continued existence of the army all those months ago. Gentleman and lady, of course. Yatsubashi himself called, a calm smile on his face as he stood up from his seated position at the head of the table, adjusting his tie as his plate before him was still full to the brim with fresh chicken, as was everyone else's including Midoriya's. It seemed like no matter how much anyone ate, more food would always swiftly appear. Please, let us not forget the true reason that we are here tonight. He stared at Izuku, almost like a proud father. Oh yes, how could I forget? Giggled Chitose Kazuki, the blue-skinned publishing executive, who brushed a length of her flowing silver hair behind her ear as she tried her best to conceal a hiccup. It seemed she had maybe taken a little too much to drink. Izuku Midoriya's initiation into the cause. This would make a killer story if I could ever publish it. All in due time, curious. Rikiya noted warmly as he brought his hand up, forming the shape of an L with his thumb touching his large forehead, the salute of the Metahuman Liberation Army. Someday we will become the norm. And then, you can publish your story. All the stories you could ever have wanted, as a matter of fact. I'm looking forward to it. Kazuki was as giddy as a schoolgirl as her head lolled slightly, her depair black eyes staring at Midoriya directly. Shifting away from this, the young man glanced around the room. So many people from different walks of life were present, from Koku Hanabata, the leader of the Hearts and Minds Party, who had his sights set on the position of Prime Minister, to the aforementioned publishing executive, to Tomoyasu Chikazoku, a key board member at Feel Good Incorporated. So many differing occupations, from politics to journalism to business. And uniting them all together was the president of Detnerat himself. The one key common thread between them all was the glitz and the glamour. This was the world of the rich and the powerful, and Midoriya, who had only ever known his mother's cramped, middle-tier apartment, felt like a stranger, an outside looking in. And this was very much in spite of efforts to make him feel more at home, filling him up with wine and chicken and treating him as if he were one of them and not a simple marketing goon. And he had to admit, a part of it was working just a little bit. The very upper echelons of society were quite appealing at the end of the day. As I'm sure you all know. Yatsubashi elaborated as he beamed in Midoriya's direction. The Meta Liberation Army holds at its heart the true values of freedom and self-regulation. Look at the world out there, my friend. It is one of deception and unrest. The people who have been designated as heroes by the government, little more than paid thugs really, do little to combat the growing forces of evil. The one and only symbol of peace, All Might, with all the police's resources behind him, could not track down the League of Villains until it was too late. We apprehended Shigaraki-san within 3 days. Moving away from the table, the man who went by the codename of Redestro walked along the side, coming closer to Izuku. Each and every one of us are united by our core principles. And one day, a time will come when we will be able to spread our ideals to all. My father was called a villain, a terrorist, and was locked away and treated like scum until he eventually took his own life. Officially, the Meta Liberation Army were a group of violent terrorists. This fact clearly brought some anger to the middle-aged man, as the liver spot to the right of his forehead seemed to grow and expand, trailing down to his right eye, where it came to a stop. But then he smiled. Then again, we also officially no longer exist, so the government does not have a great track record when it comes to their accuracy on us. For we are far from terrorists. Once again, Rikia performed that salute, and this time, the others around the table did the same, acting in perfect tandem. Hot wishing to be left out, Izuku quickly followed them, although his salute was awkward and slightly clumsy. Finally, the president of Detnerat reached Midoriya and rested a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Look around you, Midoriya. Around this table. What do you see? I see people, sir. Indeed. Yatsubashi sounded like a proud father as the moonlight streaked through the large windows and illuminated his pale skin. People, Midoriya. People in all sectors of society. Some, like Hanabata, have huge influence over the political scene, while others, such as my dear friend Geaton, are less fortunate, but no less important. We here have broken barriers. This dinner is that of high society, but in truth, some of us here have come from very modest backgrounds. It is not just you. Because that is our aim. Midoriya had caught on. In fact, he had known from the very beginning. The breaking down of barriers. Correct, my dear boy, 1,000 times correct. Redestro removed his hand as he walked back towards his chair at the head of the dining table slowly. A world where social standing means nothing. The rich shall be no better than the poor, and all is decided by meta abilities. Those with the strongest powers will be those with the most control. Is that not truly fair? And I must say, Midoriya. Sitting back down again, Rikia raised his wine glass in Izuku's direction. With your own ability, you would fit quite neatly at the top. Meta abilities? The young man asked, tilting his head. It was not a phrase he was altogether common with, although he did know what it meant. It was a very antiquated term and one that generally only the elderly still used. You mean quirks? In an instant, as if someone had snapped their fingers, the entire atmosphere of the room had suddenly shifted. All went dead silent, the only noise being the crackling of the fire that wormed into Midoriya's ears. Looking across the table, he saw Hanabata and Kazuki with looks of concern and fear present on their faces, the former tugging at his shirt collar while the latter examined her Rolex watch. His gaze slowly drifting up the table, Izuku locked eye contact with Yatsubashi himself, and for a few seconds, it was like staring into the pits of hell. Rikiya's eyes were as hard-set as stone and yet also burning brighter than the fire behind them could ever hope to. The liver spot had expanded even further, trailing across the man's entire sharp face, forming what almost looked like a living, writhing black eye mask. It was the face of a man who was experiencing decades worth of rage all in one moment. And then, he spoke, his voice cold and devoid of any kind of real emotion. "We don't use that word, Midoriya." Huh. A little confused, the 18-year-old looked around at the other occupants of the room, who all looked uncomfortable to varying degrees. He was about to ask what word, but then it hit him like a truck. "Quirk. Oh right. I'm very sorry. Yatsubashi-sama, sir." He apologized profusely. And just like that it was all over. The black gunge seeped away, clearing from the man's face as his eyes returned to normal. One would never have guessed that he had harnessed the rage of 1,000 gods mere nanoseconds prior, as he now sat with a grateful smile. "Thank you for understanding. Apologies for any concern I may have caused. Let us swiftly move on them." Taking a cut in chicken with his fork and placing it inside his mouth, the Grand Commander of the MLA chewed for about a minute, then swallowed. The whole time, his eyes focused on Izuku the whole time. "What is quite important for your initiation, my boy, is a code name. Yes, it's quite important indeed." He gestured to his comrades. "Hanabata goes by Trumpet. Kazuki is Ms. Curious. Chikazoku is Skeptic and Geeton. Well, that is his code name. He has no true name, but that is neither here nor there." Midoriya took the chance to sneak a look at Geeton. He certainly looked odd, a feminine-looking young man with long pale hair, rounded features and, strangest of all, a full winter coat. In October, in the middle of the blazing hot room that had forced Izuku himself to remove his suit jacket for fear of boiling like pasta in the pot. He looked like the odd one out, the only member at the table not garbed in formal dinner attire, be it Hanabata, Yatsubashi and Midoriya's suits, Kazuki's right-fit noir evening gown or Skeptic's dark turtleneck and dinner jacket. We all hold these names very close to us, for, you see, if our real names were ever used in connection with the cause, it would be curtains for all of us. Rikiya shook his head, saddened by the very thought. At the slightest provocation, the government would lock us away in the Tartarus complex for the rest of our natural lives. We would be labeled as scumbags, as villains, and even if we escaped criminal prosecution, our assets and positions would surely be frozen instantly. No one would buy a book from a publishing firm whose executive is branded a terrorist, or support a political party whose leader faces much the same fate. We're fighting an uphill battle, and these code names help to protect us. It is a sad state of affairs, where we find ourselves, but with your help, we can make a major difference. So please." Redestro looked directly into Izuku's eyes, and Izuku looked back. "What do you think your code name should be?" He hadn't thought of this before. Code names? All this talk about them and consequences, it felt like he was sticking his toe in deep, far too deep for him to handle. Hearing the very word Tartarus suddenly put things into a whole new perspective. Prison. That was what he could face if word of even the dinner got out, let alone if he actually started involving himself. This was a crossroads, a point at which he could either get off and save his own skin, or stay on and make a difference. The young boy stayed with his knees on the polished wooden planks that floored the corridor of the Midoriya family apartment, his large emerald irises sparkling gently as he peeked through a crack in the door. He knew he really should not have been doing this, but that sense of doing something wrong just made the idea all the more appealing in the childish brain of the 3-year-old. He didn't care when bedtime was. Aunt Mitsuki was over again. And that always meant exciting talks about quirks, about Kaken's new quirk. Oh, how young Izuku just loved to hear about it. It was a weekly tradition. Every Wednesday evening, Mitsuki would come over, talking with Inko over tea about how their weeks had gone thus far. And of course, the topic would always end up falling to Mitsuki's son, Katsuki Bakugo. For a long time, little Izuku had gotten bored of hearing about Kaken all the time. He, of course, had a huge amount of love and respect for who he considered to be his friend, but it got very tiresome after a while and would often end in the child getting bored and scurrying back to bed, where he would nestle in his all-might sheets and dream of a potential future in heroism. But ever since the previous week, it had started getting more interesting. Much more interesting. "So, Mitsuki?" Izuku heard his own mother ask as she sipped away at her tea. From his position, peering through the crack, he couldn't quite see her, the angle of the table blocked his view, but hearing was more than enough to him. "Have you gotten any more news on Katsuki's quirk?" "Oh yeah. The other woman seemed all too eager to talk, her voice muffled slightly by what must have been a biscuit. "We've been to the doctor's, set up a quirk counseling appointment. Bit of a waste of money if you ask me, we already know what it is." "Explosions, you said? Gosh, it all sounds a bit too violent for my liking." Inko laughed. She was always in such great spirits, especially around her friends. "Hopefully, my Izuku would never get a quirk like that. I don't think my heart would be able to keep up with it." Bakugo laughed back. "Oh please, Inko, you've still got a few years on you yet. I mean, I know you don't have the eternal youth that I get, but you're still only 34. I probably should have followed your advice and had kids young. It's no issue for me keeping up with Katsuki, but I am worried that Masaru isn't quite as wry." "Well, he never was much of a go-getter, was he? Not like Hisashi at all." Laughter followed as the two women gossiped over their husbands. Izuku was not particularly interested in any of this, and he almost found himself starting to doze off, struggling to stay awake. Already, images of flying high above the skies were conjuring themselves up in his head, a sure sign that he was about to slip into the world of fantasy entirely. And then he heard his name. That broke him right out of his trance. "So, how is your one? Izuku?" Aunt Mitsuki inquired after the laughter had finally subsided. "Do you know if he's any closer to?" "No." All of a sudden, the Midoriya matriarch's voice was quieter, tamer, almost sadder even. "No, we've still seen nothing about any kind of quirk development. I really am starting to worry a bit. Maybe I should go see Dr. Garaki about it, even if it's just for the peace of mind." "Maybe you should." Another pause followed, during which young Izuku thought. A doctor? Maybe they could help him get his quirk. Maybe that was the whole secret. True enough, he never remembered going to the doctor before. His only injuries in life had been minor scrapes and bruises that his mom had quickly placed a band-aid over herself, cleanly and efficiently. Perhaps people were given their quirks by the doctor. Yeah, that had to be how it worked. In the boy's infantile mind, he could find no other explanation. Then, Mitsuki was suddenly speaking again. "Heh, so fun story. Katsuki keeps calling your boy Deku? Like, outright refuses to call him anything else. I don't know why, but it's just kind of funny to me. The little nicknames they come up with for themselves." Inko's voice was accompanied with a slight pang of disapproval. Izuku's told me. Truth be told, I'm not too sure how much I like that name. I mean, it doesn't exactly have any positive connotation, does it? Boys will be boys and all that." Ms. Bakugo replied with, "Masaru keeps trying to get him to call your boy by his proper name, but it's a phase, you know? Besides, we called each other far worse when we were kids." "Well, yes, but we were teenagers at the time. Katsuki and Izuku aren't even 5 years old yet. Is it really a great idea to encourage them to tease one another like that?" It's just a bit of banter, isn't it? Trust me, Inko, he'll have gotten bored of the nickname in 6 months, tops." All the while Midoriya had been listening in, he found himself nodding along to what was said. It was true, Kaken had started calling him Deku recently. He still wasn't quite sure what the reason was or what it meant, but it sounded cute enough to him. At such a young age, children are incapable of deciphering what is meant in good fun and what is more actively malicious, and to Izuku, it just all seemed the same to him. He never really cared what Kaken called him, he was just happy to be there. "Well, hey there, champ." Suddenly, little Izuku found himself scooped up high into the air from behind as a pair of thick, strong hands grabbed him around the stomach and lifted him up, spinning him around so that the only Midoriya child was face to face with his father, that healthy, perfectly tanned face and black beard and those twinkling green eyes behind his glasses. "Isn't it a little late for you to be up?" Quietly Izuku gestured to the door. He still didn't have the greatest grip on speaking yet, he was certainly getting there, but he still found it easily to just point at what he was referring to. "Yeah. Mom has a meeting with her friend, doesn't she?" Hisashi Midoriya chuckled as he held Izuku close to him, the boy resting his head on his father's well-formed shoulders and taking in the smell of aftershave. "Well, we don't want to bother her, do we?" Slowly he turned around in the hall, cupping his son gently so that the child didn't slip out of his hands. "Let's get you back to bed, okay? Maybe I'll tell you one of my work stories." Yeah. Izuku absolutely adored hearing his father's stories. They were always packed to the brim with humor. Papa Midoriya had a real knack for storytelling. "Hey, Daddy." "Yeah, champ." The man responded as he approached the boy's bedroom, as signified by the All Might name card up on it. "What's Deku mean?" "Oh, Deku." Hisashi pondered. "Well, basically, it means useless or worthless. Like, we'd call Madoka at the office a Deku. That guy can't even print off a form properly." "Oh, useless?" That was what Kaken was calling him? He wondered why that was. All right. The bored-looking teacher called around the classroom as he held up a book, his eyes obscured by fogged-up glasses. A girl with dark pigtails and equally fogged glasses had just sat back down after introducing herself. "Thanks, Kinemura." "Midoriya?" "Ah, that's me." The 12-year-old announced as he stood from his seat and gave a short bow to his new classmates, a nervous smile on his face. His first day of middle school. He was ready to make as good a first impression as he could. After all, how bad could it possibly be? Elementary school had been a very fun experience for the young boy, and he didn't see why the next level of his education would be any different. After all, Izuku kept his head down, got on with his work, and even if he sometimes felt a little overlooked by peers and teachers alike, the occasional bouts of praise he would receive for his courteous attitude, hard work, and positivity were more than enough to make it all seem worth it to him. And better yet, he was in a class with Kaken. The year couldn't be a problem at all. Midoriya simply saw no way how it could be. Sure, he expected to be a bit of a class fascination, what with his evident quirklessness, but none of that mattered. He was adamant that he would be able to make friends quickly. Maybe expand his group, although he would always have time for Bakugo, of course. The boy he had known since birth would not be put to the back of his mind so easily. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you," he exclaimed with a wide smile as he looked at each and every one of his peers individually. They all looked like nice kids, or at least most of them. Yeah, getting some friends would be easy. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. At this point, he felt his classic nerves getting to him a little. For all his lovability, Izuku always had been very timid in certain situations, and it didn't get any more stress-inducing than when he was announcing his passions to others in public. However, he quickly found his footing after only a brief stutter. "And I would like to become a hero one day." A fair few of his other classmates had already said this during their introductions, so at least it wasn't anything that stuck out. "I really admire all heroes, especially All Might. He's kinda my idol and I wanna one day be like him, you know." It had all been going so well. Came a scoff from nearby, and turning around, the green-haired boy was shocked to see the speaker as being none other than Kaken, who sat with one arm lazily resting on the desk, the other raised up to slick back his wild, untamable hair. His expression was one of cruel amusement as he spoke. "Deku? You really still following that stupid dream?" Now this prompted a good deal of muttered from around the room, muttering that Midoriya was all too aware of. What was that he just called him? Deku? That's pretty demeaning, right? I mean, Midoriya does look kinda weedy. Are they friends or what? "Now, class," the teacher urged in an attempt to keep them all on topic. "I'll ask you to please refrain from whispering amongst yourselves when Mr. Midoriya is speaking." The Weasley man glanced down to his checklist, comparing it to the seats. "Bakugo, please don't speak over Dash." But Katsuki was not to be discouraged. "Seriously, teach?" "Nah, I bet not of ye even know it. The expression changed from amused to pure, malicious glee, as he took his hand away from his hair and pointed it squarely in Izuku's direction. Deku here is dash. Kaken, please no. Midoriya could feel that dread swelling up within him. He knew what was coming next. It was inevitable, after all, but he had been hoping that, at the very least, his peers would hear about it from himself and it wouldn't be one of the first things they knew about him. Completely quirkless. The explosive blonde threw back his head and laughed. Doesn't have a single power in his whole body. For a moment, all was silent, save for Kaken's own laughter. And then, the cruelty of the youth kicked in as one chuckle rose up. Then another. 3 more, 5 after that. And it was getting louder and more mocking with each second that passed by. At this point, the poor boy's face was burning up. It had all been going so well. Well, I dash. What, you gonna argue here, Deku? Bakugo hollered as he slammed his palm down on the desk, a small piffle of smoke rising out from between his fingers as tears streaked down his face from the laughter. Has the worthless Deku got something to declare? Why dash, all Izuku could do was hang his head in shame and humiliation. Yeah, I am quirkless. This did nothing to quell the growing tirades of harsh giggles as he slowly took his seat again. Nice to meet you all. He whispered quietly, his voice barely audible to even himself. The worthless Deku. Midoriya? Rikiya Yatsubashi's voice brought the young man back from his unpleasant flashbacks to the world of the present. Is everything okay over there? You look to have spaced out there for a few minutes. I hope there's nothing bothering you. Oh, not at all, sir. Izuku shook his head, dispelling the remnants of the foul memories. And my apologies. Please, continue. Well, if you're quite all right. The tycoon nodded, straightening out his tie with one hand. As I was saying, what do you believe your code name with dash? The Meta Liberation Army should be. Izuku finished, drawing a few confused stares from his fellow diners. Ritastro, however, looked to be quite amused by this as he brought his hands together in a single clap. Exactly. Obviously, it's very important, so I would like you to think a little dash. Deku. Yatsubashi's eyes widened in surprise at the speed of the response. I beg your pardon? Miss Curious seemed equally shocked, as she raised an eyebrow and tilted her head in tandem. You for real, dearie? I swear I just heard you say Deku. As in worthless? Is that what you said? Izuku nodded confidently. Now, he was fully aware of where he was going with this and what he wanted to say. Yes, I did say that, Kazuki-san. I would like my code name with your group to be Deku. With a newfound brashness he had never before felt, he balled up one fist and placed it in the palm of his remaining hand. He had never felt so certain about something in his life. Deku means useless. By taking it on, I want to prove that I'm not a worthless, weak coward. I'll subvert the expectations of the name and become as valuable a member to the cause as I can be. Unable to stop himself, unable to even think, he stood up, raw power surging through his veins as exclaimed, I'll do whatever I can, I'll follow you all to the ends of the earth. And I'll transform my childhood nickname into something becoming of a strong warrior. The room was plunged into complete silence. Slowly, Hanabata raised a single finger to his mouth and chewed on his nail, as he muttered, this kid. That is. Yatsubashi rose from his own chair for the second time during the dinner and walked towards Midoriya, who was starting to calm, the adrenaline fading from his body. What had he just done? Oh no, he was certain he had overstepped multiple boundaries from the reaction of the room. And then Rikiya Yatsubashi reached him, and he actually hugged him. Arms wrapped around his body, a warm, welcoming embrace. That is exactly what I wanted to hear from you, Izuku Midoriya. His voice was overflowing with pride. Yes, I knew I had not made the wrong decision in hiring you, I just knew it. Midoriya didn't even know what to say, caught up in the tight embrace. He started to feel his eyes sting. No, he wouldn't cry, not in front of the others. He hadn't cried in years, there was no good reason to start now. And so, with a sharp intake of breath, he fought back the tears and with a wobbly, unstable voice, said, Thank you, Yatsubashi-sama. No, my boy. The president of Detnerat replied as he finally released the gesture, dusting the creases out of his exquisite pinstripe suit. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. And welcome. He brought his hand up to form the gesture of the emelet. To the Metahuman Liberation Army, initiate Deku. One by one, the others gathered around the table also formed the salute, first Kazuki, who looked the most enthralled by it all, then Giton, whose expression was unreadable under the dark shadow cast by his hood, then Hanabata and Chikazoku, both looking somewhat hesitant. Izuku turned his head, looking out over the skyline of Daika that looked oh so gorgeous in the late evening. He wondered how many people were living in the city, people who may well be facing their own tribulations, just as he had. How many people all across Japan were just like him? Yes, he was going to fight. Fight for their sake. And maybe for his own. I won't let you down, sir. The last time he had said those words, it had been to All Might himself, for years ago. He had failed to live up to his promise then, but he would not fail a second time. I'm sure you won't, Deku. Redestro smiled. I'm sure you won't. It was a few hours later when Izuku stood, dinner jacket slung over his shoulder, just in front of the elevator of the stunningly classic and yet also modern building, the dinner having since concluded. And there was a lot on his mind. He would never have in a million years thought that he would be attending a dinner where he rubbed shoulders with some of the most integral pillars of society, let alone that it would be so important to his own self-discovery. It was official now. Izuku Midoriya was now a registered member of the Meta Liberation Army. It was such an odd feeling to know he was finally part of it after the adventure that had started with it. Simple internet search back in April. In the space of a few months, he had found both a job and a reason to keep on living. Through the MLA, he had been granted a second chance, after he had screwed up so badly at his previous attempt to make something of his life. He certainly was not going to screw up again, not while he still drew breath. Well, kid, came the honey-sweet voice of Chitose Kazuki as she slid up right to Midoriya's side, without making a single noise before she opened her mouth. That was really, and I mean really, impressive. You pretty much moved Redestro to tears there. She seemed quite excitable, and Izuku couldn't quite tell if this was her typical disposition or if the alcohol was to blame. Either way, she seemed very friendly. And not half bad looking at all. That is to say, she was... Izuku sighed. The thoughts in his head were starting to get weird. Maybe it would be best to keep the aesthetics of Ms. Curious out of mind. Though, that dress definitely did not help matters. Okay, now he was done for real, purging the thoughts from his mind as quickly as possible. Regardless, the blue-skinned woman was completely unaware of the inner hormonal battle in his mind, as she extended a hand to shake. It's good to meet you, kid. I haven't seen someone so passionate about the cause since I joined here, 10 years ago. She blew a strand of hair out of her face. It'll be nice to have someone a bit more energetic around. Redestro and Trumpet are both old BSs. I'm pretty sure Skeptic has major Asperger's and, well, don't even start me on Giton. You seem more sociable, though. It's neat. Izuku accepted the handshake. Thank you, Ms. Curious. No problem, kid. A few seconds passed by as the two waited for the elevator together. So, have you got somewhere to stay for the night? Midoriya nodded. Oh yeah, a hotel, not too far from here. Yasu, Redestro was saying he wants me here again tomorrow, so I'm staying in Daika overnight and heading home tomorrow. He had perfectly memorized his routine for the next day, for he had needed to persuade Inko more than a few times that he was going to be away on a trip for his job and that he was going to spend the night away. It made sense that she was to worry. It was set to be the first time he had been away from home overnight without one of his parents being around. Ah. The woman winked knowingly. I gotcha. Yeep. She looked down at her watch. I won't be here for that. I've got to be at a meeting in Hosu, but don't worry, her voice took on a sarcastic tone. You'll have the wonderfully lovable personality of Koku Hanabata to keep you company. She laughed. This was nothing like the laughs that Izuku had conjured up in his memories. This was warm and friendly. Seriously, though, you'll have a great time. It's gonna be pretty important for you, that much is for sure. Ah, I see. Hey, Ms. Curious. Midoriya decided, against his better judgment, to ask the publishing executive a question that had been on his mind since earlier at the dinner. Just as he asked this, the lift binged and the doors slid open. "You can call me Kazuki, hun. No need to fret about code names when we're off the clock," she replied as the duo stepped inside. Even the elevator radiated pure luxury, from the crimson carpet flooring to the immaculate buttons that were a far cry from the fingerprint-stained, sticky things that Izuku knew from his experience in public lifts. "Oh, okay then." He rubbed his arm anxiously as Chitose leaned over him to press the button for the ground floor. "So, during the dinner, Yatsubashi seemed to get really mad when I mentioned the word quirk," she finished as the doors closed and the elevator started to descend towards the lobby. "I figured you were gonna ask sooner or later." "Well, it's actually pretty simple." The woman looked around as if nervous that somebody could be listening in, which was fair enough, considering that the Liberation Army owned the building. There were probably microphones all over the place. Evidently, she decided there would be no harm in divulging. "Well, you know about Yasubashi's grandmother, right?" "Yeah, she was Destro's mother and then she was killed by purists?" "Exactly." "Well, what you might not have known, because Redestro would never tell you Kazuki scratched as one of her ears, is that she was also the mother of the term quirk. If I'm correct, she said something along the lines of, 'Please, do not persecute my baby for what is just a quirk of his,' as she was lynched by human purists." "Oh God Izuku brought his hand to his mouth. He really felt guilty now. "I didn't know." She shrugged. "There was no way for you to know. But basically, quirk is a dirty word to the Yatsubashi family. It's a reminder of how Destro's mother died to scum who would never properly understand her. And that's how it is. It's why we never mention quirks, we call them meta abilities." With another bang, the lift reached the lobby and Chitose stepped out, soon to be followed by Midoriya. "Well, I guess I'll see you soon." She smiled brightly, showing a row of pearly white teeth as they walked out into the cool breeze of the evening. "Hey, before I go Quickly, Kazuki hurried over to the very expensive-looking car that presumably belonged to her and opened up the boot, digging around for a few minutes. As she did this, Izuku simply took in the calming atmosphere of the night. It was certainly working well to help him hold back all his woes, that could be said without any question at all. The rustle of his emerald hair, the gentle swaying of the trees left bare by the autumn cycle, the vibrant orange and yellows of the leaves that lined the roads and pathways, it was all so relaxing. And then Chitose returned, with something small in her hands. "Please take this." She grinned as she handed it over to Midoriya. The Meta Liberation War by Chikara Yasubashi. It was a leather-bound book of around above average size, with a plain cover that bore the title and author and little else. "Oh, this is Destro's book?" He realized as he took it. Curious nodded. "That it is. I was responsible for publishing it. Of course, for the time being, we've had to keep it to mail order only via the dark web, but one day, we'll expand, I know it. And this copy is for you. Completely on the house." "Wow, thanks, Kazuki." Deku was utterly sincere as he gave a quick leaf through the book. Thanks so much. Think of it as an initiation gift." The woman beamed as she shook Midoriya's hand one final time and headed back to her car. Accepting the shake and with one final wave, Izuku watched as the vehicle slowly pulled out of the parking lot and then he was alone again, in the comforting night time. "Oh right." Tucking the book under his arm, he started walking. Hopefully he would be able to get a bud back to the hotel, where he would spend the night. It felt odd. Like really strange. He was alone in the darkness in an unfamiliar part of the country, and yet, it didn't feel in any way negative. It was like he was coming into his own, finally experiencing that individuality that he had missed the chance to grab all those years ago. It was truly a second chance. And he was not prepared to waste a second of it. He wouldn't. Because he was going to make Deku into a name that would be remembered. The next day had come without incident. Indeed, Izuku Midoriya's dreams had thankfully remained mostly peaceful, for the first time that he was able to recall in many years. Whenever he closed his eyes, the nightmares would almost always come out to play, constructing haunting images of All Might, dying and alone, As the terrifying Tomura Shigaraki stood over his corpse, then thoughts of what could have been, soaring through the skies as a hero in days long gone that could have been his. And then for some reason, it always seemed to loop back on Bakugo, images filling his mind of the taunting, the harassment, the occasional injury. All things that he had grown bitter on during his time as any. But for the first time, he felt something different as his eyes slowly pushed themselves open. He awoke to find himself in an electrifying state of refreshment. He could not quite explain it, but everything just seemed right. His sleep had not been spent indulging in the horrors of the past. Instead, there had been light dreams, hope for the future. The idea of a world where he would finally fit in, where he would finally prove to all that he was not just some worthless Deku. It was glorious to think of. Gradually, his body relaxed from the exceptionally comfortable king-sized bed. Izuku propped himself up against his pillows, scanning the room. It did not quite match the grandeur of the Meta Liberation Army building, but that was not a knock against it at all. The young man speculated that very few buildings would be. And in spite of his own clothes that littered the floor from when he had haphazardly tossed them aside the previous night, it was a lovely room, modern and shining, with every surface gleaming enough for him to see his reflection in if so he was inclined. It was stocked with everything he could need, an ensuite bathroom, a view of the city that, although not quite as good at Yatsubashi's penthouse, still offered a brilliant look, and a minibar stocked with all the drinks and snacks he could ever need, among other things. All paid for by Detonaret. On one hand, Midoriya couldn't help but feel a bit like a sponger, benefiting from luxury that he had not exactly paid for. But before long and without fail, he always banished these thoughts. It was only for one night. He wasn't leeching off of anybody, not by a long shot. Raising a hand, Izuku checked his hair. As expected, a serious case of bedhead was underway. His tangled green mop was hard enough to keep track of at the best of times, least of all when waking up. No, he would certainly need to clean himself up a bit. And so, with a slight groan, hesitant to leave the warm embrace of the magnificent bed, he pulled away the sheets and rotated around so that he was sitting on the mattress with his feet, one bare and the other covered by a plain gray ankle sock peppered with holes, on the soft cream carpet. He allowed himself to take a brief yawn before he stood up. Well, after a long period of deliberation. Regardless of how fantastic his sleep had been, it was not any easier to drag his weary bones across the room to the bathroom, and no amount of fancy-scented candles or soaps could make the early morning shower any more enjoyable. As he turned on the nozzle and felt the water hit his face at full blast, he was at least grateful that the showers in the hotel were not delivering freezing water straight to his eyes most of the time like the broken old heap of junk at home did. It was very relaxing to feel the warm, but not scaldingly hot, water wash away the tiredness, almost as if it were a layer of scum on his skin that he was clearing away, as he rubbed shampoo into his hair and let his body absorb the shower gel. It felt like he was transforming as he did so, and when he emerged from the ensuite, towel wrapped around his waist, he felt like a new man. Now that he was sufficiently clean, his next goal probably should have been to get dressed, but instead, Izuku went right to his phone, which lay on the table beside his bed, right next to his copy of the Meta Liberation War, bookmarked at page, unlocking it with the password, One for All. The first thing he saw as he sat back down on the bed was a message from a private number. Already having something of an idea as to what it pertained to, the man clicked on it. Please be present in the lobby by 8:00 a.m. The meeting shall begin promptly and we do not take kindly to tardiness. Yeah, that was no huge surprise. Although probably not from Yatsubashi himself, it seemed a little too vaguely threatening to be from him. It was certainly from someone within the army. Either way, it was good to have that reminder, but he had no chance of forgetting even without it, and that was not the main reason he had gone for his phone. So, closing messages, he went to his contacts page, clicked a number and brought the device to his ear. It felt like it was ringing for an unnaturally long time, although this was more likely than not just Midoriya's mind playing tricks on him. Either way, the silence, save for that droning dial tone, was deafening, and he was relieved when the person on the other end finally picked up. Izuku! Came the tired voice of Izuku Midoriya. More likely than not, she was barely out of bed herself. Is that you? At hearing his mother's warm, gentle voice once again, Midoriya couldn't help but smile. He may have been miles away from home, but with that voice alone, suddenly it didn't seem so far. Yeah, it's me. I told you I'd call in the morning, remember? Oh yes, of course. Inko sounded just as relieved to hear Izuku as he was to hear her. Oh, do tell me, how are things going for you? You've not been too scared, have you? At his mother's extreme concern, the young man could not help but chuckle. Ah, Mom, I've been totally fine. Detnarat had set me up with this amazing room for the night and the meeting yesterday all went well. Just got another one today and then I'll be home for dinner. Poor Inko sounded a little more reassured. Just stay safe, okay? And don't get into any trouble. I know you won't though, it's silly of me to say, but I can't help but worry. It's fine. Love you. Bye. And with that, Izuku hung up, letting the silence fill his life yet again. And with no voices to fill that void, guilt came rushing in to fill the cracks, gradual at first, but before long it was spiraling into something larger, something deeply unpleasant. It was nearly overwhelming, causing Midoriya to actually drop the phone as he grit his teeth, the device clattering harmless on the rug. Damn it. Damn it. He had thought he was helping her, he wanted so desperately to believe he was. He had a job and a purpose, surely that was enough to make her content? But no, he knew full well that if she knew about the army, she would be horrified to her very core. For the same reasons, he had never told her of Bakugo's bullying, but this time, it was something that was his fault. He could never tell her, never let her find out. His fight for liberation had no choice but to remain a secret as long as he lived. For even if Yatsubashi's dream came to fruition, even if the MLA rose up to become one of the most powerful and respected organizations in the world, renowned for their revolutionary attitude and desire for sweeping change, nothing would ever change his mother's opinion. And in that case, what was even the point? It was about an hour later when Izuku Midoriya found himself sitting once again on the bus as it headed in the direction of the MLA building. Or at least as close as it would get. The stop he was due to get off at was still a decent 5 to 10 minute walk, and it was something of a shame that he was unable to get any closer, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter to him. He was mostly healthy and a brief walk was of little consequence to him. As he reclined in the plush seats, the young man found himself, not for the first time in even that day, to be truly appreciating the atmosphere of Daika. It was a city of some of the wealthier members of society, and that as reflected quite efficiently in most, if not all, parts of life, and the bus was no exception, with plush seats that were a far cry from the crusty, gum-coated excuses for seats on the public transport back in Yuzurifu. There was a reason Midoriya had usually always elected to walk or take the train when he went out in the past, because although neither of those options were particularly great either, they remained significantly better than some of his other options, by quite a long shot. But now, he was actually enjoying his experience on a bus for once, which was something he could never have imagined himself saying in the past. It was oddly enjoyable to simply look around at all the different people from so many varied walks of life. Smart businessmen in tailored suits that put Izuku's already fairly cheap jacket and tie to shame, mothers with their infant children, presumably off to do some shopping in the city so as to try and beat the crowds, and of course, students on their way to school. In fact, Midoriya sat directly behind two such students, a pair of giggling schoolgirls who were both looking at a shared phone as they discussed the contents very, very loudly. Izuku tried his very best not to listen in, but could it really be called eavesdropping when they were being so loud? Although he did not process at least half of what was said, it was made pretty clear that the point of discussion was all about heroes. And not necessarily heroes that Initiate Deku really knew about. Names were tossed around, such as Chargebolt and Creati, names that meant very little outside of briefly hearing them mentioned on TV. To be completely honest, the young man had stopped following heroes completely after, well, All Might's. Really, he had only started to get back into the field as part of the market research for his job, which often consisted of interviewing and consulting various heroes, both old and new. But then he heard a new name mentioned. And suddenly he simply put, could no longer ignore what was said. It felt an impossibility to do so. Ground Zero's better than any of them, though. One of the girls, with pigtails and thick-rimmed glasses, gushed. I know he's so new, But how could you not like him? Her friend was more dismissive. You always will climb all over that bad boy image, won't you? I swear, Naomi, when you're in a retirement home somewhere, you'll still be pining after the guys with slicked hair and bad attitudes. Well, is there a problem with that, Anoka-chan? Ground Zero. A name that Izuku knew well. Although, a name that he knew far better was the one behind that hero code name. Katsuki Bakugo. In an instant, Midoriya's mind was once again flooded with memories. Memories of long childhood summers spent exploring forests and ditches deep into the evening. In particular, the memory of one particular night entered Izuku's mind, a night where the pair, alongside some of Kaken's other friends, had gotten lost in the woods and had ultimately been rescued by a hero. Inko certainly had words to say to her son after that, and remembering this prompted a small chuckle from the young man. Another, louder chuckle came forth when he remembered his father's reaction when the two had gotten home. Good job on learning some individuality. Hisashi. Alright. Sorry, I mean that was very wrong of you, Izuku. Your mother and I were worried sick. That exchange always brought a smile to his face without fail. And then, of course, he found himself reminded of some altogether less pleasant flashbacks. One in particular, that had come just a few months after he had failed to get into UA. A failure, that was exactly what he felt like. Nothing more and nothing less, and that was how the young 15-year-old perceived himself. It seemed that in everything he didn't do correctly. He tried to make All Might proud and he had failed. He tried to prove he could get into the school of his dreams, and thanks to the backfire of One for All, and his own DMN fault for his inability to control it, he had failed that too. Instead, Izuku had ended up attending a public high school, not even one that specialized in heroics. By all regards, he had been lucky to avoid having to attend extra court counseling. 2 to 3 hours a week cooped up in a stuffy little office speaking to someone who cared little for him and was only present because it was their job was not his idea of a fun time. So, getting out of that was at least nice. Even still, he couldn't hide from the overwhelming, ever-growing feeling of complete and utter. Suddenly, he was torn from his thoughts as he rounded a corner street and slammed directly into another pedestrian, sending him falling backwards onto the pavement. It all happened so fast, in the space of a few seconds, and all Izuku saw as he fell was the distinctive green and light gray color scheme of the UA high uniforms. Oh no! This could not be good. Them in his own clumsiness. There he was, thinking about his failures, and yet again, he had become too immersed in his own thoughts and had caused yet more problems for others. Worse still, for UA kids, who really deserved as much respect as possible for the hard work they put into getting in. Midoriya knew better than almost anyone else that competition was stiff and only the best of the best were ultimately admitted. And then, he saw exactly who it was that he had crashed headfirst into. Oh! The hell! Katsuki Bakugo grumbled as he rubbed his head, while a boy with equally spiked hair, red in color, helped to pull him up to his feet, all while Izuku lay sprawled out on the sidewalk, his stomach sinking as he looked up. Bakugo was not wearing his uniform with any conceivable kind of style or grace. His blazer hung open, revealing his untucked shirt that curled up at the ends, and the typical silk crimson tie of all UA students was made conspicuous by its absence. Either which way, as Katsuki regained control, he looked down, locking eye contact with Midoriya. And all that Izuku could see was pure malice. "Deku, you little sheet." The blonde growled as he dusted off one shoulder, before reaching forward and grabbing the scruff of his former friend's collar. "The hell do you think you're doing?" What else could he have done in such a situation other than do his very best to search for some kind of apology in his racked brain, all the while squirming and struggling to breathe just a little from the force of the grip that Bakugo held on his neck. "Sorry, Kaken, I really am so dash." "Yeah, I heard you say sorry the first time, no need to say it another 80. Katsuki snarled. "Hey man." Clearly a little taken aback by the whole altercation, the literal redhead rested a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. "You know him or something?" The explosive young brat scoffed as he let go of Izuku's collar, letting the bot with the emerald hair hit the concrete yet again. At least this time it was a softer fall, with not as much distance traveled. "Just a beach I used to know." "Peh." His mouth twisted upwards as he saw the school emblem on Midoriya's relatively cheap slate gray blazer. Hikoku Public Academy, huh? Isn't that the dump that got sued 'cause of a gas leak? No big surprise that you'd end up there. As he said that last sentence, he turned his back on Izuku, returning back to who was presumably a friend of his. I am sorry, the boy muttered as he struggled to pull himself back up to his feet again. Looking behind him, he saw his bag to have split open from the fall, pages and notebooks and pens and various other school essentials spilling out of it onto the filth-encrusted pavement. He quickly lifted something up before realizing it was an old fast food wrapper, stained with hardened cheese, that most certainly did not belong to him, and quietly retched as he tossed it aside. Don't cry, damn it. Don't let him see you. It'll only give him more ammo. This was what he tried so desperately to tell himself, to hold back the tears. That was what All Might had said, smile through all scenarios. Of course, it was starting to become harder and harder to smile. Izuku was quickly running out of reasons. His eyes were starting to sting yet again. He couldn't take it, he just couldn't. Keep your head down, don't let him see you. Don't let him see you. Certainly not a pleasant memory. It was one of those ones that Izuku locked up tight in the very depths of his brain, with the hope that it would never be given the chance to emerge again for as long as he walked the earth. And yet, sometimes it was a simple impossibility to hold all that in and cast it aside. Sometimes, he just could not unhear it and it all came flooding back, Bakugo's sneers, his own tears and that shame and humiliation as he lay battered and once again, a failure. It was a reminder of a past that he hoped to never return to. High school truly had been the worst years of Midoriya's life, and it wasn't so much the external factors such as school itself, and more his own inner demons coming out to play on an almost daily basis. Even his graduation earlier that year had not provided a release from the darkness, as he had been left without employment or a purpose in life for months. Only Rikiya Yatsubashi and the Liberation Army had finally granted him the salvation and purpose he required from life. One that was far distinct from heroism, yet still felt right. Or did it? Just why did life have to be so complicated? Either which way, a bing from the front of the bus signaled that a stop had been reached, and from looking out of the window, Izuku saw it to indeed be the one he was to get off at, so as he adjusted his hastily knotted black tie, the man stood from his seat and made his way up to the front. Upon reaching the front, he nodded his appreciation to the driver and then stepped off, feeling the fresh air of the early morning fill his lungs. The sanitized air conditioning within the public transportation had been nice in its own way, but it didn't quite beat that autumn breeze on his chest, the gentle yet omnipresent breeze playing with his already tousled hair. He liked the feeling, he liked it an awful lot. The stop was alongside a small street full of shops, from electronics stores to local grocery distributors located on the corner, separated by the road and a small grassy island, on which stood a proud and relatively old statue of the pro-hero Jobless, a native to Daika that served as their big claim to fame to the outside world, from the towering residential building where Midoriya had been just the previous night and even now was looking to return to. Seeing it in the daylight for the first time, the young man could finally appreciate it for the fine architecture it featured, unobstructed by the dazzling, shining lights that glowed from and around it during the night hours. It was a building constructed to impress, and it certainly did that. Even as he worked on crossing the road, taking great care to look both ways as he did so, Izuku noted the surprisingly vast amount of cars in the parking lot. In fact, it was nearly at bursting point, which struck him as a bit odd, as someone who knew that the block was occupied exclusively by those in the highest ranks of the Liberation Army. Even if what Redestro wanted to show Deku involved more people, surely it would not warrant so many vehicles parked outside. Right? Pushing these questions to the back of his mind, Midoriya passed through the revolving door, entering into that same familiar lobby from the previous night. This was certainly no different from his memory. Contrary to the exterior, that same abundance of modernity everywhere in sight, from the marble flooring to the massive screens that took up a fair amount of space on the walls. It veered off into so many directions. 2 elevators sat on the east wall, one of which Izuku recalled having used the previous evening, and various over doors littered across the walls led to God only knows where. Well, God and anyone else who lived in the building. Of course, That exquisite fountain remained the centerpiece of the whole thing, a large, steadily rotating metallic ball made to look like the earth, water running down it from a hidden spout at the top and gathering in the ginormous basin beneath. A representation of the planet that the army strived to one day liberate. And Izuku would be right alongside them. For what? Well, he would certainly never reveal his reasons to Yatsubashi, or anybody for that matter. And there, just in front of the fountain, stood Koku Hanabata, trumpet, his slicked noir hair, rectangular glasses and long, flowing overcoat worn over his pristine black suit making him instantly recognizable. He seemed to be the only other person in the lobby, and as Midoriya entered, he looked up from his watch. This prompted Deku to check his own, pulling back the sleeve of his own suit that was made an absolute joke by the politicians in comparison. 7:58. He had managed to make it a couple of minutes early. Not too bad, for someone who until very recently had no reason to wake up before 12 midday. There you are, Deku. Hanabata motioned, suggesting that from this point on, they would refer to one another by code name only. You're not late, so that is at least something. Heh. Izuku disguised his nervous chuckle as a cough. All the cars parked just beyond that revolving door, and the insistence on timekeeping was starting to stir his nerves, no doubt about that. Just what was going on? What was it that he was about to be shown? So, what's going on, Hana Trumpet? The man's only response as he turned his back on the young recruit, beginning to walk away, was, "You'll find out presently. Please follow me." One's first official day as a member of any organization is not an advisable time to start creating issues, so Midoriya complied with silence, walking after his superior as they went up to a pair of double doors. Hanabata produced what looked very much like a keycard, and as he held it to a scanner that was no doubt a lock for the door, Izuku found his mind start to wander. What kind of man was Koku Hanabata? He knew very little on the man, outside of him being a former prosecutor and current leader of the Hearts and Minds political party. What went on behind that curt stoicism? Was he happy with life? Depressed? Married? He wore no rings. Gay? Did he have parents? If so, was his relationship with them positive, or even existent at all? Deku wasn't sure why he was asking himself all of these questions outside of an attempt to distract him from the rising tension in his body. Before long, the key card was accepted and a click signified that the door was now unlocked. Nodding ever so slightly, Koku pushed the double doors open and Midoriya was ushered into a conference hall. That really didn't do it justice. There is, in fact, no way to truly convey the sheer enormity of the room unless one was there. It could easily have fit the Midoriya family apartment in its 6, 7, maybe even 8 or 9 or 10 times over. The ceiling was high, concluding with a domed finish from which hung a magnificent chandelier, held in place by strong mechanical chains. Of course, at the far end from where Izuku stood, which was near the back of the room for reasons that shall shortly become very obvious, there was a huge stage where, at a lectern, engraved with the initials of the MLA, stood Rikiya Yatsubashi, his features as sharp as ever and seemingly even more confident. To his side sat various people, some of whom Deku recognized as Skeptic and Geeton, and others who were new faces to him. These were presumably key members of the organization. And then, of course, there were the people present on the main floor. Good lord, the people. The reason Izuku Midoriya stayed near the back, right next to the exit, was because he was simply unable to find himself a better position, for the hall was positively crammed to the bursting point with people from all walks of life, towering giants who nearly reached the chandelier in height, and your everyday businessman all came together, looking up at the Grand Commander. There must have been a couple of thousand people, easily a quarter of Daika's whole population, at the very least. Midoriya had never seen so many people crowded into one confined area in his life, not even during the briefing before his disastrous entrance exam. Back then, there had been a good 500 or so, but this blew that out of the water by all respects. It was simply mind-blowing. Ladies and gentlemen, Redestro suddenly called out, his voice bringing an instant silence across the room, halting all of the little conversations that had been going on as the occupants of the room had awaited the beginning. Deku again checked his watch. 8 am on the dot. You all know who I am. And I know who all of you are. As a collective, We are what remains of the Meta-Liberation Army. As he spoke, he made wild gestures, to himself, to the audience, to his lectern. It was all immediately engrossing and Izuku was immediately hooked, although he always had enjoyed listening to public speaking in spite of his complete inability to do it himself. Over the years, since our historically catastrophic defeat at the hands of the government, we have slowly been gaining back power. Of course, I, as the sole son of the great Destro, took over the organization's needs nearly 30 years ago, but even before then, we were continuously growing and evolving. We have changed many times over the years, from our peak of 40,000 members during Destro's reign, to our lowest point of a little over 100 strong, to now, where we sit at a comfortable in-between. The man's charisma showed through with his smile. There was a captivating nature to him that could not be ignored. Those of you gathered here today more or less make up the entire faction of our forces stationed in Daika, but we are but a fraction of the soldiers deployed all over Japan. He was slowly growing more and more animated as he spoke, and Izuku felt his heart thump with every last word spoken. For years, decades, we have been lost, we have been floundering in our own pathetic inadequacy. But no more, I say. No more. At this point, he raised his hand to his forehead to form the Meta-Liberation salute, and as he did this, every last person in the room copied, including Hanabata, who had just taken the remaining empty seat up on the stage between Giton and a woman who seemed to be roughly 90% robotic. Izuku was quick to follow, feeling the tension rush through his fingers as he rammed his thumb against his own head, perhaps with a little too much enthusiasm. It was a glorious display of unity, and in that instant, he no longer felt alone in the world, no longer in a place where he was constantly ostracized and ignored at best. Thus, it shall no longer be the public end of the Meta-Liberation Army. Rikia was practically screaming with pure passion at this point. We have long since been called a defunct organization. Well, I say, it's time we come to them while they're sleeping, grab them by the hair, and remind them of what we are. Remind them how foolish they were to dismiss us as long-dead terrorists. Our reforms shall be sweeping, they shall be awe-inspiring, and it all starts exactly 3 weeks from now. 3 weeks, my friends, on the day of the third NHA festival. Midoriya's heart rate only sped up even more as he heard this. The National Hero Appreciation Festival had been an annual tradition ever since All Might's death, which wasn't really saying much as there had only been 2 festivals beforehand. Nevertheless, it had taken Japan by storm, a day dedicated to honoring and remembering the deaths of the fallen heroes, as well as celebrating the successes of the present. It was a huge thing, and even Izuku, as disenfranchised with heroes as he had become, had not been able to resist attending the first one, although he had skipped the second year, as his deepening depression had worsened significantly by that point. When he had attended, it had been impossible not to get caught up in the whole atmosphere, much alike how he was getting swept away presently by Yatsubashi's speech. Yes, my friends. In 3 weeks' time, all shall be revealed, we will announce our return to the world, the mere gutter rats back from the sewers. I dare say even Lazarus will fail to compete with our return from the grave. Now, over the coming weeks, you shall be summoned to your individual regiments, where your lieutenant will deliver you your specific orders. For the newer soldiers among us, who do not yet know which regiment they fall into, that shall become clear to you soon. Regiments? Lieutenant? Deku was definitely one of the operatives who was not as sure about what he fell into. Then again, he was sure he would find out in good time. For the cause, my friends. For the cause, was the unanimous response from all in the room, a rancorous outpouring of support for the speaker, the aging man who stood center stage. For how much he looked like a typical old man, Yatsubashi was clearly deeply respected for all he had done. Even Midoriya, who didn't know much of his past outside of his ties to Destro, felt an overwhelming sense of duty and honor to the man. He had a way of speaking that could certainly rile up the troops in all of the right ways. 3 weeks' time. It was not long after the speech had reached its concluding crescendo, when the applause and the celebrations had finally calmed down, that Izuku found himself sitting in the lobby, on a wonderfully comfortable bench just between the 2 elevators, staring down at his phone where he had received yet another message on his smartphone, from that same unknown number as he had seen in the morning. instructing him to arrive as promptly as possible. Please wait in the lobby for further instructions. It felt good. It felt so unbelievably good in a way he had not felt since his historical rejection from UA. Just to see Redestro stand up on that stage and profess his ideals was so undeniably, well, liberating. And then of course, there was the plan for 3 weeks' time, during the NHA festivals. Although Izuku was still not yet sure what would happen or what his role in it would be, he had a feeling that it would at least be somewhat exciting. After all, a promised return to form for the army straight from the mouth of their leader? That had to count for something. Well, Deku, came Rikia's sudden voice as he took a seat right next to Izuku, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. As embarrassing as it was to admit, the young green-haired recruit actually jumped a little from how sudden it had all been. Did you enjoy my little speech? Oh, Redestro, sir, it was just dash. He couldn't even find the words, stuck in a stutter loop as his freckled face flushed a light pink. I dash. The man chuckled as he rested his hands on his knees. Leaving the crowd speechless. That means I either truly succeeded or completely fell flat on my face. Izuku broke into a panic. Oh no, sir, you definitely succeeded. Without a doubt it was great. Deku, my boy, if I wanted yes men, I would have headed back to the Detonarat offices a while ago. Yatsubashi's smile was warm and genuine as he placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Never be afraid to disagree with me. Partners in crime can still have opposing points of view, am I not correct? Alas, either way, I'm glad to hear you were enthralled by it. Truth be told, I really don't think of myself as a particularly competent public speaker. It's just something one has to learn to adapt to after years as the public face of a company. I see. Sir. I certainly hope that you're anticipating our return to the public spotlight. Unfortunately, that's as much information as I can divulge right now. If one of us were to be captured by law enforcement agencies or third parties, it would be better if they had as little to say to them as possible. I dare say even the knowledge that something is happening may be a little too much, but naught can be done about that. As suddenly as he had appeared, Yatsubashi rose to his feet. But please, enough of the hollow testaments to my speaking abilities of the lack thereof. There is, as I am sure you have gathered, a reason why I have asked you to remain behind. So please, come with me. Midoriya was quick to follow the footsteps of the Detonarat president, standing up and hovering behind Rikiya as the man called the elevator. Just a few seconds after pressing the button, those gilded doors slid open and the two swiftly stepped inside. Once in, Izuku was readily expecting his superior to press the button for the top floor, which was the 37th to be absolutely precise, but the last button he had expected to see the man's strong hand touch was the one at the very bottom, simply labeled B. Below the ground floor, sir? He pointed out questioningly as the doors slid shut with the slightest of shudders, the lift began its downward movement, delving into the depths of the building. Yes, below ground floor. One of the most important rooms in this entire structure, in fact. The entire thing could burn to the ground for all I really care, but as long as the lower levels are kept safe, all shall be well. Midoriya wasn't sure what else to say to that, so he remained silent for the duration of the journey, which actually proved to only be around 30 more seconds, with a familiar ping indicating that the destination had been well and truly reached. Yatsubashi was the first to exit the elevator, out into what Izuku was first and foremost reminded of as a fallout shelter, the kind that one would see in old movies and video games all the time. The walls were lead-lined and one fortified door, with no kind of visible handle, stood at the end of the short corridor. Not even skipping a beat, Redestro approached the door and laid his palm flat on the metallic surface. A little, positive sound beep rang out and the door slid upwards with the hiss of hydraulics, allowing entry into the next room. Soon, my boy, we shall have your fingerprints registered into the system too, he explained. Then, you'll be able to enter without being accompanied by one of us. The next room was large, not quite as large as the convention hall, but getting there, a central control room that Izuku and Rikiya had found themselves standing on a suspended catwalk high above the main area. Feeling his heart lurch ever so insignificantly from the height, Midoriya looked down, admiring the huge screens, 3 of them hanging from the far northern wall, as more people stood below, at computers or milling about the place. It reminded him faintly of a war room, again from old movies. Yet more people, more soldiers working to support the cause. At the very front of the room, working at a laptop, sat the familiar thin, twisting body and long black hair of Tomoyasu Chikazoku. He did not appear to have noticed the new entrance. Redestro's voice was hushed, yet still as dignified as ever. Come now. We don't want to bother Skeptic while he's working. For the well-being of himself and us. That last part sounded oddly foreboding, but Izuku shrugged it off and followed his mentor down the metal catwalk, trying to tread as softly as possible so as not to create any noise. After only a few seconds, they reached another handleless door, another handprint scan, and with another hiss, it opened up, leading the duo into a significantly smaller room. It looked like some sort of military armory, lined with desks and computers and weapon racks. There were various people scattered around this room too, but Izuku's eyes were immediately drawn to a young man with dark golden hair, who sat on one of the tables, a .38 revolver in his hand, as he focused on cleaning it. The reason for the attraction was that when young man was mentioned, it meant really young. As in, surely he could not have been any older than 15 or 16. Definitely younger than Midoriya at least. All at once, every last person in the room saluted as their Grand Commander entered. Initiate Deku, this is the main lobby for the Brown Regiment of the Meta Liberation Army. Yatsubashi elaborated. Regiment? So that was what he had been talking about earlier. As you may have guessed, this is the one that I have assigned you to. The Brown Regiment focuses on support, keeping to the backlands of the battle. The members of it are either impressive planners or analysts, or have some sort of quirk that enables them to function well in such a context. Midoriya could swear he saw the old man wink for just a femtosecond. I'm sure you know which one of those that you fall into. I think I do, sir. Was Midoriya's timid response, as the lad with the dark golden hair tilted his head, said hair falling a little over his eyes. So, we've got a new one, Redestro, sir? The voice was definitely one of a teenage boy, the pitch low enough to be respectable, but not quite low enough to be considered that of an adult. I thought you told us we weren't going to be taking in any new meat until after the festivals. Rikiya chuckled warmly, as the boy pulled himself down from the table and walked up to Midoriya. I'm well aware, Mustard. Plans can change, however, and with the promise that Deku here has shown, I doubt it shall be an issue to introduce him to you a little earlier than anticipated. He then turned his attention to Izuku. Deku, this is Mustard. Don't let his age fool you, he's got a dmed fine quirk and is one of the best of this regiment. Of course, I always knew he would be, after seeing his name in the papers. Papers? Wait, Midoriya was certain he had heard the name Mustard before somewhere. But where? He was pretty certain it was on the news. A year ago, maybe 2. And then he realized. Why, you're that villain that attacked the UA training camp a few backs back. He exclaimed. How had he not seen it sooner? That attack had been all over the news for months. UA had been dragged over burning coals. There had been more than one member, but he definitely remembered hearing of a preteen villain called Mustard. He couldn't quite remember the name. But then, his heart and voice turned to abject horror as something else set in. A 5-year-old kid died in that attack. I am the very same Mustard. The boy nodded, almost as if he was proud of what he had done. And for the record, I had nothing to do with the kid. In fact, most of us involved disapproved of it, but even I could have told you that the muscle-bound ape couldn't be trusted. But wait, weren't you arrested during the attack? You were one of the few villains they caught. That seemed to put a dent in young Mustard's pride, stopping him right in his tracks. Well, there's no need to bring that up. A few months later, I learned of his conviction. Yatsubashi cut into the conversation with. Of course, with such a potent meta ability, it was a crying shame to see it wasted on someone rotting away in a detainment facility. So, I set out with the goal of having him released. But how? The news never gave the specifics of his powers, but a combination of it and his mental state had him listed as an A-rank villain. There's no way he could ever get out before he had served dash. Money talks, death. Money talks. When the detainment center's officials showed no interest in his release, I instead went straight to the government. Trumpet's connections are nothing to be scoffed at, and within the year, Mustard was released silently. It wasn't publicized in any way, and as far as the general population is concerned, he remains in prison. At first, I had no clue what the hell was going on. The 16-year-old corroborated. One day, I was told to come to the reception. I was given some civilian clothes and set on my way. Then there was this huge limousine waiting just outside. I thought it was a coincidence, but then Redestro came to me and invited me with him. He shrugged as he checked the chambers of his gun. I figured being abducted by some pedophile was still preferable to the clink, but it turns out I wasn't being abducted, or at least not for the purposes I thought I would be, and here I am. Now, this was getting weird. And not necessarily in a good way. It seemed that the MLA were not above taking on villains in their ranks. Then again, it made enough sense. After all, it was common knowledge that those who were the most oppressed were the most likely to strike back against society. Midoriya remembered that much from a week-long course in high school. Even still, it was a little disconcerting. Deku. He felt Yatsubashi's hand on his shoulder yet again. This basement level makes up one of the main headquarters for the Liberation Army in Japan. I understand that it's far enough that you won't be able to attend regularly, but all I ask is that you put in an appearance 3 times before the NHA festival. 3 times in which I wish you to practice your ability and get acquainted with your comrades. The lieutenant of the Brown Regiment is Ms. Curious, who was unfortunately unable to attend today. Regardless of her current presence, or lack thereof, you will hopefully soon come to respect her as your leader. And with that, the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army turned on his heel, heading back out of the door, the occupants of the room giving one final salute to him. Beeb, sir, I haven't used my ability in years. And the last time I did it Don't worry, Deku. I'm not expecting perfect mastery in the space of 21 days. Just enough that you can provide support to your fellow soldiers. Farewell for now, Initiate Deku. And then he was gone, the salutes coming to an end as the gathered soldiers returned to whatever they had been doing previously. So, not too keen on working with villains? Mustard's clear and concise voice from behind Izuku caused him to jump a little in shock as he turned. Yeah, I get that. Honestly, I'd get used to it, Deku. There are worse people than me working for the army. In fact, in our very regiment, there is at least one more. Huh. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? There were others? This was certainly beginning to get worrisome. No, it had to be done. There was no getting around it. You'll meet him soon enough. Mustard nodded. At the very least, he seemed courteous enough, if with a little roughness and hostility around the edges. Say, what's your opinion on magic tricks? That completely threw the 18-year-old for a loop. It seemed like such a random question that totally blindsided him. What's that got to do with anything? The answer'll probably determine if you like him or not. Eventually, all things must come to an end. That could be said for both the good and the bad, and although Midoriya was not yet quite sure which category his experience with the Liberation Army fell into, that passage rang true as he stood outside on the balcony of the apartment block that housed the Midoriya residence, bag by his side, as the purple night sky hung over him. It was getting late, around 9 in the evening according to his watch, but he had actually ended up returning home a little earlier than he had predicted. A few hours had, of course, been spent getting acclimated to his surroundings. The Daika headquarters was a sprawling mass of corridors and rooms, both impossibly big and considerably small, and the threat of getting lost constantly loomed over his head. It did not help that Mustard, the young villain, had ultimately proved to not be the best tour guide in the world, as he had managed to nearly get both himself and Deku lost more than once. This did nothing to alter Midoriya's opinion of the villain, for he remained cool and collected all throughout it. Mustard was definitely an odd one. He was composed, he was calm, he was perfectly polite, but there was that sense of hostility, of anger, just below the surface, the kind of anger that developed from years of isolation and made men into efficient criminals. There was still so much to learn, so much to take on board. He only hoped he would be able to succeed before it was too late. Slowly, as he stood waiting, the door creaked open and a round face poked through the crack. a face with large, worried eyes and a concerned frown. However, instantly upon realizing who it was, this face broke into a relieved smile as Izuku Midoriya threw the door open as far as it would go to greet her son. "You're early." She smiled, a smile full of even more warmth than Redestro's and at least 10 times the compassion. "Oh, I haven't even finished dinner yet." She was still wearing an apron that smelled distinctly of burn marks, a remnant of a bygone era where Izuku, as a child, had tried to learn how to cook himself. It had not ended well. "What must you think of me? I'm so unpre-dash." She was cut off, as Izuku leaned over, having to duck down a little so as to reach her height, and wrapped her in a hug. He only hoped that the hug could be as warm and as gentle as all the ones she had provided him with over the years. "It's okay, Mum. I'll get some time to tell you all about my trip." I'd like that." The woman nodded as she returned the hug, wrapping her short, stubby arms around her son's slim body. With that, Izuku Midoriya had returned to the normal world, a world of work and relaxed schedules and mundanity, a world that was already starting to slip through his fingers, already starting to disappear even where he stood. 21 days remained. Until what? He could only speculate on what would happen and how it would affect his life. 19 days until the NHA festival. Just an average October day. That was all it was really supposed to be, for anybody of any persuasion, really. The late morning was starting to give way to early afternoon and everything was going as it always did, like well-oiled clockwork. For the people that collectively came together as the residents of Mizutofu City, nothing broke that normality. Even a hero flying through the sky locked in a brutal bout of fisticuffs with a villain was nothing that made it anything aside from just another day. In an age where villain attacks were as common and inevitable as the rising sun in the morning, people just accepted it as a part of everyday life. For pro-hero Ground Zero, that just made his job all the easier. And all the more fun. "So, you want to take it that way, Yabiasi, huh?" The spiky blonde pro hollered, his voice, laden with the ferocity and passion of a prowling tiger, carrying through the city streets as he streaked through the skyline, propelling himself with his own explosions. To him, at this point, it was as simple as walking or riding a bicycle. One hand out, fire a blast, repeat with the other hand. Exactly as if he were pedaling. That just makes it all a hell of a lot more fun? Bloody hell, man. The villain, a young man with light turquoise hair, yelped as he tried his very best to flee from the absolutely terrifying figure bearing down on him, stolen purse hanging from his side as he ran across the wall of an office block, his heavy metallic boots digging into the concrete and allowing himself to sprint across the surface. "Aren't you heroes supposed to be the good guys? You're a bloody psycho. Guess you caught me on the wrong day then." Ground Zero spat back with a grin as he outstretched his right arm to the side as he let off another explosion, forcing him sideways where he nearly collided into the very building that his target was running on. "Come on then. Don't run like a demon coward, stay and fight." The petty thief paid this suggestion no heed whatsoever as he reached the end of the wall and did his very best to flip around the corner and continue running. Evidently, he was not the most suited to athleticism as he stumbled on the change. Not enough to halt him entirely, but it gave the pursuing hero enough time to actor his trajectory around the side of the building and get all the closer. "You kidding me? I'm a thief, I don't have a demon death wish," says the guy running on the side of a building. Ground Zero was getting closer with each second that passed and the thief was starting to get desperate. He was starting to clearly panic, his steps grew more unsure. No longer was he confidently bounding along the wall as he had been doing mere minutes prior, before the hero had shown up. "Come on, this is gettin' pathetic." The criminal would have liked nothing more than to bite back with a witty retort, but he really had nothing to say. The wind rushing through his long hair was starting to feel less giddying and more sickening, and he couldn't keep on running forever. In fact, he would likely not be able to keep it up for even a few more seconds. He could practically feel Ground Zero right on his tail, blasting through the air. Of course I encounter a hero who can bloody fly. That was just typical for his luck, really. He was quickly running out of options, so he made the split-second decision to act on one of the stupider plans he had concocted in his very mediocre life. Without even thinking about it for a single second, for thinking would lead to him realizing just how idiotic the idea was. He leapt forwards, detaching his boots from the wall. And he fell. He fell down. As he thundered down, plummeting like a stone, picking up speed with every inch traveled, he knew full well just how dim and stupid he was. He didn't need the distant call of ground zeros, what the hell? Or the feeling of the G-force assaulting his face and body to understand that once his remains who scooped up off the sidewalk, they would likely be put in a museum dedicated to morons. Still, it was better than allowing himself to be taken in by that psychotic hero. He could see the people coming into view, looking up at him. Or maybe at ground zero. Probably at him, considering how rapidly he was falling. He struggled to adjust himself into a position that allowed him to land on his feet, and he came at least somewhat close. Close enough, though? As he looked down, he realized he had no time left. No time at all. The petty thief hit the road with a tremendous smash that threw up dust, tore through asphalt, and created an instant disorientation. Screaming could be heard, but it remained impossible to determine who it came from or what their state of being was. It could have been mere terror, as was perfectly excusable considering the circumstances, or it could have been pain. Damn it. The pro growled as he made it to ground level himself, using one final explosion to soften the fall. And instantly, he was trapped in a confusing world of dust and dirt, unable to see even a few feet ahead. This was not going how he had expected at all. 'Cause that dumbass took a swan dive. If he's still alive, I'll kill him myself. Slowly, very slowly, the dust started to settle. And as it did, ground zero saw the thief standing. Not lying crumpled in a heap and very much not dead, but standing, drenched in water from a pipe he had burst on the way down. As he stood, hyperventilating, his eyes wide, he looked every bit as surprised as the hero felt to see himself in this near unharmed. Holy crap. He breathed gently, holding back either tears or laughter as ground zero drew nearer. As he did so, the two's eyes locked and the villain grinned. These boots ain't half BA-. He was cut off by an explosion directly to his face that sent him flying backwards. Not too far though, he was stopped by a torn-up slice of the road that had curved upwards. He folded like a deck chair and struggled to get back up as ground zero drew nearer. You really are a goddamn psychopath. Seriously, dude, show some class. The thief mumbled, placing his hand on his jaw as he spat something from his mouth that flew with a slim trail of blood and vanished from sight. A tooth. The pro merely grinned as he tilted his head to one side, his eyes under the black and orange mask narrowed and angry. Class is overrated. You gonna keep on trying to run like a little beach? At this point, he was standing over the petty thief who was seriously starting to regret his life decisions. Just a few moments prior, everything had seemed to be going so fantastically for him. All of that had changed in an instant, flipped right upside down. And just when it seemed like things could not get even worse. With a small bang, those boots that had been oh so useful suddenly exploded, in a far more controlled manner than anything ground zero could create. In an instant, they had gone from shiny and metallic to smoldering and blackened. A seeming malfunction. For a few minutes, all was silent, only the quiet wail of police sirens audible. And then Katsuki Bakugo, ground zero, grinned. It really ain't your lucky day, punk. While all this was happening, both participants in the face-off remained completely unaware of the life around them. They were dumb to the terrified cries of civilians on street level, the rapidly approaching law enforcement, and, of course, the occupants of the tower they stood at the very foot of, dug into their small crater. A tower that no doubt meant an awful lot to anyone who was in the know about the whole gadget business, or the idea of corporations in general. The third largest corporate entity in Japan and the one with the second highest approval ratings. No matter the person, most would have likely heard the name of the company that owned the tower. Indeed, high up from where the battle had reached its swift conclusion on the 45th floor of the Detonarat building, also known as the marketing level, Izuku Midoriya sat in his little cubicle, staring at the screen in front of him. The life of a business suit was the one he lived through now. As his cubicle was located rather far away from the windows, Midoriya had not yet seen or heard the chaos. He had picked up on the shuffling of feet as his coworkers scrambled to go and look at something, but he was too engrossed in his work to bother himself with whatever was going on outside. After all, the market research wasn't going to do itself. The young man stroked his chin, recently clean-shaven, as he adjusted a pair of non-prescription spectacles that sat over his shining emerald eyes. He had purchased them for the same reason he had purchased the ironed white shirt, black slacks, and sensible yellow tie that he was currently wearing. It allowed him to fit in more in this corporate environment. So, he leaned back in his leather office chair. In front of him sat a vast field of statistics, all people segmented by age, gender, quirk type and more, and all of them with varying levels of interest in the Detonarat company. Ignoring a paper plane that whooshed over his head, he focused on crunching the information. If the 18 to 35-year-olds with mutation quirks are the most interested, well, no, I suppose that does make sense, now that Yatsubashi-sama's been expanding into the field of self-help. Quickly, he took hold of the mouse and brought up a new tab. After a few keyboard shortcuts, he found himself facing another wad of information. So, it's the security systems that are most popular with these people? There was not much question as to why that was. For the last few years, the creature rejection clan had been growing in membership. To his memory, at least 5 attacks against persons with mutation-type meta abilities had occurred just in the last 6 months. In that case, we could expand on our campaign for personal protection. What else can we offer in that field, though? Security cameras, unbreakable locks, safes, for some reason. Shampoo, oh, he had accidentally scrolled too far there. With a shake of his head, he clicked back to the original tab. It would probably be a good idea to break into some of our less popular markets. What's our least interested customer base? 1 to 13-year-olds with all quirk types. Somehow, Izuku got the impression that not much could be done, so he went to the second least focused demographic. The elderly, mostly those with emitter quirks. Right? So, it may be a good idea to try and appeal to them. He pondered it for a few minutes. There was nothing else he could do. He would have to hand his findings over to Nakamura and ask for more surveys targeted at elderly demographics. Midoriya sighed as he turned around in his chair so that he was looking out into the walkway beyond his cubicle. It felt so odd to be like this. After only a few months, he was acting like a real businessman. He was focused, concise, a completely different story from the stuttering mess that he had a habit of devolving into when he was in normal Izuku mode. Business Izuku was a different beast altogether. It was like his traits that had made him annoying in high school allowed him to excel in his career. Which was strange and kind of funny, as Midoriya had never once in his life considered a career in business before. And now here he was, barely out of high school and without even a tertiary education. Of course, he knew why that was. Essential nepotism was not exactly the best way for one to obtain a job, but frankly, Midoriya was not picky when it came to finding work. Well, that was probably all he could do for the time being as mentioned earlier, so he cracked his knuckles and started getting to work on the word processor, taking the occasional glance as the framed photograph on his desk, depicting the Midoriya family at the beach. Hisashi was as toned as could be remembered. Inko was still slim, as she had been throughout most of the boy's early childhood, and the mouth of Izuku, who was no older than 5 or 6, was locked in a wide smile and smeared with ice. Looking to the picture always succeeded in awakening some old nostalgic memories. It was a bittersweet experience to do so. Regardless, before long, all tasks were completed and Izuku hit print on the processor, after a few proofreading sessions of course, and the printer on his desk just next to the monitor whirred to life. It was Detonarat brand, from the consumer electronics department, and worked like a charm. Barely 30 seconds passed between sending the command and holding the warm, freshly minted pages in his hands. Once this was completed, he stood up, allowing his legs some articulation, as it had been a good few hours since last he had moved from his chair, which had been during his lunch break. Right. He nodded and quickly peered over the end of his cubicle into the next one where his colleague sat. Quite possibly the most boring-looking woman to have ever existed, she actually looked a bit like if a stock photograph on Google was a real person. Yuri Yatsuba was her name, and her distinguishing trait appeared to be treating everything with mild, emotionless indifference. She was currently working on something of her own, not even looking up at Izuku poked his head over. Yasuba? Midoriya asked, clearing his throat. Even speaking to the woman had proven itself a terrifying ordeal at first, as she never made it clear whether she was listening or not. The young man had eventually managed to get used to it, but it had certainly taken some time. I'm off to take these results to Takada on floor 14. If anyone asks where I am, that's what's going on. For a few moments, Yuri said nothing, continuing to type as her keyboard, until, still not ceasing her work, she gave a sterile, "Sure, go ahead," in response. Speaking to her for prolonged periods of time got weird even for the most seasoned members of the marketing department, so the emerald-haired worker withdrew his head with a hasty, yet genuine, "Thank you," and headed out of his cubicle, down the walkway, following the path he had taken at least twice a day for the last several months of his life, excusing the occasional holiday. He had it all perfectly mapped out in his mind. Walk forward until the first split, then left, then right, then straight ahead some more, straight on at the next split, then another left, and there he was, staring at the wide central pillar that ran up through the entire building, from the lobby to the 66th floor. Of course, it was really just a rather expensive way of covering the elevator, but it still looked impressive, carved from black marble. The elevator door and frame was a clean silver that stood out from the black without being too garish. Shuffling his workload so that he held his papers in one hand, Midoriya pressed the call button, awaiting the lift, tapping his foot on the exquisite blue carpet flooring. Within just a few moments, a ping signaled the lift's arrival, and the door swung open, but standing inside were two people Midoriya had not expected to see whatsoever. Rikiya Yatsubashi and one of his bodyguards, a stocky, well-built man in a plain black suit. "Ah!" Izuku gasped as he quickly bowed. "Mr. President, sir." He wasn't sure quite what to do. Would it be all right to slip in? Would that be violating some sort of code, to share such a confined space with the company founder? These questions were dismissed as the ever-elegant aging man chuckled, gesturing his underling to step inside. "Midoriya, isn't he?" he guessed, but it was obvious that he was simply saying it for show. He knew full well who Deku was. It was just all part of maintaining a professional corporate environment. "Yes, sir, that's me." He nodded as he stepped in, bringing his feet together as he stood in front of the other two occupants with his back to him, stock still like a slightly quivering statue. Yatsubashi's presence was never made any less impressive with repetition. "Tell me, Midoriya, just what are you up to right now?" "Oh, me? Just delivering these to Takada," he explained, turning to face the president. "Just some notes for him to follow in regards to targeting our less represented audiences." "Ah, I see." Rikiya nodded, before then turning to his bodyguard. "Kaneshiro, take these papers off Midoriya's hands and see to it that they're given to Takada." "Yes, sir." The guard nodded as he reached out to take the sheets from Midoriya, who remained more than a little hesitant, asking, "Oh, are you sure, sir? I have no problem with taking them myself. It's not like I have anything else to do dash." "Well, I think it would be a good opportunity to give you something far more productive to do." Yatsubashi noted, and in that instant, Izuku knew immediately what he was talking about. He did have a good point, after all. And so, the marketing consultant handed over his findings to Kaneshiro, who took hold of them. He still wasn't entirely happy with this feeling that he was pawning his work off on somebody else, but Rikiya was just a man who could be easily engaged, and so, Izuku remained quiet, until the elevator reached the 14th floor and the doors slid open, allowing the suited bodyguard to step out. The doors quickly closed behind him, and then the two men were alone. Yatsubashi reached over and pressed the button for the ground floor, and the lift continued to descend. "So, is Kaneshiro-san?" Midoriya struggled to find the words. For obvious reasons, he didn't want to say it out loud. For all he knew, anybody could be listening in, so he only hoped he was getting his point across sufficiently. He seemed to succeed in this as Redestro nodded. "Yes, my boy, he is. I have 5 personal bodyguards. All of them are trusted members of the army. And all are very trustworthy." Kaneshiro was a former police officer, exposed for trigger possession. "As much as I admire the strong, I also value the weak who make an attempt to increase their strength, although I find the use of that drag disgusting, so I offered him a job. All of them are like that, like you even Midoriya, young men who had nowhere to go and no prospects in life. Disgraced cops, former Yakuza, all kinds of people who deserve a second chance. Now enough of that exposition. He gave a dry chuckle. Have you yet attended the facility in Daika? The way he asked the question made it quite clear that he already knew the answer. Regardless, Izuku hung his head a little, unable to stave off a pang of guilt. No, sir. I haven't had the time yet. I've just been preoccupied with work and dash. Well then, now sounds like a better time then. Ever. Yatsubashi placed a reassuring hand on his employee's shoulder. I was heading over to the hideout to discuss some important plans. I'd more than appreciate it if you came along with me. Another chuckle. I'm sure nobody would mind if you took the rest of the day off work. Who are they going to complain to, me? No, my boy, all shall be fine. Well, if you're entirely sure. I have never been more sure in my life, and I am a man of great confidence. Rikia assured as the elevator reached the ground floor, the doors sliding open with a hiss. Now come. I do believe Geeton shall be there today. He can assist with any training you may need. Exiting first the lift, then the lobby, the duo stepped outside. Midoriya's attention immediately struck by the scene of carnage to the left of them. Whole parts of the street were torn up, water soaked the ground, and most notably, a youngish-looking guy with shoulder-length turquoise hair was in the process of being placed in the back of a prisoner transport vehicle. Clearly, the aftermath of some sort of villain attack, and said villain was not taking it very well, cursing and yelling as he was dragged by officers. For his part, Yatsubashi showed absolutely no interest in this, as he simply opened the back door to a sleek black Nissan GTR, complete with blacked-out windows, that looked like it cost more than Izuku's annual salary could cover. Do get in, my boy, he urged, to which Midoriya complied. So this was how traveling in luxury felt: heated seats of genuine leather and a clean, sterile smell in the air. A short older gentleman in another of those black suits sat just in front at the driver's side, and just a few seconds later, the door on the other side to Izuku opened and Rikia stepped in, flattening out his pinstripe suit, which on this day was a dark purple. Daika, please. The driver nodded without question, and the engine purred into life and the car started to roll away, leaving the scene of chaos behind it. And as it drove, Yatsubashi sighed ever so slightly, bringing a hand up to tame his ginger hair. I recognize that fellow, he noted, completely unprompted and out of nowhere, certainly throwing Izuku for a loop. That gentleman we saw being loaded into the back of a police van. His name was Yamamoto, I believe. A petty thief all his life, not very many prospects by any means. This was the first time Rikia had shown any acknowledgement whatsoever of the scene that had unfolded in front of his company's building. In fact, I only met him on one occasion. I believe a pair of the Model 4 Detonarat band scaling boots had leaked onto the black market a few months ahead of the official release, and he had come upon a pair. His grin widened, and in that second, Rikia Yatsubashi became Redestro, the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army, under the condition that we could rely on him as a foot soldier when the time came. One of many despondents who we struck a deal with. Midoriya was able to put the rest together in his mind. So that was how the army recruited so many willing members. A combination of those who truly believed in their ideals and those who owed favors. He got the feeling that the latter category would not last long if Redestro achieved his perfect world. But, if he was using those boots, and the police caught him. The middle-aged man's grin was mischievous. My dear boy, it appears that somebody installed a small chip that allows the equipment to be destroyed if the user's heartbeat becomes too erratic. How convenient for us, no? We would perhaps have some problems if the police traced those boots back to Detonarat. Of course, sir. Deku looked out of his window, the city flashing past on the journey out of Mizudafu and towards Daika. Thousands of buildings, hundreds of thousands of people. Just what role would all of them play in a liberated world? Or even heroes? Would there be a place for such types any longer? Certainly not him. Once again, Izuku returned to deep below ground, experiencing all those familiar sensations from the previous day. The glamour of the lobby, the tingling nerves during the descent to the subground levels, the metallic, Shetler-esque walls, the scan and the hiss as a hand was recognized on that door. This time it was Deku's own hand, and the enormity of the main control room for the MLA, as Midoriya stood up on the catwalk, leaning on the railing as he watched fellow liberators scurry around below him. Fellow liberators? That still felt so strange to think of, the idea that he was one of them. A terrorist? A criminal? No, surely he couldn't get anywhere by worrying all the time. He had made his bed, he could not now demand a different one. He was simply one of them now. And, deep within the inner recesses of his mind, that didn't feel so bad at all. Not one bit. It in fact felt more soothing than anything else. The feeling of belonging, something he had never experienced before. All his life, he wanted to help people, but he never had the means. First he was quirkless, then cursed with a quirk that was so dangerous he dared not use it for the last 3 years of his life, as if he was right back at square one. But finally, something just clicked. This felt oh so wrong and yet oh so right at the same time. Impressive sheet, huh? Came that vaguely familiar teenaged voice to his left, and Izuku was only a little shocked to see Mustard having appeared out of nowhere, also leaning on the railing, as they looked out over the main control room. Decades of planning, so many hardships, it all culminates in this one room. Not bad for a group of assumed defunct terrorists. There it was, that odd tang of bitterness that was always present in the young boy's voice, the voice of someone who had gone through far too much at far too young an age. Midoriya had actually considered looking up some info about the teenage villain, and had tried a few searches, but had obtained mostly nothing. An embargo remained on the case. Everything from his family to his past to his true name was hidden from the public. Considering his age, he was always referred to as simply the offender, or something much like that. It was unmistakably odd that such a young kid was wrapped in so much mystery and secrecy. It seemed wrong in a way. Not like anything could be done about it. Oh, hey Mustard. Deku nodded, forcing a smile onto his face as he pushed those thoughts back down to the depths of his mind. It wasn't polite to speculate on the circumstances of others, and Mustard did not seem the type who appreciated people taking an interest. How have things been going while I was away? Nothing much. The 16-year-old examined his fingernails, picking out some grime lodged beneath a few of them. Curious came over. Actually just a few hours ago, you might still get a chance to run into her. Explained that more info would come soon, shocker. I guess they want to wait until the last second to give us the whole plan. Can't exactly say I blame him. To this, Midoriya nodded, continuing to look out at the techies below, working on their computers or talking to Redestro, who stood down at the front of the room. Then he remembered something Yatsubashi had told him on his previous trip, and turned around so that he was fully facing Mustard. The villain picked up on this and adjusted his body language, expecting a question to come his way. Sure enough, he got one in the form of, do you know anywhere where I'd be able to practice my quirk? For a few moments, Mustard mulled over the question in his mind, although not long at all passed before he reached an answer and nodded to his comrade. Yeah, I know. You'll want to go see Geaton. Go down. He pointed down to a door at the far end of the catwalk. There, and take the first right, into the meta-comprehension room. Don't worry, most of the rooms have really pretentious names. It's just a training room. Tall, dark and weirdly effeminate will generally be hanging out there. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Oh. Izuku nodded along to the instructions like a bobblehead. Thanks. Don't mention it. Mustard went back to looking over the railing as he reached up to his shoulder holster, worn over a plain white button-up, and pulled out the same .38 from previously, looking over it. Clearly, he cared about his gun. That was a little weird, but then again, everybody needed a hobby. Regardless, Midoriya took off in the direction that had been pointed out to him. Hopefully, Geaton would be cooperative. Well, to be honest, Izuku couldn't quite tell what Geaton was. Male? Female? An adult? The kid like Mustard? It seemed unlikely that a young member would be elected a primary lieutenant, but who really knew? Their snow-white hair was long, coming down long past their shoulders, and their features were soft, with rounded eyes and delectable eyelashes. They were sitting down on a packing crate to the side of the positively ginormous training room, stocked with everything a quirk user could need, and looking up at Deku as they held a shot glass full of solidified ice in one hand. "You want help?" They were a person of few words clearly, their sentences as choppy and awkward as Izuku's own, except in a less nervous and more just generally quiet way. "Yes, please," the young man asked, having already removed his tie and bunched it up in his pocket. His sleeves were rolled up to show off his slim arms, of which the scars from the previous time he had used one for all had not yet healed. Even looking at them brought back memories that he would rather have kept hidden, but sometimes it could not be helped. A long sigh followed as Geeton rubbed their eyes. They almost looked a little tired, which likely made sense if the stories of them spending all day every day training were true. "If you really want. But I'll need to know what your meta ability is like." "Oh, of course." Izuku had been expecting that, bringing a lone finger up to scratch his neck nervously as he launched into an explanation. "My ability's called, well, actually, it never really got a name." He rubbed the back of his head anxiously. It probably was not a good idea to divulge its name, considering the connection to All Might. "It kind of appeared later in my life than most kids. I was around 14 or 15 when it manifested." He watched the normally placid soldier's thin eyebrows shoot up in surprise at that, which was expected. When it came to quirks, late bloomer typically meant developing around the ages of 5, 6, maybe even 7. But well into one's teens? It was ridiculous. Yeah. Basically, it allows me to HRSS raw energy and have a higher power output. Essentially super strength. The thing is, though this was going to get awkward to explain. Luckily, Geeton cut in at this exact moment, standing up from the box and dusting down their beige winter overcoat that they constantly wore. "I read your file, Initiate Deku. You snapped all your limbs like twigs when you tried using it." "Well, you aren't wrong." The green-haired young man sighed, wincing at the memory. A meta ability like that? A lot of raw power, probably too much. I mean, anyone could tell you that it's too much power to control." Pausing for a moment, the strange liberator flicked up their fur-rimmed hood, obscuring their entire face, save for their eyes which almost seemed to glow ever so slightly in the shadows. "So if that's the case then, powerful limits come with powerful abilities." Slowly, they strolled over to a running artificial lake that stretched through a segment of the training room, their back to Midoriya. Confused, Izuku decided all he could do was follow, heading over to the edge of the lake. If he was able to rewind time, he certainly would not have done that again. In a flash, as Geeton let out a grunt, the water in the lake suddenly changed completely, freezing in an instant and spilling out, forming a pillar underneath the lieutenant that was only growing taller and taller, and it was not a clean pillar by any means, with hundreds of jagged edges that could cause a major mess all on their own. A dense chill descended upon the room as Deku forced himself to take a few steps back, as he looked up at Geeton, who now towered above him, more frozen water coiling around his hands. "My meta ability is pretty simple," he explained. "I control ice. All ice in any state." Just what was he getting at? Why was he showing off his quirk like that? Was it just to demonstrate his own power? As a matter of fact, no. "I want you to knock me off my pillar of ice." They noted, loud enough for Izuku to hear, but just barely. "I've made it to be more fragile than I usually would, since this is your first time in years. I won't fight back and shall generate no more ice in an attempt to stop you. I'll give you 10 minutes, and I expect to be lying face down on the floor once those 10 minutes are up." "Wait, what?" "Starting now." That was it. Those two words had suddenly spun everything into motion. Midoriya's mind was racing at millions of miles per hour. Just what was going on? Just a few seconds ago, everything had seemed so normal, and now he wasn't ready. He had approached Geeton expecting some basic pointers, maybe a few hints on throwing punches. Nothing like this. "Don't just stand there like an idiot all day," they instructed. "I'm not gonna come down myself out of pity for you." Realizing his gormless state, Deku took another step back. How had this even happened? It was all so sudden. How could he ever? All Might would never have taken that as an excuse. Life was all about adapting to uncertain situations. So what if it wasn't fair? He was just going to have to do it anyway. The only question left was, what could he do? The first thought to enter his mind was concentrating the energy in his finger and using a blast of air to knock Giten from their point, but no, that couldn't work. He was indoors, deep below ground. He wouldn't have the sufficient atmosphere to carry out that plan. Even if he could, what guarantee did he have that he wouldn't break his bones all over again? No, damn it, that just wasn't viable enough. Maybe he could try and punch through the pillar? The creator had mentioned that they had made it weaker than usual. If he could? No, that isn't sustainable. He groaned inwardly. No point if I'm just gonna end up shattering like last time. He had to find some way to knock Giten down without abusing his body. Maybe, if he didn't use his quirk, those jagged spikes certainly looked like he could possibly get a hold on them. True, scaling up the pillar by hand and pushing Giten off wasn't exactly the most elegant plan, but as long as he could get his opponent off, and maybe then, they could actually start learning something useful. Izuku's nervous expression was replaced by a mask of confidence as he adopted an action stance as he felt his muscles tense up. It seemed like this was his best solution to the problem. Better than nothing at the very least. And so, taking in a deep breath, Midoriya sprinted. He ran forward in a way he had not done since that fateful day with the sludge villain so many years ago, the day his life had teased a turn for the better, and as he leapt, he grabbed a hold of one of the jutting spikes with both hands. It was cold, painfully so even. But he was not prepared to let that deter him at all, as he essayed in his lungs and, keeping hold with one hand, he reached out with the other to grab another of the spikes just above him. For a second, he floundered as his hand slipped right off, but a second reach proved successful, as he took hold of the freezing structure. He was almost certain that his hands were starting to turn blue, but the young man ignored this as he moved up so that both hands were now on the one icicle. Alright, he could do this. Looking up, there was still quite a way to go, but he would do it. He wasn't going to stop. And so, gradually, he progressed. Every leap taken, every long stretch, all started to add up as he scaled the pillar of pure ice. After a while, he stopped even noticing the cold. His mind was razor-sharp and laser-focused on the task at hand. He was going to do it. He was going to knock Giten-san off that high horse. But then, as it had all been going so well, things turned disastrous in a fraction of a second. The spike Midoriya clung onto with both hands suddenly cracked off from the pillar, as did the one he was standing on. Left with nothing to suspend him, he tried desperately to cling onto something, anything, but without avail, and he plummeted straight to the ground, where he very nearly knocked himself clean out. Clutching his head, Midoriya quickly rose to one knee, looking through squinted eyes. All but a few of the spikes had melted away, and Giten stood on the edge of the pillar shaking their head. I can manipulate all ice, remember? They pointed out. Giten. You said you wouldn't dash. I said I wouldn't attack you or create any more structures from my ice. I said nothing about melting down the ice I already had created. Besides, I'm not gonna do anything to help you in later training if you don't show me what your quirk can do. Clever trick, but I don't want to see tricks right now. Another shake of their head. It was obvious that they believed Deku had zero chance. And were they really wrong? It wasn't like his quirk could even function properly without tearing him apart. It was all so very useless. There was no chance he was going to succeed, it just was not plausible. His one chance had been dashed, the spikes were now far too spaced out for any normal person to climb, so that was now completely out of the picture as an option. If I could. The idea struck him in an instant and he immediately recognized it as one of his stupidest and least effective. And yet, it was also probably his best shot, his only remaining shot. Surely, the odds must have been stacked high against it ever succeeding in any reasonable manner. He had to think like All Might would have. And that meant punching right through the plausible and trying anyway. 5 minutes. Giten called out. Whether they meant 5 past or 5 left did not really matter, even if they were not the same thing at the end of the day. Midoriya wouldn't need 5 minutes for this. In fact, he would probably be able to pull it off in the space of about 30 seconds, if things didn't go wrong. And that was a very big if. His mind clear, Deku ran forward, allowing the awesome power of One for All to course through his veins. It was a truly electrifying sensation. His whole body felt more alive than it had ever been. And yet, Midoriya knew the dangers of this throbbing energy more than anybody else. The key would be to strike quickly and efficiently and prioritas. Could he even do this? He was about to find out. Reaching the pillar, without even stopping, for it was integral he kept his momentum, Izuku leapt up, planting one foot on one of the very few remaining spikes that was just low enough for him to vault. And as he did this, he willed all this energy to surge to one point of his body. He felt it drain from his neck, from his arms, from his chest, all towards his foot. And in a split second, it happened. Izuku Midoriya, Deku, let loose a vicious cry as all that raw pent-up power triangulated in one point and released on his foot. And in that moment he felt nothing. None of the pain in his left leg, none of the G-force desperately holding him back. All he could feel was pure adrenaline as he soared upwards, the power released from One for All combining with the momentum from the running start to launch him straight up, up, up. He easily cleared the top of the pillar, forcing the creator to stumble back, evidently shocked by what they were witnessing. And as he reached his peak, knowing that he would be unable to go any higher, not that he even needed to, Deku spun, preparing to head downwards. He ignored all the pain in his body as he plummeted straight down. And as he did, he reached out with one arm, grabbing Giton's coat. The Liberator put up a struggle, but found themselves being pulled right off the edge, likely due to the shock of what they had just witnessed dulling their usually honed natural abilities. And so they fell. They fell and they fell and they fell. And as his cheeks were assaulted by the speed, his green hair billowing behind him, Izuku for the first time realized the consequences of his actions. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He hadn't even considered the landing. Suddenly, a wall of ice shot from the pillar in a curved motion, not unlike a slide, catching the two and breaking their fall. Only for a few seconds, however, as the strength of One for All blasted right through with a blood-curdling crunch and continued on downwards. The last thing Midoriya heard was the frantic, panicked yelling of Giton, as that icy facade slipped away both literally and metaphorically. And then all went black. How long had it been? An hour? 2? A few days? These questions were rushing through Izuku Midoriya's dazed mind and were of course the first questions to come to him as his eyes slowly opened. Well, at least partially. His left eye couldn't quite open all the way, so he was stuck with a limited peripheral vision. Regardless, he could still make out his surroundings. That same metallic underground theme on the walls, but far brighter and more inviting. Bright lights hung overhead and he appeared to be in what looked like a hospital bed. His body was covered by a sheet, but he found some sort of solace in the fact that all the pain rushing through him at least meant he was still alive. God, he had been so stupid. Focusing One for All in one central point, blasting off that high? What had he expected to do? He hadn't thought for a second. That was his mistake. Slowly, he turned his head and saw two figures looking at him. The first one was quickly recognized as the blue-skinned Chitose Kazuki, her black eyes filled with slight worry as she looked over Deku. The second was a man he didn't recognize, a handsome man who looked to maybe be in his late 20s or early 30s, with curled reddish-brown hair, a chiseled face, hazel eyes that radiated intelligence and quite the interesting outfit. From what Izuku could see through his slightly impaired vision, it consisted of a vibrant orange shirt from the collar of which hung a green biolo tie, underneath a black waistcoat. He definitely looked like quite the distinguished gentleman, and in contrast to Kazuki's concern, he looked more passive. Chitose took notice of Midoriya and noted he's awake. Seiko, notify Redestro. Right away, my dear lady. The man, whose name was evidently Seiko, responded, pulling a simple burner phone from his pocket. He spoke with a theatrical accent. Clearly he was the type of man who was very experienced in high society. While people like Curious and Trumpet had obviously come across wealth and success later in life, this man very much felt like the type of kid who had been born with a silver spoon. Just like Katsuki Bakugo had been. Hey there, She smiled tentatively as Mr. Seiko spoke to someone, presumably Yatsubashi, on the phone. You've been out for a while there, kid. Izuku's voice was hoarse. He desperately needed a glass of water. What? We saw the whole thing, Seiko and I. The lieutenant explained as she rested her hands, which were clad in a pair of extremely expensive leather gloves, on the railing of the bed. Midoriya had once seen his mother admiring the very same pair in a shop window. We showed up just in time to watch you launch yourself. If I can say, it was super impressive stuff, but then you fell and didn't stop falling. You're lucky Seiko managed to catch you both before you hit the ground, or we would have had some serious issues. And Geaton. All he could think of was the quiet soldier whom he had so carelessly risked the well-being, and perhaps even the life of. He's all right, kid. The worst injury was to his pride. She paused for a moment. He was really expecting you to fail. I think it miffed him a bit when you didn't. I wouldn't worry, he's been through worse. Leaning over, Kizuki worked on propping up the pillows behind Deku's head. Here kid, can you try sitting up? No pressure, of course. Izuku did as was requested of him without a moment's hesitation, getting a better look around the room, just as Seiko finished his phone call. The Grand Commander says he shall be here in a few minutes. Good. Curious nodded. Oh, Deku, you're probably wondering who this is. This charmer here's Atsuhiro Seiko dash. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my boy. Atsuhiro bowed dramatically. Otherwise known as Mr. Compress. A right crafty little git. Mister, I've heard of you. Midoriya muttered as he looked up. Yeah, Mr. Compress, the successor to the peerless thief. Seiko seemed very proud of himself. The very same. But dash, he raised a green eyebrow. Last I heard, you were allied with the League of, you were present when All Might dash. This must have been that villain Mustard had mentioned back during Deku's induction. See, the full story is not generally relayed to the public. I supposed it rarely is when such matters are involved. The villain looked at his watch. We have some time. Allow me to explain to you the story of what became of the League of Villains. The scene laid out was one of pure destruction and nothing less, like a set from an apocalyptic disaster film, almost to a near-perfect T. Plumes of smoke and columns of twisting, unpredictable flame filled the purple night sky, the ground was torn up, piping was destroyed, entire buildings were eradicated, and in the middle of it all stood two battle-weary figures. One, the white-haired Tomura Shigaraki, the other the #1 pro hero, All Might. Not that the latter was looking especially like a true pro in that moment. In fact, he was little more than frail skin and bone, a skeletal husk of a man who, in spite of his appearance and obvious lack of power, was demonstrating a clear refusal to back down as he stood, a combat stance adopted even as he panted like a wounded dog and grasped at his shattered ribcage with one hand. He looked utterly pathetic, yet was still clinging on. This much, even Mr. Compress could tell as he lay quite a distance away, in the carcass of a burnt-out building, hiding amongst the rubble alongside his colleague, the two both watching the drama unfold. Were he in a more jovial mood, Seiko would perhaps have made a quip about having front-row seats to the greatest show on earth. However, in his current state, his main mask was shattered, his ski mask was torn and ripped, tufts of reddish-brown hair sticking out from it, his yellow greatcoat was a total write-off, and he felt a constant sinking sensation in the pits of his stomach. It seems, he observed as the two titans of opposing worlds eyed each other down, that our shadowy orchestrator in the breathing apparatus was able to weaken All Might significantly before his own demise. Christ, did I ask for a running commentary? Asked the black-haired and black-hearted Dobby sharply as he lay next to Compress, looking no better for wear than his compatriot did. I swear, I should have partnered up with the kid. At least she knows when to keep her mouth shut. A talent neither of us possess, evidently. Atsuhiro retorted quietly as he continued to watch on. Aside from their hushed voices, the only sounds on the battlefield was the steady rotating of helicopter blades above as the media collected their footage of the fight like the vultures they so clearly were. Right in between the two, marking the center point, lay the body of what had once been the greatest villain in Japan, nay in the world. A name that Compress had known and held in decent regard since childhood. And there he was, the undying symbol of fear, quite irreversibly dead. The battle had raged on for how long? Seiko had lost track some time after he and the rest of the league had been warped to this location, that he had quickly determined as Kamino Ward. However, it was quite obvious that at least a few hours had passed, and now, the climax finally seemed to be approaching. They all had their parts to play in the story, and the rest of the league were going to prepare to go through a quiet PRD. Just as All for One had foreseen, they would have to go deep underground. But not Shigaraki. Shigaraki's fate would be decided on this very plane. A battle for supremacy indeed. Tomura Shigaraki. All Might gasped, his voice weak and fragile, nothing like the booming, confident tones that the symbol of peace usually adopted. It's all true. You are Nana Shimura's. Ha! Tomura's voice was mocking, teetering on the very brink of insanity, as he stared All Might down. Shimura? I don't think I've heard the name before. Sounds kinda familiar. Wait. Pausing, the villain reached up and removed his usually omnipresent father from his face. Seiko could not see Tomura's expression from his angle and was frankly very glad that he could not, for he did rather want to be able to sleep for the next several weeks, assuming he got out of this mess. I think Master mentioned her once or twice. Master meant everything to me. The scratchy voice lowered, becoming even more sinister. You took away Master. All this bullshit about peace and forgiveness? Well, guess what? I'll never forgive you for what you've done. All for One brainwashed you, Shigaraki. The hero protested. But it's clear that there's nothing I can do to bring you back. He broke you completely. Nah. Shigaraki's voice was yet again angry as he took several paces forward. He didn't, he put me back together. You're the one who broke me. This whole rotten society. Just die, please. A nervous, sadistic giggle erupted from his throat as he stepped forward again. All Might readied himself. Mr. Compress, however, had seen enough. He looked to Dabi and both of them knew that they had no reason nor need to stay around any longer. Doing so would just be detrimental and could risk them both. See you on the other side? He offered his hand to help his comrade out of the dirt, dusting down his own clothes with his other hand. Dabi grinned as he stood without accepting Seiko's help. Whatever. You sure boss man won't get pissy at us? He knows the plan, as do you and I. For the time being, splitting up the League of Villains is the best option. If it can minimize as many casualties as possible. What of Bakugo? He'll be long gone by now. Already, Seiko was on the move, vaulting over debris as he made his way out of the arena, keeping low so that none of the news teams or, heaven forbid, another intervening hero, spotted him. This was it. He looked back once more to Tomura Shigaraki and then pulled his hat down low over his eyes and disappeared away into the night. On that day, All Might had died, murdered by Tomura Shigaraki. A memorial had been held mere days later, and a statue was erected in his honor on the very site of the battle. A further 3 heroes died that night. Their names were inscribed on a plaque at the base of the All Might statue. The League of Villains benefactor and presumed head, All for One, had died earlier on in the battle, killed by All Might and some other pros. It took 5 heroes to topple him, but topple he eventually did. Due to his raw power and control over the criminal underworld, his remains had been cremated in a secured facility off the grid. Tomura Shigaraki, captain of the League of Villains, had disappeared after sustaining heavy injuries. He was last seen standing atop All Might's corpse and his fate remained unknown. League of Villains members Shuichi Iguchi and Kurojiri had been arrested by police while trying to flee the scene of the battle. It was believed that the latter had knowledge on Shigaraki's whereabouts, but he never revealed them and was sentenced to life in the Tartarus complex, while Iguchi was sentenced to a minimum of 40 years for his relatively minor role in the League's crimes. League of Villains members Himiko Toga, Jin Babaigawara and Kenji Hikishi escaped into the night, where their fates remained unknown. And finally, League of Villain members Atsuhiro Seiko and Dabi escaped the scene. Shortly after the end of the battle, both were highly publicized as being the most dangerous members of the League at large after Shigaraki due to the former's intellect and the latter's body. Eventually, 2 years later, it was revealed that Dabi was Tuya Todoroki, son of pro-hero Endeavor, who had faced flack for his role in the villain's life, but ultimately continued as a hero, sitting as the #1 pro for some time until he was dethroned by the hero Hawks. As for the two villains, rumors persisted in the underworld that both had found roles within the long-believed defunct Meta Liberation Army. 19 days until the NHA festival. And that, the curly-haired man concluded, is what happened on the night of All Might's death. I am aware that for the longest time, it was believed we were still in operation, but the fact of the matter is that we did indeed disband following that battle. The League of Villains was simply put no more. I see. Izuku Midoriya muttered as he sat up in the hospital bed, both his eyes and Chitosa's on Seiko as he spoke. He had to admit, for a villain, Mr. Compress certainly had a way with words. His DLVI was the kind that would have made for a very good author, or maybe a voice for audiobooks. Midoriya probably would have listened to things narrated by him, at least. I guess that makes sense. There were rumors floating around online that all kinds of things happened to the League, but any forums mentioning the group never lasted for very long. I'm certainly not surprised our organization was blacklisted. Atsuhiro added as he walked from the foot of the bed back to alongside Ms. Curious. It would have no doubt been a rather large nightmare for any security agency having to trawl through all mentions of us in order to determine what was harmless speculation and what was something more. I have no envy for the men assigned to that job, I cannot deny. Needless to say, it was not long after that when Shigaraki disappeared even from our sites. For a PRD of time, we could contact him by phone, but one day, he simply stopped answering. So that must have been when he was apprehended by the Liberation Army. Desperate and rapidly declining in funds, Dabi and I made a deal to seek out the Meta Liberation Army. I happened to align with their ideals at least somewhat, and we both needed some sort of organization to provide us with funding, and that's how we came to be. The story finished, Midoriya slowly craned his head to look up at the ceiling, not an easy task when one considered how bright the overhead lamps were. So, Dabi, that's the flame villain, the Todoroki son, he's here too? The Todoroki scandal had been all over the place, not even just the internet. The media, people in the street, everyone was talking about it. There had been calls to investigate the father, Enji Todoroki, and the new #1 pro, but these had never come to fruition. Endeavor's deplatforming had only come about because, more than the drama, people simply grew bored of him. Seiko nodded. The very same. Well, not here, person. He's with a different regiment from you and I. And so, that is where we stand. He chuckled. They didn't trust us at first, of course, I would have expected no less, but I think they've mostly come around to my charm. In response to this, Curious rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. What? You dropped the constant armed guard on myself and Dabi, did you not? Only because you were declared not quite enough of a threat to bother anymore. Plus, Flame Boy was getting antsy. Can't say I really blame him. Please now, Curious. Came the sudden, unmistakable voice of Rikiya Yatsubashi from the other end of the room. Tilting his head over, Izuku saw the man standing in the doorway. That odd black pulsating substance was present on his face, if only slightly, and it was sinking away again as he further stepped inside the medical bay. Kazuki and Seiko immediately formed the salute without hesitation. Midoriya thought about emulating them, but his arms were still too stiff to raise. Grand Commander, sir. At ease. He encouraged as he walked up to the bed. His smile was as wide as it was forced as he looked down. Deku, you caused quite the stir around the base. Why, I always knew you were bright, but as bright as you were. My boy, that was unexpected. Izuku didn't quite follow. I beg your pardon, sir? The training, my boy. Geeton told me the full story. This time, the smile became slimmer, yes, but also far more genuine. To think of using your meta ability to propel yourself instead of going for a direct attack. Maybe I should have put you in the tactical regiment. He joked, taking a seat. And minimal injuries, too. Midoriya had been waiting for the opportunity to ask, although he truly dreaded what answer may come. He needed to know just how badly he had busted himself up. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, not in the slightest. Note how I did say minimal. You were quite amazingly lucky there, To have gotten away with little more than a sprained ankle, he explained. Yes, it was twisted up quite badly, but nothing worse than that. I knew that your meta ability had a tendency to backfire on yourself, but this was a significantly better deal than your previous incident. Not full. Izuku shook his head weakly. I didn't operate at full power. I just focused a bit of it in one leg. I didn't let it flow through my entire body. I don't really know how much power I used, but it certainly wasn't all. This confession greatly interested Yatsubashi, who tiled his sharp head as he listened to what his newest recruit said. So, you weren't functioning at maximum capacity? Of course, I see. He nodded in understanding as his beam grew. Moderation, Deku, is not something I anticipated. But of course, it makes perfect sense. Oh, congratulations, initiate Deku. His eyes were positively sparkling. I knew I saw wonderful things in you. Izuku felt pride swelling up in his system, lodging in his throat and making even speaking a slight difficulty. This was a feeling he had not been accustomed to in a long time. Not since All Might had he felt this kind of pride in his own abilities. Wondrous, it felt amazing. And yet, he still had something important to ask, and so he tried to fight through the swelling in his throat. No need to worry about that. Rikiya stated with a dismissive wave of his hand. I took the liberty of contacting your mother after I was told of your admittance to the infirmary. As far as she is aware, you twisted your ankle coming out of the office. One of my men saw you and helped you back inside where we treated you in our private labs. The back of his head with a self-deprecating chuckle. Your mother truly isn't a fan of privatized healthcare, as I was quick to learn. A lovely woman though, she was worried about you. So, chin up, you'll hopefully be able to leave in a few hours. My driver will take you home from there. That was good to hear. It made him feel so wrong to be complicit in pulling the wool over his mother's eyes, but as long as Inko was happy and believed her son to be safe, that was all right. He gave a murmured, "Thank you, sir," as Redestro left the room, giving one final salute. Don't mention it. I shall see you soon, initiate. And with that he was gone, disappearing off to deal with other aspects of running the army, leaving Izuku with his two comrades. I must admit, the Grand Commander is quite the benevolent fellow when he wants to be. Mr. Compress was quick to point out, prompting Midoriya to turn his head back to look at those two. Curious face was caught up in thoughtful contemplation. Your abilities quite the powerhouse then, huh kid? She asked, her eyes focused on the doorway where Yatsubashi had stood mere moments ago. I mean, that was a pretty impressive release of energy there, all put in one point. Yeah. It's scary stuff. Midoriya trailed, unsure of what else to say. Clearly noting the melancholic expression on his face, the lieutenant raised her right hand. Figured. Chin up, okay? It's way more common to have a self-destructive meta ability than you'd think. She comforted him with, launching into an explanation. I mean, even personally, my ability's called landmine. Anything I touch becomes an explosive device, from inanimate objects to other people to even myself. Slowly, she used her left hand to peel away the expensive glove from her right. Of course, I learned that much the hard way. It must have been 20 years ago now, probably more. I was just a kid, enjoying a bottle of cola at the time. And with that, she pulled away the glove. A clean division could be seen. Her arm was of that fleshy blue skin tone, but at the wrist, it suddenly completely changed to something mechanical, a prosthetic hand that whirred and clicked as she flexed her artificial fingers. Blew it clean off. Dad Diamenir had a heart attack when he found out. Oh. Izuku felt his emerald irises widen as he looked on at his superior's disfigurement. I'm so sorry. Don't be. Casually, she blew a strand of silver hair out of her eyes. I've had this for a long time now. Honestly, prosthetics are kick-ass. It adds a bit of individuality, you feel? What I was trying to do with this tale is explain that you aren't alone in causing yourself harm with your own power. It's far from freakish, it's a hell of a lot more normal than you would expect. So please, don't beat yourself up too much, 'kay? Promise me that, Deku. Since when have you been such a nurturing figure? Seiko muttered as he adjusted his necktie. Kazuki grinned. I've taken it up. Of course you have. As the two bantered, Izuku Midoriya did little else but look up to the ceiling yet again from the bed as his mind raced thousands of miles faster than his body could ever hope to do. He had managed to use one for all without tearing himself to pieces completely. That was just amazing to think of. For so many years he had been terrified of even letting the slightest hint of his power show for fear of actually killing himself, but there was some sort of relief. And that thought could not help but produce a small wry smile on his face. Maybe, just maybe, joining the Meta Liberation Army was not a decision he needed to regret. Maybe, it would ultimately be the betterment of himself. It was a comforting idea to keep him company, as he gently tilted his head to the side, back towards the door. And although he was certain his mind was playing tricks on him, still a little disoriented from staring up at the light, he could almost swear he saw somebody. A muscular figure, made of pure shadow, lurking just beyond the door frame. And in a split second, it was gone. Either a trick of the light, or maybe just another soldier off on some sort of errand. Yeah, that was the most likely explanation. 13 days until the Enichi festival. Night was starting to fall upon Japan, coating the whole country in the faint orange glow of the setting sun, a glow that shone down on Izuku Midoriya, illuminating all facets of him from his vividly green eyes to the beads of sweat rolling down his face as he proceeded with his exercises in the small lark area, just around the front of the apartment complex. It was a wonderful little spot for training, sealed off from the hustle of the world beyond by tall, hand-planted trees that provided an agreeable amount of privacy and the stretches of green, around which looped a small, clean path that was essentially perfect for sprinting. This was where the young man had spent every evening that had passed since his encounter with Geaton at the headquarters. In his loose, rugged tracksuit, making the most of every available hour to train. As he performed his 20th push-up, making that his new record for 30 seconds, his eyes glanced down to the brace on his left ankle, Detonarat branded, that had been something of a metaphorical lifesaver for him. It acted very quickly and very efficiently, essentially using a series of mechanisms too complicated for Midoriya to begin to understand to straighten out the ankle while negating any of the negative consequences. It wasn't perfect, it was heavy as all sin, and Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he had a bomb strapped to his leg, but it would more than do the job until he fully healed. Concluding his push-ups with a grunt in exertion and shifting his body so that he lay against the stump of a great, tall tree, Midoriya took the bottle of water that he had left lying there and popped the cap off without hesitation, bringing it up to his lips and letting the cool liquid soothe his dry throat. That never failed to do the job, and was exactly what he needed. As he set the bottle down once more, the young man looked up at the sky, coated in all of those beautiful stars as if an artist had daintily placed them there with unmatched precision and grace. A calming sight to be sure, and one that he was all too happy to see. Then, he drew his gaze down to his hand. The scars were still present, the scars from all those years ago. The scars that were inflicted not by a villain or any other external force, but by the terrifying power of one for all and nothing more. Looking at these scars that streaked across his palm, his knuckles, his wrist and right up his arm, concealed under the light tracksuit jacket brought back all of those memories. He had gone into that exam nervous but oh so hopeful. He had been a complete and utter fool. All Might had warned him of the dangers of the quirk, but he had rushed straight in, acted stupid, and nearly lost all of his limbs in the process. Even then, he had held on to some twisted hope that high grades alone would have been able to earn him admission. As he laid in that hospital bed for weeks on end, all he thought about was the result. Mom and Dad had visited constantly, All Might had come over in his weakened form, and apologized profusely at least 3 separate times. Izuku had paid attention to very little of this. All that mattered was the result to him. He knew of the impending rejection, but it stung no less to see it in print form, in official UA lettering. The complete destruction of everything he had held dear had all started, and maybe even ended, with that. And the more he had thought about it, the more he had questioned why he even longed for heroism in the first place. It had all been inspired by All Might all those years ago, that stupid YouTube clip of him saving all those people. That had set his desires in motion, that had inspired him. Or had it? Maybe it had been even earlier. As a kid, out and about all over the place, he always saw heroes. On TV, on the streets, in stores, it was everywhere, shoved down his throat from as soon as he could comprehend basic Japanese. Even before he learned of the All Might clip. And then, of course, there was Kaken. Bakugo had always been the one dead set on heroism, since they could first talk. He knew from the very start what he wanted out of life. And Izuku. Even at a young age, he had respected that, and wanted to emulate it, to have a concrete goal and core beliefs. So, he had imprinted on Katsuki's. Were they ever his own? He didn't even know. Having fun. That familiar voice shook Midoriya from his introspection, as he turned his head in the direction of the voice, seeing just about the last person he had expected to walk up right outside his home. Standing there, grasping a can of lemon Fanta in one hand and with the other dug into the pocket of his black leather jacket, stood Mustard, his golden hair, jacket and white undershirt ruffling in the light breeze. Midoriya was pretty certain that his eyes had widened, although he could not be sure, as the boy came over and leaned up on the tree Izuku lay against, using one leg to support himself as he took a swig from the can. Mustard? The very same Deku. The Liberator's response was short and swift, and he slowly lowered himself down on the tree until he was leaning against it in the same manner as Izuku, except facing west instead of north. You kinda look a bit like you've seen a ghost. He wasn't surprised that he looked that way. How did you? My name was never Dash. Please, I'm not an idiot. Mustard lamented, setting the can down with the light clang of tin. Green-haired guy shows up at the base not long after a guy with green hair called Izuku Midoriya gets a sudden position in Detnerat, straight out of high school, might I add. It's pretty obvious when you think about it. Right, I see. He probably should not have been so shocked that he had been found. Then again, not like it really mattered. Even so, it felt very strange to have a convicted villain just outside his house and strangers still to be having a quiet conversation with him. So, what are you doing here, then? Bored. The teenager shrugged. I get 2 days a month out of the base in Daika, used one of M today to come down here. Muzutafu is the same trash heap I remember it is, though, so I decided to pass by. Nonchalantly, as if it were an umbrella or, well, anything else aside from a deadly weapon, Mustard pulled out his revolver and slid open the chamber, looking inside. Wow, you really like guns, huh? A guy's gotta have a hobby. I'm sure you get it. Was all he said before, hey Deku-dash. Yeah. Izuku, who had allowed his gaze to drift for just a second, looked up to see the gun pointed directly at his head. And he felt his blood run cold. Think fast. The squeeze of the trigger, the crack of gunfire, and Midoriya found himself staring down the now smoking barrel. Was he dead? Had he been killed instantly and not felt a thing? Was this some kind of bizarre afterlife? A few seconds later he realized that there was no actual wound on his forehead, as he brought his hand up to check, and it started to click into place. Caps. Mustard delighted in pointing out as he spun the gun on his finger like an old spaghetti western character. Babies modified to fire real bullets and false caps. Good for ammo conservation, I get that satisfying crack and smoke, but none of the mess and without wasting a bullet. I tend to keep one cap in the chamber at all times. Oh. Phew. Deku only then noticed he was gripping his rapidly beating heart with one hand. He was at least relieved that he had not just been murdered by his accomplice. Mustard just seemed to have an odd sense of humor. The boy placed the gun away, back in his inside jacket pocket. Yeah. Course, if I'd gotten the wrong chamber, you'd be in some real trouble. What? Mustard simply burst into laughter. Relax. I'm joking. None of the other chambers were loaded. Probably. And not funny, Mustard. Suit yourself. The kid was certainly Blaze. It was almost quite admirable. Slowly, normality resumed as the two settled back down. It seemed like the gunshot had thankfully not been picked up on by anybody, for no one came to investigate. A few minutes of silence followed, and then, so, Deku. Midoriya is fine. Aight then. Midoriya, this is a pretty swell park thing. He gestured to where they sat. Not bad at all. You know, if Council Estates had this kind of greenery where I came from, that would have been a godsend. His calm mostly restored, Izuku decided to elaborate. At least it was something normal that the two could converse over. Why yeah, I've been training here pretty much every day, all kinds of stuff. Running, crunches, you name it really. Preparing for, the thing. Right, the thing. They both knew what was being discussed. It was quite plainly obvious at the end of the day. And that thing was drawing nearer and nearer with each passing day. It wouldn't be much longer now. Izuku still was not sure what would actually occur, but he was sure he would find out soon enough. Midoriya? Yeah, Mustard? The young villain looked out of the corner of his narrowed eyes at Deku. What encouraged you to join the MLA? Well, that was a question and a half. Midoriya was actually stumped that such a thing had been asked so completely out of nowhere. Worse still, he wasn't exactly sure how to respond. He racked the deepest pits of his brain, trying to find some sort of answer. And the more he searched, the more it became apparent that there was very little to be found. Why had he joined? What had truly inspired him on that early summer morning? Desperation, I guess? Desperation? Yeah. I wasn't really in the greatest position before all of this. It seemed like I had no prospects in life, nothing to strive for. I just sat at home and did nothing for months on end. It wasn't right and I knew it wasn't, but there was nothing I could do about it. Mustard nodded, as if in understanding. No motivation, huh? I get that. I really do. Then one day I just came across rumors. I looked into it a little more and he smiled gingerly as he allowed Mustard's mind to fill in the blanks. Well, what about you then? At hearing that, the teenage villain looked up to the sky, taking a pause to collect his thoughts. When he spoke, his voice was more hushed than before, less sarcastic and even a little less harsh, if only as a result of the diminished sarcasm. I guess. Well, it started after Redestro got me out of prison. I basically owed him, and even if I didn't, I got the feeling that he was not the kind of guy you want to PSS off. For a while, that was about it. It gave me food and a roof over my head and that was it. But then, I dunno, it's stupid. He chuckled bitterly. You can call me some sort of dumbass, but I sort of grew. Well, something just slipped into place, you know? These guys, they didn't try downplay my ability, they encouraged it. Oh. Now this was news. Mustard talked like he was used to having his quirk hidden in the past, but Izuku had never heard of such a thing. He didn't know what the villain's quirk was, but surely it had to be impressive. Are you used to that? To this, the kid let out a bitter laugh, harsh and pained as strands of hair fell down over his eyes. Jesus, Midoriya, you must be more pampered than I thought. You ain't ever heard of a random mutation? Of course I have. It was pretty obvious, taught in most schools at junior high level. Random mutations, the phenomenon where children would be born with a quirk that did not correlate to either of their parents, such as the child of a fire breather and an ice manipulator being born with the ability to extend their fingernails. Right, but do you have any idea what it's like to be born with a mutation? Especially one like mine. He almost sounded a little angry, maybe not at Izuku's ignorance, but at something bigger. The ugly duckling that no one wants anything to do with. There's a reason I've not given you my true name, Deku. Mustard stared down Izuku directly, his narrowed black eyes making contact with Midoriya's green. I don't FNG have one, that's why. Never got one, my BSTRD of a father didn't keep me around long enough. An orphan? That did make a lot of sense. Even still, Midoriya couldn't help but feel for the teenager. Mustard, I am so sore. I don't need sympathy, Midoriya. His voice was returning to an even calm. It's fine. Really not that bad. Sorry for taking it out on you like that. I'll be all right in a few secs. Christ, what a jackass I am. I don't think you are a jackass. Izuku piped up, trying to make his voice as reassuring as possible. I don't know what your true meta ability is, and I can't even begin to relate to everything you've gone through, but I get it. At least I think I do. I hope I do. Hearing this, Mustard turned his head once again to look at Deku. And in that moment, he looked not like a murderous supervillain, a long-abandoned embarrassment to society or even a condescending young man. He just looked like a normal kid, A normal kid with struggles and trials and emotions outside of anger, apathy, or psychotic glee. Thank you, Midoriya. I appreciate it. Probably more than you would get. He did get it. Izuku got every last bit of it. 10 days until the NHA festival. Friends. The Grand Commander Redestro announced as he sat at the head of the circular table in one of the main rooms of the Meta Liberation Army Mansion, just a few miles out of town from Daika. If the headquarters down in the city was an embrace of modern culture, the centuries-old manor was embracing tradition. Grand, ornate, and perfectly preserved, it was one of the few buildings that remained from a time before meta abilities. The original Destro had purchased it some time prior and set it up as a base of operations for the army. When the police had seized the property following Destro's arrest, they had mostly left it unchanged, and it was eventually made property of the region, who soon sold it to a then relatively unknown startup tech firm by the name of Detonarat. It is an honor to be able to meet with you all again on this fine evening. He raised a champagne glass in a toast to the 4 primary lieutenants of his force who were gathered at the table. The pleasure's all mine, sir. Chitose Kazuki commented as all 4 saluted Destro. Mine and everyone else's here. Giton sheepishly agreed with a roll of his eyes. Koku Hanabata's eagle eyes picked up on this swiftly. Is everything okay, Lieutenant Giton? HM? Oh sure. Fine. The by far youngest lieutenant huffed as he shuffled in his seat, clearly wanting to say no more on the subject. Sure. Kazuki pointed out. He's been like this ever since the test with Deku. Upon hearing this little factor, Tomoyasu Chikazoku, sitting hunched on his gangly knees with his laptop before him on the table as he tended to do, took an interest, looking past his screen and directly at Giton, mentioning, I always did tell you that you should never underestimate an opponent. You went into that wanting initiate Deku to fail, it's written all over your face. That was a stupid thing to do. A kid like that? How could I have seen that kind of power inside him? With the exception of the Grand Commander, none of us knew the true extent, you simpleton. It wouldn't be a diatribe from the man codenamed Skeptic if he didn't throw in the occasional insult towards the person he was addressing, typically attacking their intellect. And that's exactly why you shouldn't have expected the bare minimum from him. Play with fire, get burnt. With that, Chikazoku returned all attention to his laptop, while waiting for Redestro to continue speaking yet again. And speak, the middle-aged man did. Please, you two, there's no need to exchange banter at a time such as this. His smile persisted, his tone jovial. Not when we have much more pressing matters at hand to discuss for the time being. I've entrusted each of you to your regiments, and you all shall have your parts to play in this operation. From the strongest lieutenant to the weakest foot soldier, none will be insignificant in 10 days' time. Of course, sir. Ms. Curious nodded. Rikia proceeded without wasting any time. I am entrusting each one of you with a substantial amount of responsibility. Curious, obviously, you are to handle support, Skeptic. You are in charge of intelligence, Trumpet, you are of course assigned to tactics and of course, Giton, my dear Giton. Guerrilla warfare, sir? Exactly. The gathered liberators all looked around at each other. They all fully understood the gravity of this meeting and what it would mean for the rest of Japan, potentially even the world as a whole. For many, this was going to be the most important event they had ever partaken in as a member of the army, and it was nearing the top of the list even for those who had been around for much longer. I'm not going to lie to any of you, this is going to be dangerous. Such a public event will be overflowing with heroes and police as it is, and it won't be long before more arrive with such a high-profile gathering. Human life is such a very precious thing, and I do not wish to lose any of you for the cause. No cause is worth a life. So please, do be careful. And come back in one piece. Hanabata raised an eyebrow, clearly a little surprised. It was not every day they saw their Grand Commander act in such a sentimental manner, not at all. It certainly threw him for a loop, no doubt about that. Redestro. He then shook his head, changing his mind on what he had been about to say. Well, of course, I understand fully. Rest assured, I won't let any of us lose. If anyone starts to lag, I'll use insight and power up their bodies enough for them to escape. Of course, trumpet. I'm sure you'll know exactly what to say. Hanabata's ability, insight, allowed him to power up the minds and bodies of people with his speeches. However, the person had to accept deep in their heart the words he was saying in order for it to take effect. The power-up provided typically lasted around half an hour to, at most, 3 hours, depending on how positive the person received the words spoken. For example, an insult aimed at someone that they accepted as true would power them up, but only for a shorter PRD of time. It was through years of careful concentration, public speaking, and confidence building that Koku had mastered such a power. Furthermore, my friends, although this may sound unpleasant, I wish to make the painfully obvious even more clear so that there is no margin for error. Under no circumstances is any harm to come to civilians. We are not thugs, we are not monsters. This is about announcing our goals and focusing on the key targets, nothing more. I expect not only for none of you to bring any harm to innocents, I expect you as lieutenants to take full responsibility for any men under your command who potentially will bring harm, although I am sure it won't come to that. For a few moments, that statement hung in the air. All of the lieutenants knew just how much Destro's ideals meant to Yatsubashi, and one of those was protecting human life as much as possible. In a world where the strong governed, the weak still shouldn't be made to feel fear or resentment. All else aside, that was how discontent started. It was how villains bloomed. Easily crushed villains, maybe, but villains nonetheless. They were Redestro's 2 golden rules: no murder unless absolutely necessary and no innocents caught up in harm. Sir? Kizuki was the first to speak again, her expression questioning. I have a soldier in my regiment. His meta ability. It does have the potential to cause some damage. Mustard no? Dear Mustard. Rikia elegantly took a strand of ginger hair that had fallen over one eye and tucked it back up. I understand your concern. For all intents and purposes, the young man's ability is a great asset. But not his only one. We both know about his proficiency with firearms. Instruct him to focus on using that to hold off potential police and heroes, instead of his power which could harm civilians. Of course, if it does come to that, I trust him to make the right decision. Ms. Curious nodded. Noted, sir. And also, about our targets. Rikia's smile deepened. I was waiting for somebody to ask that. Skeptic? At hearing this, the tech guru looked up and spun around his laptop so that it was facing the others, so they could all get a good look. 3 faces, 3 very familiar ones to any followers of the news. Koku pondered, his voice caught between surprise and slight disapproval. Yes, my friends, these are the 3 targets I would like to focus on. The priority, of course, is to bring them back alive. That is obviously where soldiers like Mr. Compress will shine in their roles. I'm sure you can recognize all of them quite well. Number 1, Pro Hero Hawks. It took some digging, but his real name's Kigo Tamaki. Skeptic boasted, sounding rather proud of his accomplishment. A real shady past, even I can't find much. Indeed, Skeptic. He is one of the primary targets, and alongside the other 2, will definitely be attending the festival. Enji Todoroki, Endeavor. Not much to say about him. Geeton, he shall be mostly your priority, due to your ice manipulation. And finally, a young upstart, not long in the hero world, but already making waves as he has been since his high school days. A true embodiment of the hero culture and a fervent supporter of it all. Lady and gentlemen, your final target is Ground Zero. Katsuki Bakugo. I wish you all the very best. For the glorious Destro. 8 days until the NHA festival. The first bullet, from 5 meters away, hit the wooden target perfectly in the head, producing a crunch as the wood splintered and fractured. The second lodged itself neatly in the heart of the second dummy, this one 10 meters away. At 15, perfect contact was made with head yet again. And at 20, the bullet just about dropped off, slamming into the neck of the carved dummy. From the start point of the firing range, the former villain and current Meta Liberation Army soldier for the Brown Support Regiment known as Mustard stood, examining his smoking .38, checking the barrel and lamenting on his performance. Well, it could have gone better. He sighed, using one hand to swipe the untamed hair out of his eyes. While this happened, Izuku Midoriya sat just next to him, ear defenders clamped firmly on, as he looked down at his hands, still raw from his own training that he had undertaken not too long ago. Now, with that practice concluded, he elected to simply sit and lament on the day. It had been a good one, with plenty of tapped potential for evolution, and he found himself to have headed over to Daika on this particular day. Considering it was a Sunday and thus he had the day off, there probably really was no better for it to happen. It was certainly better than if he had not have attended, that was for sure. Not by much, I don't reckon. A very familiar, almost sing-song voice called out as the two men turned to see their lieutenant standing behind them, looking quite impressed indeed. As she walked over to them, she kept her glance on the shooting range as a slight pout appeared on her lips. Sheesh, kid, you rack up scores like that and then around and say it could have gone better? I hadn't pegged you as a perfectionist or anything. Well, clearly your instincts failed you. It was at this moment, inspecting his gun, where Mustard suddenly realized who it was he was talking to and gave a quiet choke as he turned back around to face her. Ms. Curious, sorry about that, I didn't notice. Kazuki seemed to find this absolutely hilarious, stifling a giggle underneath her mechanical right hand. I figured. Seriously, no need to worry. I'm not as uptight as Trumpet or Skeptic, it's all fine. I guess we're lucky to have you as our lieutenant, then. Midoriya noted as he rose from his seat, saluting Chitosa's entrance. Subconsciously, the blue-skinned woman liked her pale lips. Oh, that's certainly one way of putting it. I guess I'm like the cool teacher everyone wants to be around, then. Not the worst trope. Oh. A look of realization crept onto her face, as if remembering something that was on her mind. Deku, how's the book? The book? Of course, the Meta-Liberation War. It sat in the young man's bedside drawer, around 3/4 of it completed. Izuku had not really been a good reader in many years, so it was taking time for him to adjust back to reading every single night before sleep. Oh yes, I've been getting through it. It's interesting, the woman suggested, to which Deku nodded. Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about parts of it honestly. I mean, Destro was clearly a good writer with a lot of strong ideals, but I'm just not sure I feel that good about the calls to action, the calls to war. I'm not really sure if I could ever follow through on that. Curious nodded. Makes sense. It's like that old Christian doctrine, the Bible. A lot of stuff in it could be perceived as barbaric and completely unacceptable in our modern world, but there's still a lot of good to be found in it. Truth be told, I actually asked about excluding some of the more violent chapters, but the Grand Commander was very adamant that the memoirs be published in full. She sighed. I'll have to ask him again someday. It's all well and good for the low-key publishing, but if we want to take it on a wide scale, things are going to have to be altered to appeal to the public more. Makes sense. The golden-haired boy nodded. Mustard, have you even read it yet? I'll get around to it sooner or later, I swear. He placed the revolver back into his jacket. Besides, it's not like it's too important. I've picked up the most important bits from others around the base. More or less. Mostly less, it would appear. Ms. Curious rolled her eyes. Either way, there's a reason I came down here to talk to you boys. The Grand Commander wishes for our soldiers to be made slightly more aware of what shall be going on in the coming days. Not the full story yet, but it should be enough to give you something of an idea. So please. With that, she spun on her heel and headed back in the direction of the Meta-Comprehension Room's exit. Follow me. With the two soldiers of the Brown Regiment exchanging glances to one another, they quickly followed after their lieutenant, Midoriya pulling off his ear defenders as he did so and depositing them on a rack next to the door. Out in the hallway, Deku dug his hands into his pockets, once again mourning his decision to wear one of his work suits to the base. He had believed that it would be fitting, and that the army would pride someone who dressed sharp, but he quickly realized that aside from himself, only Redestro, Trumpet and maybe Mr. Compress put any kind of thought into how they presented themselves. Considering one had Skeptic wandering around in a slim-fit turtleneck and Geeton in his big coat, not to mention Mustard's quasi-delinquent look, he felt like he maybe stuck out a little too much in his neatly pressed shirt and tie. Speaking of Geeton, Izuku actually took note of the reserved lieutenant walking down the hallway as he, Mustard and Curious walked up it, hands in the pockets of his oversized coat and the hood up to conceal his face. If one major positive, outside of Redestro's praise, had come from the hospitalization incident, it would be that Curious had confirmed the ice wielder's gender to be male, so at the very least a fair deal of confusion would be averted from that point on. As the two passed each other, Midoriya could have sworn he felt Geeton glaring at him from under that hood. Alas, when he turned around to get a better look, rubbing the back of his neck as he did so, the young man had already disappeared away into the training room from where Deku had just come. This did not go unnoticed by Kazuki. Geeton's quite the character, huh? Trust me, kid, he's just still a bit pissy that you managed to defy his expectations. He's gotten over it mostly, but probably still won't be overly happy to see you in person. Right, I see. Izuku nodded. It's just that there's something I've been meaning to ask of him. Mustard rolled his sharp eyes. Can't it wait until after Curious has told us whatever it is she needs to say? I mean, sorry for being impatient, but I'd rather get back to what I was doing ASAP. Don't worry, Mustard. Won't take any more than 10 or 15 minutes. Chitose reassured him as the three left the hallway, coming out onto the suspended catwalk overlooking the circular operations room. As always, the poorly groomed Chikazuko sat at the very front, knees raised up to his chin as he tapped away at his laptop, which seemed to be the only action he was capable of carrying out. It better not be any longer than that. The boy muttered to himself, although Izuku just barely picked up on the disguised tones, as they made their way over to the support regiment's main room. Kazuki was the first to step inside, with the other two following in her stride. Ah, Lieutenant. Atsuhiro Seiko, who had been sitting at a desk clutching what looked like a series of pale blue marbles between his fingers, spoke as he rose from his seat. He was wearing the same waistcoat suit as previously, although now complete with a pair of ridiculously chunky-looking white boots that Midoriya had missed previously, with the exception of his BOO tie being replaced with a simple black necktie instead. There you are. I was starting to worry that even I could not keep these fellows entertained with magic tricks for much longer. Right? Well, thanks for trying, I think. Chitose replied, her voice sounding quite unsure, as she stood at the head of the room. It was not too long before silence descended, with the miscellaneous soldiers scattered around the room falling into silence at seeing their superior. It also likely did not hurt that her high heels added an extra 4 or 5 inches to her height, to the point where she was actually equal in height to a good deal of the men and even taller than a couple, one of those couple being Mustard, which was no huge surprise when his age was taken into consideration. Now, you all know who I am, and I know who all of you are. We are what makes up the Brown Support Regiment of the Meta Liberation Army. Now, after the Grand Commander's speech here in Daika just a few weeks ago, I'm sure a bunch of you are wondering just what is going on. While there has been the need to keep a lot of it under wraps, it has been decided that it is now safe to outline the basic plan. Seiko? Of course, my lady. The handsome man bowed as one of those marbles in his hand transformed into some sort of remote. No, Deku had heard of his quirk from the news. Compress allowed the user to trap entities inside those little marbles, be they people or objects. Not much was known of its limitations or true potential, but regardless, the man clicked a button on the remote and a projector in the ceiling, not unlike the ones used back in school, flickered to life, casting an image on Kazuki and the wall behind her. Quickly, the woman moved away so that it was now only broadcast on the plain wall and the image could be made out far more clearly. Or to be precise, 3 images of people. Those are the pictures they use on the hero licenses. Mustard murmured quietly as he stood leaning against another wall, with his arms folded. When he heard no response, he turned his head to face Izuku. Hey Deku? I said, hey, you okay? You look like you've seen some sort of ghost. Indeed, as he stood looking at the images, Midoriya felt himself go an odd pale, as he ever so slightly shook, looking at the 3 images, the 3 faces. Of course, he recognized all 3 of them, but the bigger surprise was that one of them he knew on a significantly more personal level. Enji Todoroki. Endeavor. Chitose announced as she pointed to the first of the images with her robotic hand. The former number 1 pro hero, one of the biggest open endorsers of the current system. Of course, anyone who's a hero nowadays has to have some sort of silent endorsement at the very least, But this guy has been very public. Who here remembers his interview for Famitsu towards the end of his career? She paused to chuckle with a self-satisfied grin. I certainly do, I'm the one who conducted it. But the point, during that he labeled himself an evident supporter of meta-repression. That makes him a target for us, even if he is now retired. Yes, he's quite integral to it all. Moving on, she drew her attention to the next image. Real name is unknown to the public, but between you and me, it's Kigo Tamaki. The current #1 pro, he seems to have had very little public calls of support for the system. So why him? The blue-skinned woman looked around. Well, that's simple. His status alone. Remember, the goal of the Meta Liberation Army is to tear down the current system, and part of that means aiming for the key cornerstones of that society, even if they are not a passionate follower of it. And finally, Kaken. Deku muttered as Curious pointed to the final image, drawing a confused stare from Mustard. What did they want to do with him? What did they want to do with any of these pros? Was it murder? Could he stand by that? He just wasn't sure. Katsuki Bakugo, Ground Zero. The most popular new hero, this guy's reputation goes as far back as high school. A constant achiever, he totally seems the type to benefit more than anybody else from this. He's young, he's CC, and he's a hero. Really nailed the trifecta there. Nodding to Compress, indicating for him to turn off the projector, Kazuki placed her hands behind her back as she paced back to the center of the front. Ladies and gentlemen, these three each stand as direct opponents to the goals of the army. And so, they shall be our targets during the National Hero Appreciation Festival. These three men, they are what we shall truly strive to eliminate. However, she raised a silver, mechanical finger. These men are not to be murdered. This mission is just an extraction, a kidnapping to use a less pretentious term. Once these men are captured, we will make it clear that they know, and the rest of the world knows, who we are. We'll rise from the depths. She let out a sigh. Or something like that. What followed this was a series of cheering and raised salutes for liberation as Midoriya stood against the wall with his golden-haired comrade, mulling over what had just been said. So, it wasn't an assassination of any kind. That was good to know. It was very, very good to know, in fact. It filled him with a sense of almost relief, if it could indeed be described as such. It just felt right. Even now, he wasn't sure if he could ever see any positive in murder. Especially not Kaken. Not a chance. Obviously, abduction wasn't much better, but, well, it wasn't. Claiming any lives. And it was all for the name of the cause, a cause that Midoriya believed more in with each passing day. Yes, this was more agreeable. Slightly. It was not much longer after that when the presentation came to an end. In truth, not a whole lot more was said after the revelation of their targets. A lecture on avoiding civilian casualties that Deku was all too happy to abide by, and that was really the end of it. As it came to a conclusion, he felt an elbow in his gut, with the identity of the one behind it being anything but left up to the imagination. Guess you can go see Geaton now about whatever it is you wanted to tell him. Mustard whispered. Good luck, man, you're sure as hell gonna need it. Right. Izuku nodded, quickly heading out of the room with a brief bow and thanking to Ms. Curious, exiting out onto the catwalk yet again. He obviously knew he should by no means be speeding, but he wanted to make sure he could catch Geaton in time, for he was not entirely sure he would get a second chance. As he speed-walked down the catwalk towards the comprehension room, he thought on what he was to say. He still was not completely certain on how to phrase it. Eventually, however, the time to plan and lament was gone and the young man was left standing in front of the door. As he placed his hand on the knob, he gave himself a muttered reassurance of, "It's now or never, right?" and swung open the door. Just as expected, there stood Geaton, sipping from a bottle of water as his head turned to the door. Immediately, his eyes narrowed, which was no huge surprise. Not that it really mattered, Izuku was just glad to see him. Sort of. This certainly wasn't going to be easy. Oh. The lieutenant noted, his voice full of distaste. It's you. Yeah, it's me. Midoriya admitted as he rubbed the back of his head. Deku. He approached the ice user. Look, Geaton, I'm sorry for what happened the other day, I'm really dash. It's fine, Deku. The pale man held out his hand to prevent Izuku from coming any nearer. It's completely fine. I get it. Right. Midoriya couldn't help but angle his eyes downwards as he thought on his next words. Look, I was wondering if, well, despite what happened you could still help me maybe? He made a small pang of hope evident in his voice for the final few words, but he got the impression that it wasn't going to work. Bringing the bottle of water down to his side, Geeton reached over his back with his free hand and pulled up his hood. From there, he started walking forward, as if ignoring Deku's very existence. This was even more awkward than he had expected. So, is that a no then? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Already, he was starting to turn around, back to the door. What a waste of time this had been. He should have known Geeton would have no interest in working with the one who had humiliated him. Or at least, that was what he believed. Until he heard a noise. A noise not unlike something flying through the air at quite a tremendous speed. Turning his head to the direction of the noise, Midoriya was greeted with the sight of the water bottle hurtling straight towards him. As it flew through the air, the water within hardened and formed into ice, and even started to burst out of the flimsy plastic of the bottle, crumpling the whole thing inwards. Completely taken aback and acting without his brain even registering, Midoriya brought his hand up to shield himself. And as he felt a terrific heat burst through his hand, the bottle, which was now little more than a ball of ice, slammed into the palm. He didn't even know what was happening. He felt nothing other than that amazing warmth. And opening his eyes from the flinch, he saw that brilliantly radiant energy crackling through his hand, just as it had done back during the entrance exam. And as the energy in his hand gathered, still not really thinking, the ball pinged right back out of his hand, zooming back towards the one who had initially thrown it who, for his part, simply allowed it to soar past him. For a few seconds all was silent, save for Izuku's hyperventilating as he brought his hand down and looked at it. Through the fading energy, it seemed as good as new, no signs of any breakages at all. Used one for all without. Not giving even a second for contemplation, Geeton nodded, satisfied. So, it wasn't a one-time fluke. Had to be sure. All right, Deku, let's get down to business. 7 days until the NHA festival. Came the disapproving sigh of Koku Hanabata as he and his subordinate, a relatively weak-willed lackey going by the name of Tanaka, headed down the hallway. Of course, this was no hallway associated with the Meta Liberation Army in any way, but instead the classically adorned corridors of the Muzutafu Council building. Those fools would sell their daughters if it would make them look good to the public. Well, that's how politics are, right, sir? Tanaka fretted, sweating enough to hydrate most of the continent of Africa. Cutthroat business, all this nastiness. I'm glad I'm allied with you and not one of these other men. The flattery is appreciated. The Hearts and Minds leader noted as he gingerly brought one finger up to his mouth and chewed on it. A common tactic whenever he was frustrated or nervous, one he had possessed since early childhood. It was a habit that most around him were well aware of. And so it was one he could quite easily exploit as a go-to when feigning certain emotions. And it served him remarkably well. In truth, although the meeting he had just attended with some snobs that called themselves cabinet members was not exactly appreciated, it did not aggravate him to the point he was making it appear. A facade of benevolence was cast by the action and his supposed disgust, although in reality, Hanabata no longer had the ability to feel disgust in the realm of law and politics. He had seen the ugly side at too young an age and suffered too much prolonged exposure to ever feel anything about it again. They're little more than a bunch of stuffed shirts. I've told them time and time again that they should consider investing in more security for the event. And yet they never listen. Tanaka remarked sadly, his head hung a little. Although completely lacking a spine, he was at least a loyal and honorable man. Too loyal, in fact, to be trusted with the truth of his superior's secondary position as lieutenant in the Meta Liberation Army. He would never agree with them, not for a second. And so, it would have to be kept a secret. You know, sir, I reckon this country would be in a hell of a better state if you were Prime Minister. At this, Koku feigned a surprised laugh. Really? Tanaka? An old BSRD like me, leading a country? I wouldn't know where to start. Sometimes. A pause ensued as the man examined his slightly distorted reflection in the windows of the main lobby as they came into it. Sometimes, a cutthroat leader is just what a country needs. If I'm as kind as you claim me to be, then I'd be awful at the job. Oh, it's a much more than a claim, sir, you really are. The assistant stumbled over himself. And a lot of people in the party want you to be not just their head, but a truly influential figure in the world. I really think you're capable of it. Please now, the flattery really is getting a bit much. With a chuckle, Koku stepped out into the bitter autumnal weather, ensuring his overcoat was properly buttoned up. In front of the council building was a sleek black Maxda, Hanabata's vehicle of choice when he wasn't utilizing the campaign van. It was a cold, cold day, not freezing, but that subtle cold that nipped at one's cheeks and stung one's eyes with the barely noticeable breeze. The previously budding trees from the summer stood withered and gothic and naked, their leaves littering the ground. It had been a day much like this one all those years ago, back when, well, it really did not bear thinking about. Now please, my dear Tanaka, see it to yourself that you get home safely. Are you quite sure I couldn't give you a lift? The man shook his head quickly. Oh no, sir, I couldn't possibly share a car with you, not at all. Very well then. With an understanding nod, Koku opened the door to his car and stepped in. However, before he did, he turned to face his assistant one last time. Oh, and tell Mayumi I wish her well. The last thing he saw was Tanaka's constantly nodding head as he got inside the car, out of the harsh elements and shut the door. All of a sudden, the world was more settled, more sterile, one of luxury leather and heating. The world of the wealthy. The kind of wealth that a still up-and-coming political leader could not possibly possess on his own. Teasu Chikazoka looked up from his laptop, his long hair of the deepest noir covering his eyes. You got all that done. All present and accounted for, skeptic. I see. The gangly tech guru sighed. I really do not see why you had to do this though. If that backfired and they ended up listening to your pleas for added security, that would put all of us in a worse position. I thought you were the one who always found the logical reasoning in everything. Hanabata smirked. What? You thought those doddering fools would ever say yes? Not in a million years. Higher security presence makes people uneasy and the last thing they want in unease. They'd even risk something going wrong in order to temporarily retain approval. He waved a dismissive hand, checking his 100,000 yen watch as the car started to move, the driver in the front paying no heed to the conversation playing out in the back. No, I'm thinking ahead, skeptic. In 7 days' time, this city, perhaps all of Japan, will be in chaos. The people will be looking for someone to guide them through this mess and they will be looking for heads to roll. They'll want a man who can provide both. Say a man who laid out concerns and, in spite of the government's refusal, fought tooth and nail for extra security measures to be implemented. Chikazoku nodded. I see. All to further your political power. You make it sound so selfish. Koku rested his hands on his knees as he reclined. I have told you what happened to my father, correct? You're the only one besides the Grand Commander who knows. So you, more than anybody else, should realize this is for far more than my own gain. And one day, maybe, just maybe, the Meta Liberation Army will have one of their men as Prime Minister. The other man nodded. Very sneaky. Of course, I'm going to ignore you insulting my intellect by assuming I have no clue how much you stand to benefit from this personally. I'll never deny that much, skeptic. But even so, my motivations are not wholly selfish. Everybody wins. Aside from the current administration. It was only a few hours before the two men's car journey came to an end and they stood in the great hall of the Meta Liberation Mansion, in the forests on the outskirts of Daika. Every part of the building screamed classic, in what Trumpet perceived as a good way. From the grand staircase to wooden paneling, it was like something out of an old novel. Ugh. Chikazuko groaned, looking around as he hunched over. This place is just weird. You should learn to appreciate such classical architecture a little more, skeptic. Hanabata chastised. The glass and white marble of the modern-day city is all well and good, but sometimes one can benefit from going back into the past. What is that old adage about history repeating itself again? Well, I certainly hope the human race never repeats its old tastes in construction and decor. Skeptic grumbled. Give me a penthouse with a view any day of the week. Well, no one said that great men ever had to be tasteful. The instantly recognizable voice of Redestro brought both men to stiff attention, saluting as they looked up to where the Detnerat president stood, as grand and ornate as the manor house himself. His hands were raised up to the lapels of his suit jacket as he walked down the steps, his sharp-featured face coming more and more into view. But either way, how was your little excursion? I am quite curious to find out, if I may admit. Exactly as expected, sir. Koku ended his salute as the leader reached the bottom of the staircase. Even then, Yatsubashi was still taller than either of them, an impressive feat indeed. They denied the motion for extra security. Apparently, the chances of any kind of attack would be slim to none. A sly grin reappeared on his oiled face. It would take a real lunatic or batch of lunatics to try such a stupid stunt. Their words, of course. The first loser is the man who underestimates his enemy. Redestro nodded as he walked past the two lieutenants, gesturing for them to follow him. Would you like to wager a guess as to who coined that phrase, trumpet? Honestly, not sure on that one. Which is good. Rikia's smile was a mixture of warm sincerity, lovable innocence, and something slightly darker. Because I came up with it just there on the spot. Now please do come. I'm sure it won't be too long before Geeton and Curious show up. I heard that Geeton's been working on training with Initiate Deku. Hanabata and Chikazuko exchanged glances as they followed after Yatsubashi. They greatly respected both his ideals and him as a person, but he could undoubtedly be something of an oddball at times. I suppose he got over whatever it was that had gotten him down, then. I told you. Skeptic shrugged. He was in a bad mood because he wanted this guy to fail. Now that some time has passed, all is well. Pretty simple, really. Even a mentally challenged baboon could have told you that much. Well, thank the heavens you weren't the one who got in sight. The politician sighed as he used his hands to slick back his hair. Let's just get this over with. As he walked, Yatsubashi continued to speak. Skeptic, you'll be happy to know that your part played in retrieving parts for the acceleration machine were not for naught by any means. Progress is being made swiftly on the device. Still playing God then? Koku inquired. The meta-acceleration machine was one of the scant few ideas to come from the Grand Commander's mind that Trumpet did not approve of. It felt worryingly to him like playing God, the very thought of a device that could force someone to reach the full potential of their meta-abilities. Well, suffice to say, the politician would not be the first one volunteering himself as a guinea pig. Oh, do come now, Trumpet. Rikia chuckled. Playing God is not at all what I aim to achieve with this project. Think of it as merely pushing others to reach their potential, that little nudge to create truly powerful metahumans. That is all. Nothing more and nothing less. 3 days until the NHA festival. F&D hell. In the darkened observation room that stood adjacent to the meta-comprehension room, the young man with the patchwork skin placed a cigarette between his lips and snapped his fingers underneath it, producing enough of a light blue flame from his fingertips to get the light going. He quickly extinguished this and took a long, deep drag of the cigarette. The oh-so-wonderful Grand Commander's gettin' real desperate. Whatever do you mean? Mr. Compress asked as he turned his head away from the large one-way mirror that allowed them to look into the training room, facing his partner. Are you referring to the performances of Geeton and Deku? Because, to be quite honest with you, I find them both very suitable candidates. The man known as Dobby rolled his eyes as a long puff of smoke escaped from his pulled lips. I mean, with the ages. You ever noticed so many of them are young? The Deku kid's what, 18? There's a guy in the same regiment as you who's a fucking kid. In Redestro's defense, Dobby, that is the very same kid who was only 13 when Shigaraki hired him to join our Vanguard Action Squad. Forgive me, but we are hardly one to rag on age. Young Toga was 17 too. Not what I mean, smartass. Dabi rolled his brilliantly cyan blue eyes as he took another drag. It's the quantity. Sometimes kids are skilled, and they can get shit done that adults can't. But there are at least 2 or 3 in each regiment who ain't even 20 yet. Don't you just see something wrong with that? Seiko sighed, half of his attention still focused on the sparring between the 2 soldiers that was proceeding on the other side of the glass. I think you are skewing those numbers a bit. The fact of the matter is that a lot of youngsters agree with these ideals of liberation more so than their elders, hence the larger proportion of under-20s than your typical association. Really, Dabi, you're always finding something or other to complain about. You knew I never had any interest in these buncha freaks. Liberation and all that shit, you think I really care? Really not into this having my future chosen for me shit. Well, after what happened, these are simply the cards that you and I have been dealt. Tomura Shigaraki is gone. We may well never see him again in our lifetimes. Good grief. If I didn't know better, I'd say you really are falling for these nutcases. A short pause followed thereafter where Astahiro said nothing, just look out of that one-way mirror. When he finally spoke again, his voice was far more serious in tone. Their ideals are not entirely distinct from the ones my family has followed for generations. This peerless thief crap again? Todoroki, I joined the League of Villains because I truly believed they could bring the reform that I could not bring forth alone. How is this any different? Dabi's eyes hardened. Don't fucking call me Todoroki, or I'll put this cigarette out in your demon eye. Of course, my apologies. The older man backed down with a nod. Look, the best we can do is just get on with it. You must be thoroughly deluded to believe that this organization is not every bit as competent as I expect from them. Maybe you're the deluded one, if you think they can pull this off. It's not so very different from what the League participated in the past. Seiko defended. And there were significantly less of us back then than there are in the Liberation Army. Nothing good's gonna come of appraising these BSTRDS. As silence descended upon the room, Deku sparred with the lieutenant on the other side of the glass, having no knowledge of the conversation going on in that little room. And why would he have any reason to? He was focused on this training, the training that Geaton had been providing him with. The training had been ongoing for a while by that point, with an emphasis on hand-to-hand combat and use of one for all without causing damage. Your meta ability obviously involves generating vast amounts of power within your body. Geaton lamented as he threw a well-aimed fist at Midoriya, who swiftly blocked said fist, absorbing the blow with his own hand. It shot a sting of pain down his receptors, but prevented any harm to his face. Too much power for any normal person to handle. So, you overload and end up injuring yourself. He sent forth his other fist, aimed at Deku's gut. Unable to block in time, it struck its target and Izuku stumbled backwards, winded. He should have seen that coming. Sloppy Deku. The ice user stepped back, readying himself for another series of strikes. You definitely put up a better fight there than even a few hours ago, let alone yesterday. Better, but still not good enough. Clutching his gut in pain, Izuku looked up, in time to see Geaton approaching him again. There was no time to think ahead, he wasn't being given that by any means. Not that he expected it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a boot swinging towards him. You can't trust your enemies to fight clean. The boot slammed into Midoriya's chin, snapping his head back and bringing him down to the ground, where he lay in a crumpled heap. The best offense is a good defense. You've got to focus on keeping yourself safe, then striking when you can. Always assume your opponent is better than you. And also lower than you. If you start assuming anything, including the fact that they wouldn't fight dirty, then you've already lost. Damn it. Izuku spat as he lay sprawled out, seeing Geaton towering over him. Fight dirty? Perhaps there was nothing against fighting dirty himself. It went against everything All Might had taught him, but, with a grunt, Midoriya swung his leg in a sweeping motion, feeling the pure energy crackle through his ankle. It crashed into the ice wielder's thigh and sent the man falling to the ground beside Deku, his hood falling down to reveal that cool, feminine face and long pale hair. He took the opportunity to scramble back up to his feet, using his foot to pin the lieutenant to the ground. Sorry sir, I am so sorry. Impressive. Geeton groaned, clearly both angered and humiliated, but also ever so slightly pleased, although one had to really probe his voice and facial expressions to find that much. Now get off me. Oh, of course. Izuku stepped away, allowing the young man to stand up again, pulling his hood back up as he did so to obscure his features once again. Not a bad session, Midoriya. You seem to be getting the hand of this minimal power usage concept. Why yeah. Midoriya hooded enthusiastically. I always thought about the need to use my power at 100% at all times, but that's too much for me to handle dash. For the time being at least. And all I really need is even just 5%. Geet nodded. Enough to deal with most middling threats. You sure can't go up against a heavy hitter in the state, but any normal cop or even low-rank hero won't be any trouble for you. Do you really think so? I wouldn't be saying if I didn't. Geeton stretched as he went for his bottle of water. So, same time tomorrow? Yeah. Same time tomorrow. That's fine with me. The puzzle pieces were all starting to fall into place. It would not be much longer before the NHA festival now, and when it did come, he was sure he would be able to, at the very least, handle himself and offer any support that was needed. He would be able to do this. He would make the army proud. And he would find his way. In hindsight, that was shockingly naive of him to think. The night before the NHA festival. Night, Mom. Izuku yawned with a farewell wave to Inko as he struggled to heave his weary body out of the kitchen and down the hallway towards his bedroom, a path he had walked so many times in his life that it was second nature to him. He probably would have been able to do it without thinking or expunging any effort whatsoever if it wasn't for how ragged he had been left by the training that had only escalated in the last couple of days before the event. His mother had fretted over his condition, of course, and made good note of his fatigue, but he was able to successfully convince her, with some difficulty, both from the woman herself and internally, twisting up at the thought of lying to her, that he was just tired by work. It had served as a remarkable segue into explaining how he would be out at the Hero Festival the next day to make the most of his weekend and give himself some time to unwind. Inko had agreed with this idea and even suggested coming along herself, but her son had thankfully managed to convince her otherwise. He would never be able to forgive himself if she attended the event and got hurt in some way, anyway. Yawning again, the young man opened the door to his bedroom and slipped inside. Once, a long time ago, the place would have been decorated with all might memorabilia. As of recent, the only remaining sign of this bygone era was a single figure, with a chipped left hand, sitting on his bookshelf. Everything else had been stripped, leaving behind a relatively gray room that contained the bare basics and not much else. Ever since his initial encounter with Rikiya Yatsubashi, Izuku had endeavored to clean up, and even the clothes that had been scattered all over the place in his ET days were no longer present. Regardless, without taking another look, Izuku collapsed on the bed. He was going to need his sleep, for more reasons than one. And that sleep came very, very quickly. Almost as soon as he shut his eyes, resting on top of his sheets, he was out like a light. But this was not to be a restful sleep. Opening his eyes, Midoriya saw himself standing in a world of chaos. Unfamiliar shapes and twisting, distorted images constructed the skyline. The ground below his feet felt and looked like torn-up, hardened concrete. Dust and fog filled his vision, making it hard to see even a few feet in front of him, and the entire atmosphere was one of subtle, creeping dread. It was a dream, of course it was. It had to be. The last thing he remembered before closing his eyes was still being in his room, and this world was far too bizarre to be anything more than a surreal dreamscape. Even so, he put one foot forward. Then the other one. Just barely out of his view, he saw a hazy shadow, a figure. No multiple figures, but one stood central, hand raised high above its head in that same pose All Might had always pulled upon victory. Or at least, that was what it had looked like. Does he even know what he's doing? Came a female voice from the mist. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Midoriya couldn't quite pinpoint the location. I thought he wanted to be a great hero. The next voice to speak was that of a particularly tired and hassled-sounding male. Who knows? We can't judge him for the path he walks any longer. There's no more all for one, What says there's a point for one for all? Even I could have seen that sooner or later, the wrong person would get their hands on this power. This voice was far harsher than the others. Oh shush. Another female voice, different from before and significantly more compassionate. Who are we to judge the path he follows? He was picked for a reason, no? Yagi knew what he was doing, I'm sure. That harsh male voice returned. Yagi was the best of all of us and the worst all at once. Especially with certain decisions he made. What? Finally, Izuku spoke up. What is this? Who are you? He doesn't know. What a surprise. Yagi never did get the chance to tell him, did he? About the true creation of One for All. Midoriya did not know what was happening. He was confused, so confused. One for All was supposed to destroy All for One and vice versa. This kid, he's just a leftover. I don't understand. Deku yelled out as he burst forward, reaching out towards the hazy figures. But the closer he came, the further away they seemed to go. He couldn't catch up with them, he just couldn't. Help me. Just explain, please. But it was no use. And as he tried to reach out further, he felt a pair of hands grab him from behind. And then all went dark. The day of the NHA festival. Izuku didn't quite understand just what had happened the previous night, with his bizarrely freakish dream. He didn't want to think about it, so he simply had done everything he could to purge it from his mind. He had woken up from the scenario with every part of his body screeching out in pain. He had shrugged it off as the training being far more intensive than he had expected. Either way, he tried his best not to think too hard on it. He had awoken at around 6 in the morning, left a note for his mother explaining that he had headed off to prepare for the festival and had made his way to Daika. The bus trip was more expensive than he remembered, but he could still afford it without issue, and it was without much of an issue that he found himself standing in front of the Meta Liberation Army headquarters, still in the early hours of the morning. As he looked up at the towering skyscraper, he could not help but take a deep breath. This was it. Today was the day. It was all about to kick off. With that breath taken, he stepped inside to find Chitose waiting for him in the grand lobby, her eyes brightening as she smiled at Izuku. Aside from her, the area was mostly empty and he certainly saw no other lieutenants or redestro. Deku, there you are. Ooh, 10 minutes earlier than expected. She gave a quick laugh. It sounded nervous, as if she was making quips to fight off the growing unease in her mind. Skeptic owes me 1,000 yen. Hello, Lieutenant. Midoriya nodded in acknowledgement of the woman, taking a look around the room. Where is everyone? Wouldn't you like to know? Kizuki winked as she flexed her right prosthetic, hidden under the glove once again. Well, actually that's why I'm here, kid. The Grand Commander wishes to give a briefing before we all head off, but it's not being held here. In fact, it's going to be in a location you've never been to before. Most of the guys are already there, but I was tasked with chauffeuring you to the location. Aren't you a lucky boy? Oh, I see. Then, the words spoken registered and a question popped into Izuku's mind. Wait, why a different location? Oh, Han. She laughed, this one no less nervous than the first. I'll tell you why. She leaned in closer, allowing Deku to smell the fragrance of fresh coffee and strawberries, with a faint hint of cordite that radiated from her person. Let's just say, there isn't a room in this place big enough to house everybody. What? That certainly sent a shock up the young man's spine as he took a step back. Not big enough dash. He still vividly recalled just how many people had been stuffed into that convention hall. And there were still more people? Of course. Remember, this building's hall was made to accommodate the citizens of Daika. But this meeting is going to be attended by most of our soldiers nationwide. Good God, we couldn't hope to hold all of them in this tiny building. And that is why we must go elsewhere. Don't worry, it isn't far at all. With that, the woman headed out of the lobby and to her car, with Izuku closely behind. It was the same vibrant orange Lexus from that night of the initiation, a little over 3 weeks ago. You can hop shotgun if you want, it'll just be me and you. Thank you for the lift. Midoriya nodded as he walked around the other side of the vehicle and got into the passenger seat. It was every bit as luxurious as he remembered Yatsubashi's private car being, And this was made all the better by the view provided from being up in the front. He almost felt a bit like a kid again, when Hisashi let him sit in the front of his car for the first time with a wink and a promise not to tell Mom, for she surely would have suffered a heart attack if she found out her baby had been allowed in the front. And away we go, the lieutenant of the Brown Regiment commented as she slipped in and started to drive. As she drove, the clean streets of the notably empty-looking city soon gave way to trees on either side, as they left the urban hub and were heading up into what Izuku could only presume to be a forest. Not much longer now, kid, Chitose assured him as she took a sharp left turn and the asphalt road became a dirt path. How very odd. Surely, she was worried about wrecking her car by driving on such a surface? But the woman with the silver hair seemed to care not an ounce as she kept her eyes straight forward. Soon, the trees parted and Midoriya was quite suddenly greeted with the sight of an expansive manor house that must have been there for years and years. A vast fleet of vehicles, of varying sizes and types, sat outside. That's gorgeous, he murmured to himself. Kizuki smirked. Figured you'd be impressed. This is the Meta Liberation Army Mansion. It's basically where the other lieutenants go when we aren't at the Daika headquarters. It's used for more private meetings. And now, it has the space to be used for our new purpose of delivering the instructions. It was not long before the car came to a halt and both occupants stepped out, Izuku still awestruck by the mansion. It looked like something out of a dream or a book, a place he would never see in real life, and yet here he was. It was with no hesitation that he followed the woman into the house, where he discovered the interior to be every bit as wondrous as the exterior. He was in a complete trance as he looked around. Well, kid, as one of the lieutenants, I've got to take an alternate route, Curious stated as she pointed towards what looked like an elevator door that looked rather out of place in the otherwise untouched by time grand hall. See that lift? Should take you right to your destination. Oh, all right. Midoriya headed towards the lift with a final nod to his superior. He was surprised to discover that the time that had passed between him pressing the call button and the elevator arriving was a mere 10 seconds, which seemed incredibly fast. Not that he was going to complain, of course. Upon stepping in, he saw there to be only one button. Figuring that there was nothing else to do, he hit it and the descent began. This was a far longer descent than anything Izuku had ever experienced in the past, made even longer by the feeling deep in his gut, the twisting, curling butterflies that filled his body. And as the elevator went down, he found himself, unfortunately, reflecting on the previous night. The dream. It had just been so strange. Surely, there had to be some sort of explanation to it. They mentioned one for all, and all for one, which was already a bit of an oddity. The name All for One sounded like it was linked to One for All, but all Deku knew was that All for One had been a villain who died the same night All Might did. A part of him had noticed how it was too uncanny to be a mere coincidence, but he had not really thought much of it due to the whole event shattering his will to care anymore. But now, after that dream, who had those people, those voices been? And just who had All for One been? Maybe he had been the one to give All Might that scar. It was certainly a thought. Nevertheless, he was torn from these contemplations as the lift reached its destination and the doors hissed open. And what Izuku Midoriya saw as he stepped out. This was no hall. This was a full-on cavern, a deep underground chamber that was lit up perfectly and filled with far too many people to count, a lot of whom could be recognized from the previous meeting, but many more were fresh faces. At least this time, Midoriya wasn't stuck at the back. The elevator opened up roughly in the middle of the space. He heard thousands of voices, chatting and echoing around the walls, and looking up, he saw a stage at the very front, and on that stage stood the Grand Commander Redestro and his lieutenants, including Chitose, who was just arriving as Deku looked up. All except for the politician Hanabata, who Izuku curiously could not see anywhere. This struck him as odd, for he assumed that all of the lieutenants were gathered. A few more minutes passed, and then, ladies and gentlemen. Just as before, that strong, powerful voice carried over the crowd and surged through the entire cavern. All at once, everything fell into silence as everyone looked up in adoration for the man who spearheaded their operation. With the newfound quiet, Izuku finally got a chance to collect his bearings. So many people, and so many of them looked completely normal, the kinds of men and women one would see every day on the street without a second thought. All these really ordinary people, all gathered for a cause that many would reject as outright villainous. Ladies and gentlemen, Yatsubashi repeated, it is a true honor to see so many of you gathered. We are the 15,000 strong members of the Meta Liberation Army from all over the country. 15,000? Did he really just say that? Looking around, Midoriya could certainly see there being that much. Us 15,000 liberators have been living with a sole purpose for many years now. That purpose being to bring sweeping reform to society, sweeping reform that can only be made with all of us joining our hands and working as one. You have all been separated into 4 regiments, each focusing on a different angle. Each regiment has already been told of their main goal, be it capture, containment, crowd control, or any number of other positions, none any less integral than the last. He spread his arms to his sides. He was starting to grow more animated again. Some of us, those in the guerrilla warfare regiment, have already been hard at work preparing certain necessary instruments, and they cannot be commended enough. But, my friends, the hard part is only just beginning. The man actually stepped away from his lectern, coming closer to the front of the stage, as if becoming more NTMT with his average soldiers. What the outcome of our strike today is, no one has any earthly way of knowing. That is the sad fact of the matter. In a perfect world, there shall be no casualties on any side today, civilians, law enforcement, and ourselves. Remember, the people and the police are not our enemies. Our enemies are the Japanese government and the Hero Commission. We should by no means be bringing harm to innocents. Please keep that in mind. However, if you are left with no other choice. It seemed like he was having trouble saying the next few words. Then, please, do what you think is best for the organization. I thoroughly trust each and every one of you to make the right decisions here. Our mission is to make ourselves known to the world and in the process, take some of the current system's most precious supports. You all know of the 3 men you are gunning for, and you know that your orders are to capture, not to kill. With that being said, Redestro took a long breath as he put his hand to his large forehead and formed the Meta Liberation Army salute. All followed in tandem. Good luck, soldiers. And with that, the speech was over. And the real work was about to begin. Heh! Koku Hanabata, trumpet, smirked to himself as he sat in the back of his sleek Mazda that was making its way through the streets of Mizurufu, coiling a length of slick dark hair around his finger as he used his other hand to hold up the earpiece through which he had heard the Grand Commander's speech broadcast. Redestros always loved the sound of his own voice. Can't say I blame him for that much. As the vehicle took a left, he lowered his hand, examining his watch as he did so. 9:15. The festival would be starting at 12 noon and sharpish at that. The organizers were eager to get things underway as soon as possible, so that they had the maximum possible amount of time to pocket the money and goodwill of the public. Also typical. Luckily, the streets were fairly clear of people at this time on a Sunday. Most would only start heading to the city center closer to the time of the event. A few minutes later, Hanabata heard his earpiece crackle to life once more and was quick to raise it up to his ear again. Upon doing so, he was greeted with the noise of exceptionally loud helicopter blades. So that meant things were getting started then. The next thing he heard was the cool and concise voice of Rikiya Yatsubashi on the other end. Trumpet. Yes, Grand Commander? Good to hear from you. I am safe in assuming that all is going well for you. As well as it could be. Koku responded. It's only a shame I wasn't able to make my presence known for your speech. There's nothing quite like hearing you in person, sir. Like a true politician, you know exactly what to say. Redestro's voice was muffled slightly for a few seconds, presumably as he climbed into the helicopter. However, not long after, with the sound not unlike that of a slamming door, the sound of the blades was now blotted out, making Rikiya's voice far more clear. Flattery always has been a key trait of yours. Do not worry about missing the speech. At the end of the day, it is a formality, and the role you are going to play today is far more important than any speech I could ever give. Well, don't sell yourself short. Surprisingly, Trumpet found his voice to be coming from a place of genuine sincerity. Would we have gotten this far without your leadership? Think of all the people you've introduced to the cause. The Midoriya kid, Geeton? Me even. A pause followed on the other end of the line as clearly the Grand Commander was thinking ahead on what to say next. Thank you, Trumpet. I thank you from the very bottom of my heart. From the very first time I saw you, I knew you would make a fine soldier. And now is my chance to prove it. You proved yourself a long time ago. A long time ago. And you're the one talking about selling oneself short? I'm sure the irony isn't lost on you. Trumpet. Yes, sir. Now, Koku was very curious. It almost sounded like Redestro was getting sentimental? No, that couldn't possibly be it. He had to have just misinterpreted the tone used. Please be sure to come back home. Keep yourself safe. Of course I will, sir. There's no need to worry. I know, I truly do, but I still tend to allow my mind to wander to some dark places. It's meaningless worry with no true grounding, I'm sure. It really is, sir. For the cause. For the cause, Trumpet. With that, Yatsubashi hung up and the line went dead again, at quite the convenient time, as the car had just arrived at the council building yet again. It was already garishly made up for the event, adorned with banners and posters and all kinds of other tacky decorations. It pained Hanabata to think how much money had surely been funneled into such nonsense. Just another reason for his much-needed rise to the top. The first thing he would sort out would undeniably be the legal system, but after that, the budget was next. Exiting out of his car into the stinging October weather, the Meta Liberation Army warrior and lieutenant known as Trumpet looked up at the skyline as the wind tousled his overcoat. A truly beautiful skyline. A skyline that would be filled with flame and fear in a few short hours. The ride back to Mizudafu was filled with tension and suspense. All had moved quite quickly after the conclusion of the Grand Commander's speech. Each and every member had been sorted into their regiments and from there had been sorted into smaller divisions, which were sent out to waiting vehicles. Izuku himself had been assigned to what seemed a lot like a repurposed riot van and so had taken up the back seat, while roughly half of each regiment was assigned to smaller duties such as looking after the bases. Redestro himself would be heading to the Detonarat building, which was very near to the starting point of the festival. What he had not expected to see, or to be more accurate, who he had not expected to see, was none other than Mustard sitting opposite him in the back of the van, wearing a white button-up under a pair of suspenders connected to his black slacks. His face was covered by a gas mask, but Deku was nevertheless able to recognize his comrade from the unruly golden-brown hair. That and the voice. So, this is where the fun starts. The young boy lamented to Midoriya as he loaded and unloaded his .38 over and over again. It seemed like his way of passing the time, aside from listening to the sounds of the world outside that they were unable to see as the van drove on. They didn't have any way of knowing where they were, they only knew that the journey was expected to take 3 hours, give or take. According to his timekeeping, which tended to be relatively accurate, about an hour and a half had passed thus far. You think you're ready? All that training with Iceman gonna pay off? Izuku shook his head, putting on a false veil of confidence as he gripped his knees with his hands. Well, I hope it has at least. Guess we'll find out. Mustard noted as Midoriya looked around the van. Aside from the teenaged supervillain, he didn't recognize any of the others, but they all seemed just as determined. It really was no different from the short glimpses into the world of heroism he had been granted. Everybody had a goal, and each and every one of them was determined to achieve it. It was extremely respectable in a way. Well, in a lot of ways. How do you think this is gonna go? Do you think we'll dash, for just a fraction of a second? The typically assured young man sounded more like a worried kid, one who felt in over their head. Just like how Izuku himself felt. I think we're gonna be fine. Midoriya tried to keep his voice level. You've been preparing for this a lot longer than I have been. I don't think you'll have any issue. Mustard tilted his head, the expression unreadable behind the red-tinted lenses of the gas mask. Thank you, Dek. You tell anyone I said that, and it won't just be a false cap I put in your head, but thank you. Suddenly he bolted up, evidently remembering something. Oh yeah, this. He reached around and from behind him pulled out a bulky-looking object, holding it out to Deku. For you. On closer inspection, it was another gas mask. Huh. Midoriya stared down at it, feeling a little clueless. What exactly was he supposed to do with this? He looked back up at the teenager, hoping for some sort of explanation. It's a gas mask. I picked up an extra in case I ran into. I figured it might come in handy. The boy gestured to his own mask. I know you've got a mom, right? I don't want to think what would happen to her if you were seen to be part of the army. It's unlikely that we'll need to get our boots on the ground at all, but, well, you know how it is. Plus, my meta ability. Let's just say the mask'll be useful. Right, I see. With a nod, Midoriya took the mask and slipped it on over his face. It smelled musty and his vision was somewhat reduced by the thing, albeit not to the degree of it being impossible to see, but it was probably a good idea to have one. And yet, what Mustard had said sparked new anxiety within him. What would happen if he was caught or even just seen to be involved? Not for himself, but for Inko? Would she even be able to handle it? Damn it. He had rushed in selfishly, not even thinking about her for a second, and he only realized it now that it was far too late for anything to be done. All he could do was ensure that he wasn't caught. Surely it wouldn't be that difficult. Around another hour and a half later, the men inside the van felt the vehicle come to a halt. And then, not long after that, a clang on the doors. Everyone inside exchanged glances, some nervous, others steadfast, and the one closest to the door, a woman with tentacles for arms, helped slide it open. Light flooded the back of the van and Izuku was for the first time, but not the last time, grateful for the mask that cleared away at least some of the light. Standing at the door to the van was Ms. Curious, looking over everybody and nodding. All right, are you all ready? When no objections were raised, she launched further into business. Everyone up to beam take the block on the left. Everybody after that, get to the top floor of the building to my left. Looking, Midoriya confirmed that both he and Mustard were after beam, a cyclops of a man, and so the left was what they would take. Well, we're going to hell. Mustard sighed as he got to his feet. But who cares? Totally worth it. Izuku only wished he had such blatant disregard for the consequences that were required to agree. Let's see. The young villain muttered as he and Deku, alongside one or two others, lay around the top floor of the long-since abandoned former apartment block, in one particular room that had been fashioned into a sort of sniper nest. As well as the building opposite that the second team was occupying, sat just on the corner of the block where the festival was to begin, and so they had a perfect look at the whole event, the streets filled with various stalls and other such things, each and every member of the security force, of which there was a little over 100, and of course, the main stage that had been set up around the back of the Mizutofu Council building, where those who were in charge of the city would make their speeches. And 2 of 3 targets are up on the stage. As he spoke aloud, Mustard was standing right up by the window, a pair of binoculars in hand. As he said this, Deku looked up from his hands as he sat on a ragged old couch that may once have been red, standing up and walking over. Can I look? He asked. He needed something, anything, to get his mind off it all. The dream, the growing guilt, the excitement, the degree of fear, all was mixing together in a way his stomach did not appreciate. Oh sure. The golden-haired liberator stepped back as he handed over the binoculars, which Midoriya promptly took and looked through. It was a little hard to see through the red-tinted lenses of the gas mask, but he could still make out, sitting on the stage, alongside various other politicians and important government figures, Hawks and Enji Todoroki. 2 of them. That's those 2. I wonder where where Ground Zero is. He murmured, managing to just barely stop himself from using his old pet name for Katsuki Bakugo. That would not have been good to do at all. He would prefer to keep his past friendship, in said past, where it belonged. Even so, he couldn't help but look up and down the street, hoping to maybe catch something. He didn't. Bakugo would probably just show up later. He never had seemed the type to be willing to sit on a stage while others talked. Nearly 11:30 now. One of the miscellaneous soldiers called out from somewhere behind Deku. They're gonna start letting the civilians in soon. Sure enough, not much longer passed before Through the binoculars, Izuku saw security move away the roadblocks and, slowly but surely, the crowd started to swarm in. Few at first, but slowly becoming more and more and more. In the throng of heads, he could make out a few distinguishing features, but still none of them seeming to be ground zero, although he did see a young effeminate man with pale, long hair who looked an awful lot like Geeton. And in all honesty, it most likely was. Sighing, he set the binoculars down. He didn't know why he was so intent on trying to find Katsuki. That name hadn't meant anything to him in years. Well, my friends, not long to go now. The recognizably theatrical voice of Mr. Compress sounded out as the man entered the room. However, he was different, his only features that connected him to earlier being his Biolo tie with the green amulet and his voice. Hugh wore a shapeless beige greatcoat over his suit, and his dashing good looks were covered up by a ski mask and eccentric top hat, and on top of the aforementioned ski mask was another mask, this one concealing his face. It was sleek and white, with what could nearly be equated to a tribal-esque design making up what looked a little like a smiling face, in an abstract manner. He also carried with him a white, gold-topped cane that only added to his sense of grandeur. I dare say in a little under 30 minutes, all shall begin. And begin it shall with a big bang. Quite literally. I do hope you keep your ears plugged. Huh. Big bang? Deku didn't remember anything like that. Beside him, Mustard formed a pose not dissimilar to the infamous statue of the Thinker. I guess, at a reasonable prediction, the guerrilla warfare squad have planted explosives. Right you are, my young friend. Seiko took a seat on the arm of one of the couches, resting both hands on the top of his cane. As a matter of fact, Dabi is a member of that very regiment. He does inform me on some things, even if he's not even half as cooperative as I would like. Even still, this should be a day to remember. Now I haven't been so excited in years. After some more hushed discussion over various things, the time had finally come. At 1 minute to 12, Mizudafu's mayor, an unimpressive man with an instantly forgettable name, had stood up. Not long now. Mustard was again checking his gun as he rested one hand on Izuku's shoulder. Try not to let this guy put you to sleep before we can get started. His warning was meant as a joke, but may not have been entirely unfounded, as the elderly man rambled on for quite a while about things that didn't really have much relation to the festival, such as the origins of the city and, for whatever reason, how he had gotten elected. He was certainly no Rikiya Yastabashi in regards to how he talked. He was nowhere near as captivating. As he thought this, Midoriya's eyes drifted towards the Detonarat Tower, the very tower where he had been working, that stood tall just behind the street. No doubt Redestro was, even at this moment, watching from his office on the top floor, waiting for the events to play out. And anyway, with that being said, can we all, what the hell? The man asked as something far more interesting suddenly happened. Most eyes all around the festival suddenly fell upon a tall, well-built man in an exquisite charcoal suit and overcoat, who was standing on the top of a campaign van down on the street, a fair distance away from the stage, his face obscured by some sort of futuristic-looking mask, with 3 holes that almost looked like the kind one would see on speakers. He certainly made his presence known, as he gripped the rails of the van. "May I help you?" "Trumpet." Izuku guessed, somewhat recognizing the rough build and height of Koku Hanabata. "What's up with the mask, though?" Seven's loud. Mr. Compress elaborated. Detonarat technology, although it likely won't ever become commercially available, allows the wearer to amplify their voice which, considering Trumpet's quirk dash. Meta ability. One of the other soldiers interrupted, clearly annoyed by Compress impotence. Of course, my apologies. Considering Trumpet's meta ability, it can, in short, double his voice's potency. Not to mention, keeps his true identity a secret. Some are more worried about returning to their normal lives after this is over than others. Ah, I see. With an understanding nod, Deku looked back down to the lieutenant on the ground, just as he started speaking. Well, this is quite unexpected to many of you, I'm sure. He started, his voice made ever so slightly mechanical by the mask, creating the effect of speaking through a megaphone, almost. Then again, there are those of you here who know exactly what is going on. My name is Trumpet, and I am a member of the Meta Liberation Army. Already, seeds of concerned mutters were flaring up in the crowd, as civilians were clearly beginning to feel a little uneasy. Back up on the stage, the mayor was looking hopelessly to Hawks, who was leaning forward in his seat as if ready to spring into action. For many, many years, you presumed our organization dead. For even longer, you have labeled us as terrorists and scum. Now, such blatant labelings based on the fact that we oppose the current way of doing things in government doesn't quite sound right, does it? Sounds a bit like generalization to me. However, I supposed once today is over, you will probably be more justified in calling us such, but at the very least, writing us off as defunct shall no longer be an option. He stopped leaning on the railings as he drew himself to full height, bringing his hand to his forehead and saluting the army. We have no business causing harm to innocents. So, if you are not a hero, not a law enforcement official, if you are just here with hopes of enjoying this day of overglorification, you now have your chance to leave. We wish no harm to come to you, you have no part in our war. However, to those of you who know who I am, and know what your place is, today, is when we stand against every single injustice that the system has perpetrated against all of us. Now, we shall strike and take everything we need. We won't allow ourselves to be silenced any longer. The Meta Liberation Army. At this moment, a painful sting hit Midoriya's mind and body, almost like a migraine in the former, as he brought up his hand to clutch his forehead, stumbling backwards. The what? That'll be the effect of Trumpet's insight. Mustard reasoned. Don't worry, it always hits weird the first time you experience it. I'm feeling it too, actually, but I've had it before, so I'm used to it. So he was powering up, in a way? True, his mind did feel a whole lot sharper, a whole lot clearer, than it ever had previously. So, he had accepted deep in his heart everything that had just been said? He supposed he had to have for any of it to work. As he looked around, he saw Mr. Compress already leaping from the window, grabbing a hold of an external drainage pipe and sliding down the wall, ready to carry out his tasks. Considering his quirk, he would likely be assisting in the kidnappings. He didn't seem any more agile than his usual self, judging from news reports, though. In the crowds below, people were starting to take notice, starting to head away from the main street. Not everyone, granted, but a noticeable portion. The security seemed ill-equipped to do anything and were almost certainly completely unprepared. But also in the crowd, people started chanting, celebrating, and saluting. The soldiers down on the ground. Izuku could not clearly make out that long-haired young man, as he pulled up his hood, confirming his identity to be Giton, and also in the crowd, dressed in his hero attire and looking ready to beat Hanabata to death. Ground Zero. Well, I think we've been waiting long enough. The politician lamented. Guerrilla Warfare Regiment set off the fireworks. The explosion rocked the entire city block, as the world seemed to quite suddenly spin upside down. Or to be more accurate, explosions, plural. Around 5 or 6 IEDs, placed earlier on by the guerrilla warfare teams, went off all at once, shredding through the asphalt, shaking the scene and throwing the world into disarray. Screaming could be heard from those still trapped within, as security officials withdrew their woefully inadequate handguns, and up on the stage, the pro-hero Hawks was on his feet, holding 2 of his iconic feather blades. The attack had begun. The Meta Liberation Army Revival Party was underway. But it was only the beginning. Hastily, Giton, with his hood up, sauntered over to the explosion sites. The point of the blast would surely be an initial mystery to anybody who wasn't in the know. Even Deku was left slightly puzzled, as the spots chosen were seemingly too random and the power of the bombs too insignificant to be helpful in any meaningful way. Well, there had been a very specific reason behind the location of the explosives. They were positioned over the main exits from the main street, the easiest way for other heroes and police to enter the scene. And, far more importantly, they were placed above notable stretches of water mains. As the lieutenant kneeled down by the exposed pipes that were already leaking water, all around him left too disorientated by the state of what had just occurred, he placed his hands on said pipes. And a thick, sheer wall of ice shot right up, twisting and contorting as it reached the height of most of the buildings and then kept on getting higher and higher, blocking out any possible hope of anyone entering or leaving from the right. Stepping back, satisfied with his work, Geeton worked on heading towards the second explosion site, intending to block out any chance of people getting in. Luckily, Trumpet's words had powered up both his speed, making it easier to get to the pipes, and general potential, allowing him to generate as much ice as he did. This isn't good. Hawks muttered, back up on the stage as NG Todoroki got to his feet as well, already spawning vivid orange fire from his hands. He may not have been the #1 pro anymore, or indeed have his costume on, but he still had his license. Jesus. Meta liberation? They were supposed to be gone even before my time. Endeavor added as he prepared to lead forwards. Our priority should be getting our hands on the public speaker. He feels like a preacher gathering his flock. Not a bad idea. The new #1 nodded, but as they stepped forward, a scarred, patchwork hand shot out from the side, catching NG in the chest and preventing him from moving any further forward. As Todoroki turned his head to look at the owner of said hand, they grinned, they cyan eyes radiating hatred. "Miss me, Dad?" Dabi asked, before a wave of blue flame erupted from his hands, setting the stage itself all right as he stepped back from his father, the fire still held in his hands. The force of the blast had sent Endeavor backwards, although Hawks was able to get away with a slight singing of his wings. Looking at them both with a sneer, the former League of Villains member tilted his head. "You two are on the list, you know. But I guess I may as well say that, Hawks, it's really nothing personal. This BSD, on the other hand." The smirk contorted into a psychotic grin. "I'm sure the Grand Commander would understand if one of the targets died in the fight. Terribly tragic, but it's not like there are many out there to mourn NG Todoroki." For his part, the strong-jawed former #1 pulled himself back up to his feet as he stared at his son who had become this monster. "Tuya?" His voice almost sounded unsure of itself. "That's me, old man," Dabi exclaimed in delight. "You must have been real sad when I managed to crush your DMN career single-handed, right? I'm guessing your hatred for me right now is somewhere in the ballpark of that I feel for you." Hawks leapt at the villain, blades extended, and in response, the black-haired soldier created a wall of pure flame, brilliant in its coloration, blocking the pro from getting any closer. "Don't bother wasting my time. I'll deal with you once the great Endeavor is dead." Elsewhere, down on the main street, the soldiers of the army were locked in a battle with security forces that the Liberators, owing to their increased numbers and improved minds and bodies from Trumpet speech, were finding themselves in a far more favorable position. Guards were dropping like flies, and one such body collapsed right in front of the gangly, raven-haired skeptic as he sat crouched behind a car, tapping away at his laptop. He was hyperventilating as he did so, occasionally messing up what he typed and with a grunt of irritation, had to backspace and redo. "Not good enough," he muttered to himself in a panicked tone. "Damn it, why am I here? I'm not a diamond soldier, this isn't for me." He really was in the middle of a breakdown, but nevertheless, he tried his best to keep focused. He and he alone could further bolster the numbers if needs be with Anthropomorph, his meta ability that enabled him to turn roughly human-sized objects into his puppets. "Sheet, this isn't working, this just isn't working." "Well, I'd certainly ask that you get it going soon, Han," Ms. Curious called out as she vaulted the hood of the car, landing just beside Chikazuko. An explosive type against another explosive type really isn't the best matchup. I could appreciate some assistance from your little puppets. "You know I need human-sized objects, you imbecile," he called out, gripping his face with his hands. "What am I supposed to do?" "Look, there's a vending machine over there," she pointed out with her prosthetic as she tapped the car with her real hand. "Get over there and transform it, I'll keep you covered." "Are you mad, woman? I can't just rush out dash." "Yes, I am. A complete loony," she responded sarcastically as bullets whizzed over her silver hair. "Just get on with it, skeptic, aren't you supposed to be the self-assured one?" The Feel-Good Incorporated executive audibly growled as, realizing he had been left with little other choice, he sprinted towards the series of vending machines just near the vehicle, keeping low. and as he did so, Curious heard a thunk of boots on metal and looked up to see Ground Zero on the roof of the car. "There you are, you beach!" he yelled out, pointing one of his arm cannons directly at her. This guy. He was actually proving to be remarkably scary when up close, none of the chill of Hawks or the authority of Endeavor. Her face slipping into terror, Chitose leapt backwards from the car, and as she did so, she raised her real hand and pressed her thumb down on her fist, miming out pushing a detonator. As she did this, the car, turned into a bomb earlier on when she had touched it, exploded into a ball of orange and yellow. Ground Zero, who had clearly seen this coming just in time, used his own explosions from his arm cannons to launch himself high up into the air, away from the explosive. But Kazuki didn't much care, for out of the corner of her peripheral vision, she saw a flash of beige, as another one of comrades leapt up towards the hero. "Ah, young Bakugo, we meet again," Mr. Compress stated, as he reached out with one hand to grab any part of Katsuki. "Don't you get such a sensation of déjà vu from this?" "You again, you masked Bisudi?" Ground Zero grunted as he released an explosion from one hand that hit Compress right in the face, shattering his face mask and sending him back to the ground. "I never liked magicians." "Ah, the joys of witty banter," Kazuki muttered to herself as, with another look at Skeptic who was working on transforming the machines, she pulled herself to her feet and sprinted off, looking for the next part of cover to hide herself behind. "This is..." Izuku Midoriya was completely lost for words as from the apartment, he watched the destruction play out. All of the exits were now sealed with Geeton's ice, the main stage was burning, the streets lay in litter and ruin, the fight between the MLA and the security forces raging on, with the army at an obvious advantage. However, above all else, he was focusing his gaze on Bakugo, locked in a battle with Curious. He took note of the vending machine and, although slightly baffled by it, assumed it had something to do with his meta ability. Either way, this was nothing like he had expected. "What even?" "You can worry about that later, Deku," Mustard called out, pulled his revolver from the waistband of his trousers. The team in the opposite building saw a police squad breaching into here. "We've probably got 2 minutes to prepare for a DMN standoff." "You what?" Izuku yelled. The police were onto them? Quickly, he lowered his voice again and asked, "How did they mobilize so quickly?" As he kneeled behind one of the couches. As he looked around, he saw the other 3 members of the team slipping on their own gas masks. "And what's going on with them?" "I told you," the teenager explained as he moved forward, flattening himself against a wall in the dilapidated hallway, gun raised and pointed at the one door. "My meta ability, let's just say my name ties into it quite well." Oh, I see," Midoriya answered as he bit down on his lip. Every second seemed to last an hour, as he knew that even as they were speaking, armed police officers were probably making their way up the building, towards the top floor. Thinking on it some more, he realized that they must have been seen from the window, and yet again, he found himself thanking Mustard silently for giving him the mask. And then, minutes later, they heard it. The clatter of footsteps outside, heavy boots on rotted wooden flooring. All the soldiers could do was stay put as they heard, further up the hall outside, the officers break open the door to another room. Then another. And another. Each one came closer. In mere seconds, they would burst in on the liberators, and from there, they would have a fight on their hands. And that was when Izuku became aware of a thin purple haze that hung around the room. It had arrived silently and without his notice, leaving Midoriya in confusion. Looking ahead, he saw the haze to be slipping out of Mustard's sleeves. So this was his quirk? It certainly made sense. But just what did it do? He watched as it seeped under the door. "Part of my ability is that I can sense the position of anyone caught up in the gas," the user noted in a whispered tone. "For men on the other side of that door. They'll be breaching in any second." True to his word, not even a full second passed before the door was flung open and those footsteps grew deafening as the 4 officers flooded in. Deku dared not look for fear of being seen, but he heard a confused, "What the hell?" from one of them, followed by the even more deafening blam of gunshots. From a revolver. So it was most likely Mustard. And then, "Okay, safe to move." The kid ordered, and immediately after hearing that, Izuku popped up from the couch to see all 4 cops laying on the ground. Some were in pools of a dark liquid, others had quickly ingested too much of the toxin and collapsed. Either way, he saw Mustard standing in the doorway, signaling for them. "Come on, let's go." "Are they Dash?" "Nah, they aren't dead." The young liberator reloaded his .38 as he spoke. "The only 2 I shot, I aim to pacify. They should be good." Suddenly, a hail of bullets from outside whizzed past his head. F-. Who the hell authorized these BSTRDS to go full auto? He wasted no time in darting back inside, leaning out of the doorway to fire the occasional shot back as his attackers. Just go, for God's sake. Izuku Midoriya didn't think, he couldn't think. All he could do was move, and he felt his body race before his mind had the slightest chance to catch up. In mere seconds, he was bursting out of that door into the sad, decrepit hallway that had once connected these former places of residence before they were gone to the wind, replaced by haunting emptiness. But he did not think on this for even a second, as he broke forward, vaulting the rotted wooden railing and landing on the stairs. More cops were ascending up them, and Deku had landed just in front of them. For a few seconds, none of them knew how to react. Luckily, Deku, his body honed by Trumpet's words, acted first, bringing his fist up for an uppercut to the officer at the front, injecting just a small trace of one for all into it, sending the man barreling backwards, firing off his rifle as he did so. Fortunately, the bullets missed their mark entirely, but Izuku did not stop to think on this, leaping up as he felt the energy concentrate in his legs, and landed on the head of another one of the cops, digging his shoes into the officer's face and using it as a springboard, launching himself forward, bracing himself for impact as he crashed right through the grimy, boarded-up window and was suddenly greeted by the fresh air ruffling his hair, hearing the terrified chatter of the armed law enforcement behind him. For a few seconds, he felt in total bliss. And then he started falling, plummeting faster and faster as his arms flailed. Suddenly, his senses returned as his fight-or-flight instincts cawed just a little. What had he just done? He had acted without thinking, rushing past the cops, and for what? Was it some sort of attempted to escape? Or maybe it was to get down to the battlegrounds and come face to face with Bakugo once again. Either way, he was going to achieve neither of these goals as he fell, going faster and faster as he picked up speed on his way down. In a few seconds, he would be little more than a splay on the pavement, and that would be the end of Izuku Midoriya. No. Desperately, he reached up to the sky, trying to find some sort of clarity. It was a fool's grasp and he knew it. He couldn't possibly grab a hold of anything in time. What happened next seemed to move in slow motion, at a sluggish, unbearable pace. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt a huge shot of pain run through his right arm and saw with his very eyes a long black coil extending from his hand. What was this? Was he hallucinating? Was he already dead? And yet, Tai coil shot up and up and up. Eventually, it hit the brick wall of the building and stuck onto it, tightening and immediately stopping Midoriya's downward momentum and turning it into forward momentum as he swung forward, launching him right into the scene of the battle, coming in fast towards where Ground Zero stood. And suddenly, the tendril was gone and he was rushing forward, getting closer to Bakugo, to Kaken, with each passing nanosecond. He saw the look of confusion on his friend's face turn to pure shock as Izuku neared. And then, it all hit him at once. All these memories, these painful memories. Every last terrible thing Bakugo had done to him, every last thing. It was all in a rush. The bullying, the taunting. No more. What Bakugo had always needed. And in that moment, Midoriya stuck his foot forward, filling it with as much of one for all as possible, feeling his anger overwhelm every last one of his senses, and rammed his shoe right into Ground Zero's face, slamming the hero right into road as with a sickening crunch, Izuku felt the leg snap right in half. He didn't care though. He couldn't even feel the pain. All that mattered was that one kick. I've gotta admit, Dad. Dabi, or to use his true name, Tuya Todoroki, hollered with glee as he stood in the burning wreckage of the stage, standing just before his father as the grin overtook his face. Oh, everything about you really had been pissing me off for a long time now. Yeah, this. He aimed a kick squarely at Enji's face, which just barely made contact. This is better than any therapy on this planet. Endeavor lay there, battered and bruised, wounded from the encounter. He had tried his very best to put up a fight against Dabi, against his son, but the villain had something that the pro did not, and that was hatred. Pure, seething hatred. As he chuckled, his voice on the brink of insanity, he placed his foot down on the Todoroki patriarch's chest. Nah, the media buzz you got when my identity was revealed. That wasn't even a fraction of what you deserved. No, what you deserve is something so much worse. I'll kill you and then I'll make sure everyone knows what a monster you are. F you. He was ranting like a deluded child, throwing every last hurtful thing he could at his father in his tantrum. I've been waiting so long to give you what for. And now, this is everything I hoped it to be. I don't think it is. Enji grunted as he lay broken. These few words were enough to completely change the mood of Dabi, who took his foot off his dad's chest and slammed it onto his face instead. The F, did you just say? I said. His voice was every bit as wrecked as his body. I said that I don't think you have everything you wanted. Your desire was to kill me, to destroy me, to take away everything. But you don't get it. Tears were filling the man's eyes. Tia, for years I mourned your death. I did everything I could to set things right. But I could never heal, it never got any better. Never. In a way, I'm glad that I can see you. Because I want to apologize right to your face. And you may want me to hate you every bit as much as you hate me, but I don't. Even now, I don't hate you. Dabi's grin disappeared in an instant, turning to pure fury. Yufdash, are you trying to mess with me? You brought his boot down again and again on Enji's face. Huh, is that it? You want to see me get mad? 'Cause I'll get mad, you stupid F-dash. You dash. And suddenly, a searing pain shot through the villain's body as Hawks, previously believed to be disposed of, lodged one of his feather blades into Tuya's shoulder from behind, quickly rolling away as Dabi screamed out in pain and rage. UFS. He screeched as he spun around to face the number one, who was quick to deliver a swift punch to his jaw. Dazed, Dabi fell backwards, spitting blood. And there he stood, facing down the two heroes as Kigo ran to help Enji. Hunched over, his eyes small in his sockets, he didn't even look human anymore. He muttered, his voice low and completely lacking sanity as he stumbled backwards and, with a final guttural splutter of blood, fell right off the back of the stage into the flames. Tuya. Endeavor coughed as he struggled to get back up, but Hawks restrained him. Whoa there, human. You're in no condition to go after him. I mean, look at you. You're a mess. We just need to get you off this stage. With that, Hawks used his feathers on his back as a fan, extending them to their furthest point and sending a gust of wind that smothered a good deal of the flames, giving them an opening to get back to street level. Come on, let's go. He urged, supporting the huge hero on one shoulder. Hawks. Enji choked, his voice strained. He sounded tired, he sounded defeated, and more than anything else, he sounded sad. Take care of the speaker on the van. I get the feeling that his quirk is exceptionally useful to these thugs. Will do, Gramps. Kigo nodded, with a final look back at the smoldering stage. Dabi was nowhere to be seen. Will do. Back on the main battlefield, Izuku snapped his eyes open. Where was he? What had happened? Of course, he had jumped from the building and, well, something had happened. He was still not sure what it had been, but it was clearly effective. And then he had landed a kick square in Ground Zero's face. God, had he really done all of that? Shaking his head, he found himself leaning against a wall, the lenses of his mask cracked as Chikazuko, skeptic, stood over him. Oh good. He sighed. The Grand Commander's golden boy has come to. There's some serious shit going on. Wait, can you move? His voice was on the verge of panic as he was struggling to keep it together himself. For the love of God, I'm a programmer, not a soldier. I shouldn't be here, I shouldn't. Looking away from the lieutenant, Midoriya saw, just ahead of him, Kaken, who seemed thoroughly unbothered by the kick to his face, although there was a nasty-looking bruise on his face from the impact. Regardless, he had put up a good job of shrugging it off and continuing, as he battled against Ms. Curious and Mr. Compress, both of them trying to get close, but both failing to make any ground. And then he saw Bakugo's classic telegraph, pulling his arm back slightly. Izuku had been on the receiving end a fair few times and knew just what was happening. "Ms. Curious!" He screamed out, his voice hoarse but desperate to be heard as he called her name. The woman looked over for just a second. Catch, ground zero, he always leads with his right hand. Try to keep to his right. Huh. Kizuki tilted her head, confused, but decided to follow the instructions anyway as she darted out of the way of the right hook, scooping up a loose chunk of rock with her hand and tossing it at Bakugo. It exploded upon contact with his chest, but the explosion was not large enough to do anything other than wind him. Who the hell is that beastie? He wondered aloud as he wiped some sweat from his brow. He has a real grudge against me, whoever the hell he is. Not that it's important. I can take on all you worthless scum, no contest. We're the scum? Chitose asked, legitimately offended, as she leapt at ground zero. He sidestepped her and delivered an explosion straight to her face that sent her right into the ground. From behind the hero, Mr. Compress leapt forward, eager to activate his quirk and end this quickly, but another explosion sent him flying back. It seemed that Kaken had gotten awfully good at ensuring nobody could get near him, and the defense he was putting up was remarkable. "I've heard of you, Katsuki Bakugo," Geaton lamented as he hurtled towards the young blonde, a spiked ball of pure ice in his hands. Quite the troublesome young boy at school, always got the attention. Until that dried up, of course. He tossed the ball, which impaled Kataki's leg, bringing him down to one knee. However, undeterred, he still fired a blast from his hand that prevented the ice wielder from getting any closer. And there was nothing Izuku could do. Damn it. He groaned as he struggled to pull himself up, much to Skeptic's annoyance, who tried to keep him down and resting. "I need to talk." "Have your synapses melted?" the lieutenant asked wildly, his eyes bulging under his thick, dark hair. "Try and keep yourself safe, for the love of all things holy." Meanwhile, while this was playing out, Koku Hanabata was in complete disdain, standing atop the campaign vehicle as he looked down at the scene. His soldiers had not found it difficult to dispatch a good deal of the security forces, with only a few losses, but the heroes had truly started cleaning house. And now, he had no clue where Dabi was, and Endeavor and Hawks were now on the main battlefield, the former injured, but the latter mostly unharmed and neither of them captured. This was getting worse and worse with each passing moment, more and more men were falling. Under Seven's loud, Koku felt his right eye twitch as he looked up at Hawks, who was soaring towards him at that very second. No, it was all starting to fall down. This isn't how it was supposed to go. A courtroom was no place at all for a 12-year-old boy. Not in any country, world, or universe should a child so young find themselves sitting in such a hall where such serious affairs were occurring. It was a world of adults, not one for children. And yet, there was nothing that could be done, as the young boy had no choice but to sit there in the audience benches and watch not just any court case, but the prosecution of his very own father, sitting silently and with a heavy heart as his mother silently sobbed next to him. Koasi Hanabata. The judge, a large, elderly man with an intimidating presence, announced as he looked down at the man at the defendant table, a handsome fellow, around his late 30s, who sat there with his hands shackled in a pair of cork-restraining cuffs. He was typically a very proud man, who kept his head held high and followed through with his motivations. This was a far cry from the man he was today, who sat gingerly, with his eyes aimed down. "You are fully aware of the crimes for which you are facing conviction?" "Yes, sir." "Well, to consolidate the charges yet again, Kozai Hanabata, the defendant, stands convicted of assault and improper use of a quirk without a license. Do you deny any of these given charges?" Kozai hung his head even lower. "No, sir, I do not." "Sir," the public defender, a Weasley fellow who really did not look very impressive. "My client claims, and witnesses can confirm, that the victim was attempting to assault his wife, when Hanabata-san tried to step in and prevent it." To reiterate, the judge pressed on, seemingly ignoring what the lawyer had said. Hanabata used his quirk, which allows him to increase the strength of himself and others by touching his or their body, to power himself up, and he then threw the victim through a window of a nearby jeweler's. Well, yes sir, that is true, and I won't deny that he got carried away, nor will he, but he acted in an attempt to save another. While that may be true, he acted without a license or any permission to commit these acts, and as a result of his actions, a man is in hospital. Regardless, we feel that Hanabata should, under all circumstances, face consequences for his actions. He used his quirk without proper licensing to cause harm to another, and that in and of itself is a grave offense, even ignoring the assault that followed. Behind all of this, the son, young Koku Hanabata sat, his eyes brimming with tears as he listened to all of this. It just didn't make any sense to him. Why was his father being prosecuted over something like this? The boy had been there at the time and knew all too well that Kozai had been trying to help. That was what he had done. He just didn't understand. He should be getting praised for what he had done. He shouldn't be looked at like a criminal himself. Why? He mumbled aloud, his mother hearing him and placing a reassuring hand on his head, stroking his black hair. Koku, it's going to be okay. I promise. Dad's going to be okay. Beep, it's sounding like they want him to go to dash. The poor boy was choking on his words. Sometimes the legal system has issues, Koku. She explained, sounding like she was struggling to keep herself together as well. Bits and pieces of it need fixing. They need a bit of repair. But there's nothing you or I can do. We just need to hope for change. Hope for change? Was such a thing even possible without taking matters into one's own hands? Damn it all to hell. The man groaned as he sat on the steps of the government office. It was a warm summer's night, but he felt none of that warmth, not after what had happened. Another rejection, the third one to come to him in his goals to try and turn everything around. It just wasn't right, none of it felt right at all. It was all so long ago that his mother said people like him and her were unable to make any changes. He hadn't believed her then. Even as he watched as his father was handed a 16-month prison sentence and a significant fine, he had pushed through, and on that day, he had made his decision. On that day, young Koku Hanabata endeavored to go into politics. To be that change he wanted to see in the world, to fight for reform how his mother had always told him to, with his words. And now, 13 years later, he had been coming so close. He had kept his head down and worked day and night to fight through school and eventually succeeded with some of the highest results in the country upon his graduation from school. Almost immediately he had gotten into politics, through a friend of his father's in the Hearts and Minds Party, a party that he had soon discovered to align clearly with his goals of more freedom for the people. It had all been going so well, he was a natural speaker and had quickly ascended the ladder of the hierarchy in the part, becoming the golden boy of hearts and minds. But there was an old adage that the best of plans tended to fall apart upon first contact with the enemy, and in this case, it had certainly been true. The current government had been unmoved by Hanabata's proposals to ease up on laws involving quirk restrictions. The way they saw it, giving more freedom to Japanese citizens would only make things harder, and none of Koku's cited evidence, that included statistics proving how countries and regions such as the United Kingdom had laxer laws, and a crime rate roughly on par with Japan but far higher engagement and personal well-being levels. They had still wanted to hear absolutely none of it. And now, there he sat, his newest rejection. Maybe I am just in over my head, he ventured as he clenched his fist. It had been years since the incident with his father. Kozai Hanabata had ended up out of prison around 4 months earlier than intended, and although the fine had partially moved the family into financial ruin for a few years, Koku's profession had been enough to restore them. Perhaps, it would all be better if he abandoned this pipe dream before he ended up pissing off the wrong people. Surely, it would be better to just find a new avenue. You have a wonderful voice, Hanabata-san. Came a sudden voice from behind, a voice Koku did not recognize, prompting him to look over his shoulder to see, at the top of the steps, a man in a pinstripe suit with green highlights, whose face he certainly did take note of. The sharp-featured president of Detnarat, Rikiya Yatsubashi, a recent up-and-comer in the world of business. He was quite hard to avoid, in fact, for the media loved to go on and on about the newest upstarts who were taking the world by storm. Running a hand through his ginger hair, the man came down the steps. I was honestly enamored with your little speech back there. Huh. Koku was confused. Just what did this corporate goon want with him? They were from two totally distinct worlds. Of course, he didn't voice his questions, and instead gave a lowly, "Oh, I know you. Yatsubashi-san. That is my name." The Detnerat president chuckled as he reached Hanabata and, to the politician's surprise, took a seat down next to him, resting a hand on Koku's shoulder. "I saw your entire argument just there. Very well structured. You're clearly a man with conviction." "Why, thank you, sir." He still wasn't quite sure what to say or just why the businessman was conversing with him. "I supposed a significant part of me really didn't expect much to come of all this. I mean, not like it has any grounding in reality." He suppressed a bitter chuckle of his own. Give the people more freedom and those in power have, well, less of that power. Not what these guys want by any stretch. Not at all, no. Yatsubashi agreed. But you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like that. "I beg your pardon?" "Hanabata-sen, tonight you were rejected by those men. You were torn down by them and tossed away when they wanted to move on to affairs that they were far more interested in. That is, simply put, how a lot of politics are these days. Why do you think I never went into that field myself?" "Yeah, I sure as hell know that much. But time heals all wounds, Hanabata. Soon, a time will come when those men in that room will no longer have all that power. The new generation will step in. And with each new generation, a few more good eggs slip in. The motion was overwhelmingly discarded, yes, but you didn't get 0 votes in your favor. Remember that." Looking out to the purple night sky, Rikia sighed. Slowly, sometimes so slowly that it appears to not be moving at all, the course can be changed. Things can be fixed. Shaking his head, Koku pulled a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket. "I doubt it'll happen in my time, though. Probably not for another few generations at least. The kindergartners of today will be my age or older by the time things even start. Bureaucracy is like that." "I agree. So sometimes, a nudge is needed." Rikia looked Hanabata directly in the eyes. "Have you ever heard of the concept of liberation?" "Liberation?" Koku asked. "You mean like the Meta-Liberation Army? That old group?" He had read quite a bit about them in the past, in his trawls through the legal system. "Of course I've heard of them, but they've been defunct for years. Hell, I wasn't even born when they disassembled." "Correction, they never did disassemble." Yatsubashi cut in. "Officially yes, but in reality. But do tell, what are your views on the army?" "Well, sir, to be completely honest, why was he even saying this much?" Knowing his luck, Yatsubashi was probably some sort of undercover cop, ready to drag him off to Tartarus or wherever at the slightest mention of anything positive about the old group. Then again, it wasn't like he'd been any worse off in jail than he was presently. And a small part of him was grateful to have this opportunity to share his thoughts and feelings. I found myself agreeing with a lot of their ideals. I understand they probably went about it the wrong way, but it really wasn't all that different from what I'm fighting for. Except more brutal? Yeah. At hearing this, Yatsubashi rose to his feet. "Koku Hanabata, you are a brilliantly intelligent man and one that many people have no hesitation in following." And as he spoke, he outstretched his hand. Baffled, the politician looked up. What was going on? Why was this guy offering him his hand? There had to be some sort of reason, but what was it? "I want to help you. I want to feed your exceptional talents and I want to evolve your goal. Our shared goal. Will you let me?" It was stupid, he knew, but as he looked up at the tall, sharp figure, he felt the edges of his eyes start to sting ever so slightly, as faint tears brimming. He had something of an idea about what all this was, and "Will you join me in the Meta-Liberation Army, Koku Hanabata? This isn't how it's supposed to go." Trumpet yelled as he looked at the destruction before him. A notable portion of soldiers had fallen. People like Curious and Compress were on their last legs, and although Endeavor may be in no condition to put up a fight, Hawks and Ground Zero were still more than able. He felt his right eye twitch violently as he gripped the railings of the campaign van harder. Sheet! And then, things only got worse as he took note of Hawks, the #1 pro hero, flying straight towards him, clearly aiming to take him down. It was only reasonable to assume they clearly deducted that he had some sort of important ability to support the rest of the forces, so they were going for him first and foremost. He had mere seconds left, what else could he do? He wasn't a fighter, he never had been. If Hawks got his hands on him, then that was the end. They wouldn't go easy and were clearly aiming for the knockout. The end was rapidly approaching, faster than he liked. He wasn't ready. There was so much he hadn't yet done. Avenge father, fix the system, do what he was told he never could do. 15 years ago, the Grand Commander had been the first person to ever really give him a chance. And now he was going to fail Redestro, fail the army. He couldn't. His eyes desperately darted around, looking for something, anything that he could do. He needed to think. His only option was to directly address one certain member, giving them the power to carry out the mission. But who? Curious lay, barely conscious, on the road. Geaton couldn't get close enough even with a power boost. Midoriya was out for the count for all intents and purposes, and powering up Skeptic was no good if he had nothing to use his meta ability on. Of course. There was still one more option. He had mere seconds to make this work. So, he prepared Sevens loud and did what he had always done best. "Mr. Compress!" He yelled, forming the MLA salute and thankfully catching the showman's attention. "You are the only one left who can ensure the completion of the task. The whole weight of our forces are weighing on you. So please, I am entrusting you with Redestro's will to capture those heroes." It worked. He was able to see in an instant the fatigue leaving Mr. Compress' body as he nodded in recognition of the speaker. Perfect. He had managed to revitalize one of the few pieces they had left to play. And so, it was with a sense of relief that Meta Liberation Army Lieutenant Trumpet felt the fist of Hawks press against his face. A clear strike to where it would hurt the most, an obvious choice. The pro's punch shattered Sevens loud in an instant and was enough to knock Koku right off the side of the van, driving him onto the road where he was pinned to the ground by his face. And as he lay there, Koku Hanabata's eyes glazed over, staring up at the sky. And what a beautiful, clear sky it was. He likely wouldn't be seeing such a sight ever again, for the rest of his life. But he had made his bed and he was going to lie in it. "Thank you, Grand Commander." Before he was able to utter his final words, those being, "for everything," his body gave up on itself, the punch draining everything from him, and with a final spluttering cough of blood, spitting a broken tooth right onto Hawk's shirt, Koku Hanabata fell into unconsciousness. "That's the main guy down," Kigo noted as he took his foot off the politician's chest. "I guess he was the ringleader, then." "Trumpet's down." Chikazuko, who had witnessed the whole thing alongside Izuku Midoriya, yelled, sounding like he was about to suffer a heart attack himself. "God damn it, he's down." "Gah!" Deku still couldn't move, his body felt so frail and so broken. His vision was swimming and everything sounded as if he was underwater, a ringing persisting in his ears. He could just about make out Ground Zero, still fighting off Geaton and the powered-up Compress. He couldn't just let this continue. He had to contribute something, anything. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Skeptic exclaimed in fear as Izuku hauled himself up the wall, unstable on his one good leg. He knew he had blown it, he had gone and put all of his power into one spot, and so, his left leg had snapped like a twig. He had screwed up, he could easily tell that much. He had left Mustard and the rest behind at the apartments, and had almost done nothing to halt Kaken for too long. "What I'm doing?" He grunted, his voice still muffled by his gas mask as he stumbled forward, using anything he could as a support. "Is making up for my mistakes." With that yell, he moved himself into Bakugo's line of vision, who turned to face him. For a moment, the two stared at one another, and then Ground Zero smirked. "So, you're the runt who rammed straight into my face." He cackled. "What a worthless quirk you have, whatever it is. Kinda reminds me of someone I used to know. But who the hell even are you?" Izuku's answer came not in the form of spoken words, but instead he reached up and dislodged his gas mask, allowing his face, stained with tears and blood and with heavy bags under the eyes, to be seen. It was clear that Katsuki recognized him in an instant as his face twisted into a contorted sneer. Deku? Yeah. Kaken. Midoriya answered as he stumbled forward, dragging one leg, towards the young man he had considered a friend. He had been so foolish at the time to ever consider him such. It's me. I can't even remember when we last. You look like you're doing well for yourself. Upon initially confronting Bakugo with that aimed kick, he had felt nothing but unfettered anger at recalling all that had been done to him. Now, he felt none of that, just a vast emptiness. Can't really say the same for you, can I? The pro grunted. Jesus, you're a mess. Maybe. And in that instant, the trap had worked. It wasn't quite accurate to call it a plan, as Deku really had stumbled in with no idea of what he was going to do, but as he had approached his former friend, he had realized what was to happen. And in that instant, with Bakugo completely distracted by Izuku, Atsuhiro Seiko grabbed hold of him from behind. Instantly, Ground Zero was reduced to a tiny blue marble held in the man's fingers and all fell quiet. Well, I'm not sure quite what effect you managed to have on him there, Deku. The wannabe performer confessed as he tucked the marble under his battered and squashed top hat, where another marble, presumably containing the now missing Enji Todoroki, sat. But remarkable work. You'll fit in well to our little troupe yet. The man brought his hand up, clicking in the earpiece under his ski mask. Mr. Compressed to Control, 2 of our 3 targets have been apprehended. The third one isn't in my sights, but we have a rough idea of where he is. As the man spoke, Izuku sunk down to his knees as the adrenaline started to slowly leave his body and the pain came rushing in. His left leg was broken, completely fractured, and yet, something was odd about it. Even as he stood there, amidst the flame and the chaos, he realized that he had pulled back. At the very last moment, he had let the power drain from his leg. The breakage, it was not from overexerting 100%, he was certain that if he had, it would be in an even worse state. It was simply from his crash directly into the face of his childhood friend after the momentum that he had provided himself. Are you quite all right, Deku? Compress asked as he stretched one of his arms, looking for the most part fairly unharmed. His mask was shattered to reveal his face underneath and the ski mask was ripped and torn in areas, as was his greatcoat, but clothing aside, he didn't look any worse for wear. Probably one of the few ones. At least we can remain safe in the knowledge that 2 of our targets are down. We should just worry about the third one for the time. Oh, I dare say that's him. Looking over his shoulder, even as his vision was yet again swirling, Izuku saw the number 1 pro himself lift off above the campaign van, before landing right in front of it, gathering the attention of the remaining liberators. Jesus! Chitose Kazuki muttered as she pulled her head up to look at Hawks. Her face was scarred, his silvery hair matted and one eye forced closed by an unsightly bruise above it. I really wanted to try and get some words from that Bakugo kid. Would have made for a killer story. You can worry about that later, as I'm sure the time shall come. Seiko lamented as he adopted a cautious, fighting stance, holding his cane out, as Geeton just behind him did the same. Meanwhile, Skeptic had stumbled forward, grasping his head with both hands, but still looking up at the pro. Slowly and deliberately, trying not to put any more strain on his leg, Deku turned around to look at the hero along with the others as some of the remaining nameless foot soldiers joined the fray. So, you people are the Meta Liberation Army. Hawks noted as he stood looking at them all. I guess that trumpet guy you called out for is your boss or something. Just what was your goal here supposed to be? 'Cause a scene and get all your buttes kicked? 'Cause, so far, I've been up against 2 of your heavy hitters and they crumpled like paper mache in the rain. Trumpet was by no means a hard hitter. Chikazuko muttered as he leaned down, reaching for his laptop which had smashed right in 2 during the battle, the lid detaching from the bottom half completely. Just like me, he wasn't a soldier. Although he was putting on a brave front, it was clear just how much Skeptic was panicking. His thing was leadership. And you know what? He used that leadership. Have you looked around? Your friend is gone, cretin. That final word was spat with pure malicious intent and nothing less. He was clearly hurting from what he had witnessed happening to Hanabata. So's the explosive kid. We've got him. Hawk's face went from relaxed and playful to concerned all in an instant. What the hell did you do? He demanded, drawing a feather blade, ready for a battle. Where is Enji Todoroki? And the Bakugo kid? Mr. Compress shook his head in mock sadness. Tisk, TSK, Mr. Numero Uno. Surely, you know by now that a magician never reveals his tricks. As the battle raged on, the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army, Redestro, watched it all play out from his top-floor office, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched it all. He was too far to make out the fine details, of course, but he could see the walls of ice conjured by Geaton, the rising plumes of smoke, the red flash from police vehicles outside. And of course, he could hear the constantly updated reports, read to him by his bodyguards as they examined their PDAs that contained info on each and every member of the group from the most trusted lieutenant to the lowest cannon fodder. Kaneshiro? The middle-aged man asked, his head bowed and his voice dripping with sadness as he placed one hand on the window. Please, the updated reports. Oh, of course, sir. The guard scrolled down his screen. From the Brown Regiment, roughly 100 soldiers have heart rates indicating their lack of consciousness, and most of the rest are pushed to their very limits. The same can be said for most of the others. The lieutenants? Rikia's voice was quiet, but not yet dangerously so. He merely sounded defeated. And why would he not? For the first time, he was feeling self-doubt. Ever since those initial reports of men falling, he had been forced to listen as more and more of his forces were whittled away. And while they were fighting for their lives, for their cause, he sat up in his ivory tower, all comfortable as he watched it happen. It was bringing up a great sickness within him, but there was nothing he could do. A lot of them are in bad ways, sir. Skeptics going off the charts, he seems to be having some sort of complete panic attack. Curious seems to be on her last legs. Geaton is relatively fine, but tired, and Trumpet. Yes. Trumpet is out, sir. Someone must have taken him down. With no words spoken at first, Yatsubashi said nothing, his eyes obscured by the shadow cast by his protruding brow. And then, suddenly, that liver spot on his forehead started to grow, molding into that almost sentient black liquid that covered his eyes, forming a mask of sorts, as he rammed his hand into the window. And again. And again and again and again. God damn it. The bodyguards were nervous. Although they knew that the glass was resistant. These worries were only increased when Redestro collapsed down to his knees, resting both hands on the glass, before taking them away and hugging his own body, even as his size started to increase. For a few seconds, his mass expanded and then stopped. Slowly, in a manner that shot pure dread down the hearts of the men, the Grand Commander turned his neck to look at them, his face completely unrecognizable under the writhing black mask that now covered his entire facial region. All that could be made out that was reminiscent of the Rikiya Yatsubashi from moments ago were his sharp features and a pair of hollowed, angry eyes. Kaneshiro. He growled, sounding almost not quite human in his words and tone. Fetch it for me, please. And quickly. He was struggling to control himself as his mass began expanding once again, the weight of all his stress and rage taking its toll. You inform me that they have taken 2 of the targets, yes? Good enough. I can't let this go on any longer. He placed one, now enlarged hand down on the beautifully designed marble flooring as rips and tears started to show in his suit, his clothing struggling to contain the hulking mass. I'll end this myself. Now. Christ, a DMN kid. The plainclothes police officer was clearly surprised as the Meta Liberation Army soldiers were laid sitting against the wall, all of them bound by cork-restraining HNDCFFS. In particular, the officer was taking an interest in the young lad with golden brown hair, who sat at the far end with a cut across his forehead and an insolent look on his face. I've never seen nothing like it. How the hell does a kid like you get caught up in all of this? I dunno. Mustard retorted sarcastically as he watched the law enforcement official handle his custom. This enraged the boy as much as everything else, for he was no fan of other people laying their hands on his property. Maybe you should go ask the BSTRDS who were supposed to be my parents. Might have a tough time, though, it's not like there's a name to follow up on. A runaway, I guess then. Rolling his eyes, the inspector looked around. His colleagues were busy arranging transport for the members of the army who had been captured after the shootout in the building had resulted in victory for the police, although there were reports of one young man who leapt from the building down to behind the ice wall and his whereabouts remained unknown. Sighing, he kneeled down by the ragged and weary Mustard. "Kid, I have no clue what you're running away from, but I guarantee you that what comes next for you is going to be a hell of a lot harder than your home life ever was. You're a right dumbass." Mustard leaned in so his face was right in the cop's. "I'm not a demed runaway. That would imply I had anywhere to run away from." This was really starting to annoy him. After the fight he had put up, he was now having to deal with this nonsense. He had assumed there would be a lot of irritating questions, considering he didn't even have a real name, but he had not realized that they would be starting so soon. Maybe I should have just shot myself back in the apartments. Would have saved me having to listen to you prattle on. The inspector's face twisted into anger as he glared deep into the boy's soul. "You impotent little sheet. You don't even begin to comprehend what you've involved yourself in here. You're just completely effed in the head, is that it? You carry around a gun and think that makes you the ruler of the world." He gripped Mustard's revolver tighter. "You need some serious reality check, kid. I'm wasting my diamond time on you." Grunting, the man got back up to his feet, turning as he called out to his comrades. "Get these assholes into a van already, I want them out of my sight." However, he was not to get his request as he saw his colleagues to be staring down a hulking brute, something that was so obviously not human. A creature, pure black in color, or at least from what could be seen of it underneath the metallic armor, that Mustard immediately recognized as Redestro's very own Clausto. A suit made to handle and increase the potential of his own meta ability. So that must mean, you guys are really effed now. The 16-year-old chuckled. "Redestro's here. Now this guy. This is your final boss." Holy shit. The officer yelled, reaching for his own gun and dropping Mustard's in surprise. The young boy took his chance and lunged forward off the wall, grabbing his gun before it hit the ground. The cuffs prevented him from using his ability, but hopefully it wouldn't affect his shooting skills. The police are an organization I have long since admired. The hulking monstrosity that was once a man lamented, his voice pitched low, but still distinctly human unlike every other part of him. Slowly, he kneeled down, brushing off the shots that were fired at him the way one would brush off a fly. "But I have had a lot of pent-up stress over the last few years. And after releasing it all at once." He casually flicked away one of the squad cards with his ginormous fingers, sending it rolling until it came to a stop on its side several meters away. "So now is really not the time for you officers to stand in the way of our ideals. So that's the Grand Commander at his true form, then." One of the restrained soldiers muttered. "Nah." Another one corrected. "Honestly, that looks more like 70 or 80% stress to me." To Mustard, it didn't really matter how much stress it was evidently enough. His mind as clear as ever, he yelled out, "Grand Commander, Deku's behind the ice wall. I'm not sure what condition he's in, but he should be over there. The others too." "What, you bastard?" The cop who had been taunting the boy mere moments ago cried, but even as he turned around, a shot to his kneecap sent him to the floor. Redestro nodded and walked towards the wall, as calmly as one may head to the store, ignoring the bullets pinging off his massive form, and then turned his head. "You're Mustard, correct? One of our youngest members and one with quite the impressive meta ability." After a nod from the teen villain confirmed this, he reached down with one of his giant hands. "Come with me." Mustard did not even take a second to admire just how bizarre it was for him to be doing this. Freedom was calling and freedom was sweet. Without a moment's thought, he clambered up onto the monstrosity's humongous palm, trying his best to ignore the gunshots from the cops who clearly did not want to lose one of their prisoners already. He gave some half-hearted shots in returning fire that were completely unnecessary, in all honesty. He was already protected, sitting on the huge, pure black palm that could easily have housed multiple families. It was big enough. "My apologies for any inconveniences," Redestro said as he closed his fist, so as to keep young Mustard safe, and rammed straight through Geaton's ice wall, breaking into the battlefield itself. From the angle he had approached from, he was directly looking at the campaign van, his scattered lieutenants, Deku in the middle of it all and the #1 pro standing before them. So Hawks was the remaining target. And as he surged in, all fell completely silent as everyone, the lieutenants, the remaining hero, the foot soldiers, all looked up in awe at this hulking inhuman creature, as he unclenched his fist, allowing his passenger to breathe the fresh air once again. My God! Redestro shook his head, being the first one to speak, his voice carrying over the entire staging ground for the battle. All this chaos, all this destruction, I never foresaw such. No. He reasoned resolutely. There's no excuse here. He raised up the hand that wasn't holding mustard and formed the salute of the army. This battle, I know not if we can consider it success or failure as of yet. Only time will tell. The Grand Commander's here. Tomiyasu Chikazuko yelled out, his voice still locked in panic, but also a tinge of hope. Redestro's here. What? In his worn-down form, Izuku was sure he was either seeing or hearing things. That's Yacht Redestro? Yeah, are you an idiot or dash? Then it struck skeptic. Of course, you've never seen it. The Grand Commander's ability is stress. It allows him to take his pent-up anger and turn it into raw power, thus turning into this being. The armor puts him into constant pain, allowing him to increase his stress levels even further. Oh, so that thing was Yatsubashi-san? Really? It was hard to believe as this beast towered above all of them. But then again, the voice was actually vaguely familiar, so perhaps that wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. At last, our orchestrator has put in a true performance. Seiko pointed out as he helped Curious onto her feet. And if he has shown up, this must be the last act of escapology. Our closing performance for the night. What's even going? Hawks asked, completely bewildered. However, he soon realized that things were probably about to get a lot worse if Mr. Compress' words had any truth, so he rushed forwards, blade drawn. I won't let you get away. You're gonna return my colleagues and then you're gonna spend the rest of your lives in a deep dark cell. But as he rushed forward, Deku too lunged in the direction of the pro, feeling that stinging, burning sensation in his arm again, just like he had when falling from the building. Now, he truly knew who his people were. And he wasn't going to give them up. I won't you take them? He hollered with all his power as the squirming black tendril burette from his hand yet again. It shot towards Kigo and wrapped itself around his torso in an instant, as Midoriya had willed it to do. So, it seemed he had some amount of control over the tentacle. He still wasn't quite sure what it was, but he was happy enough to use it for the time being, flinging the pro back into the campaign van, as Redestro set one of his hands on the ground, the one already containing mustard, encouraging the others to clamber on. Geaton was probably the most verbal in his shock. Deku, what's that supposed to be? That isn't anything like your meta dash. We can worry about such trifles later, Lieutenant. Compress urged as he slowly set Kizuki down in the palm of the hulking monstrosity, having already clambered on. One of you get Deku and let us go. Right. In an instant, the ice wielder had his arm around the near catatonic Deku, supporting him in his shoulder as he carried him over to the Grand Commander, skeptic in close pursuit, still carrying his snapped laptop. He was slipping in and out of consciousness. As he lay there, on the palm that felt strangely soft and smooth, Hen could just barely make out a maskless mustard looking down at him. Christ almighty! He grinned as more nameless soldiers climbed up to the safety of Redestro. That was some impressive sheet back at the building. How the hell are you even alive? That dash Izuku's breathing was labored, he could barely think straight. Mustard, I am so sorry dash. Hey, it's fine. The boy shook his head. Don't worry about it. Hell, the distraction you provided allowed us to get further than I had expected. We were down to the 5th floor before they finally nabbed us. He raised his arms, revealing the cuffs. I mean, this is annoying as sin, but I'm sure they'll come off soon. As he said this, slowly the giant raised his hand back up, satisfied that most, if not all of the soldiers had been gathered up, including a good deal of the unconscious ones. Where's Trumpet? He made a promise to me that he'd come home, and I don't intend to allow him to break that promise. He's just behind the van, I believe. Chikazuko started, before a sudden startling blow sent Redestro stumbling forward. What the hell was that? Well, the Grand Commander sighed. It appears that the police are bringing out the big guns. Even I may start to struggle. Everything else aside, now that most of you are safe for the time being, my stress is decreasing. I'll probably only be able to keep this up for another 5, maybe 10 minutes. Just get Trumpet already. Skeptic, who clearly felt no less stress himself, yelled, as another blast from behind caused the beast to stumble yet again, turning to face his aggressors. And as he did so, he was encountered with a hail of bullets, some of which came dangerously close to piercing his hand and further injuring those he held. I'm not sure if I can keep this up, Trumpet. It was then that the battered and bruised Chito spoke up, her prosthetic arm completely snapped off, only a few dangling wires remaining. Grand Commander, with all due respect, I think Trumpet would rather us escape than further risk ourselves to save him. Yes, but and then Redestro paused to think. It pained him to do so, pained him to know he was even considering doing this to his friend. But what else could he do? His voice was low, his head hung as he made his decision. We shall just have to leave. I'm so sorry. I won't let that happen. Came the voice of Hawks from behind, Redestro spinning around to see him leaping at the behemoth, swords raised, ready to strike. But as he did, a single gunshot rang out, slamming into his wings and sending him spiraling down. Boom! Mustard clicked his tongue as he lay in the clenched hand, his smoking gun poking through one of the cracks in the fingers. Now, let's get moving, sir. Yes, let's. Yatsubashi's voice was heavy as he turned back towards the police and surged forward. And as this continued, Izuku Midoriya lay and looked up and thought. He thought about everything, the raid, his run-in with the police, and that bizarre new ability he seemed to have spawned out of absolutely nowhere. You really didn't do half bad at all. Geeton muttered, his hood down and his face scratched and bruised as he sat next to Midoriya, clearly lamenting himself. Considering what we were expecting, the heroes put up a better fight, especially that Ground Zero guy. He clobbered us left and right. He always was strong. Izuku muttered. Geeton's head snapped up at hearing that, looking over to his comrade in curiosity, but it was too late. Deku had fallen unconscious in the palm of Redestro's hand, the sounds of sirens and yelling outside barely audible to him. He felt completely at peace. In total, of the believed 7,000 members of the Meta Liberation Army who had made themselves present for the NHA festival, around 3,452 of the foot soldiers were apprehended by police. It was alleged that it took around 5 hours after the carnage ended to transport them all. The hulking creature, whom some had been heard to refer to as Redestro, had surprisingly caused very little damage as it fled down the city. Police attempted to follow it, but eventually lost sight of it once it went into the forest areas. With it, it was predicted that around approximately 558 members of the organization, both lieutenants and soldiers, had escaped. A further 3,000 men and women associated with the group either escaped on their own or were quickly let go by police after it was considered that they had insufficient evidence of wrongdoing for prosecution. Almost all of these 3,000 regrouped with the army. Koku Hanabata, leader of the Hearts and Minds Party, and a key member of the Meta Liberation Army, was arrested at the scene. So far, his last public appearance was as he was led, retrained in a quirk-dampening corset, to a police transport vehicle, claiming he had nothing to say to the media and that he was anything but regretful of his decisions. It was reported that he had something of a tired smile on his face as he was taken away. Member of the guerrilla warfare regiment, Tuya Todoroki, also known as Dabi, had disappeared from the scene completely, having last been seen being stabbed by the pro-hero Hawks and falling into his own flames. Upon further investigation, police were able to find his coat at the scene, smoldering and tattered, but no trace of the man himself. This lack of a body, as well as the fact that he had previously faked his death in a similar manner, led both police and the Liberation Army to believe that he remained at large somewhere. Around 2,400 of the escaped MLA members, including Lieutenant Ms. Curious, were treated for injuries ranging from broken bones to minor burns. A further 2 were placed in critical condition, one of them being Izuku Midoriya, alias Deku, who was left near comatose. On the hero's side, 83 security officers were hospitalized following the event, alongside 14 police officers and 2 pro-heroes who had suffered injuries during Redestro's escape. The number 1 pro-hero Hawks was treated for minor burns and a gunshot to his wings. His recovery was proceeding without incident. 2 pro-heroes, the former number 1 Endeavor and Rising Star Ground Zero, had gone missing, with testimony from Hawks claiming that the villain Mr. Compress had abducted them. Their whereabouts remained unknown to the authorities, but in truth, they were held in the Meta Liberation Mansion. When all things are considered, Skeptic's head was bowed as he looked down at his new laptop in the control room of Daika City's underground headquarters. I think we can be generous and chalk it up as a draw. We lost 1 extremely important member in exchange for 2 of theirs. To look at it from a purely logistical angle. Oh, to hell with your logistics. Geaton spat as he sat not too far from his fellow lieutenant, twiddling his thumbs. We shouldn't have lost anyone. Even ignoring Trumpet, think of all the foot soldiers we lost. We forced the Grand Commander to put in an appearance, risking his own life. One of our guys is basically in a coma. I don't even want to think about the public reception. It isn't all bad. Chikazuko reasoned. Granted, that is mostly thanks to me. The doctored footage that, somehow, leaked online has gotten some positive reception. Almost like the hero killer video years ago. Oh, and on that note, where the hell is the Grand Commander? Further up, in the infirmary of the very same underground facility, Redestro sat at the side of a hospital bed, gently holding the hand of the catatonic young man who sat on it. Well, catatonic wasn't quite the word, for Izuku had been swimming in and out of consciousness over the past few days since he was admitted to the medical bay. He looked a state, hooked up to multiple drips, his body battered and broken. Also around him were Kazuki, sporting a new prosthetic and a medical eye patch, and Mustard, who just had a couple of plasters on his face, and that was the extent of his healthcare. Deku. The man lamented softly. I'm sorry. I'm the one who should be sorry, sir. Curious cut in. Midder, Deku was my responsibility and I let him overexert himself like that. Of all of them, it was the teenage boy who shook his head. This isn't anyone's fault, not his own, and not either of yours. He knew what he was doing. He fought and when his body wouldn't function anymore, he continued fighting. Is that not the sign of a great man, a great soldier? A perfect citizen of your perfect world? No one can be blamed for what happened. He titled his head. I know I should still be in school, Redestro, sir, but I also know that you're clearly hurting over Trumpet. I get that you need to appear as this invincible badass to your troops, but it's fine, even in private, to let it out like this. It's not a crime to show tears, or something like that at least. It seemed to be trying to backpedal on his statement as Chitose shot him a glare. Straightening out his tie, Yatsubashi shook his head. No, you're right. Human life is such a precious, precious thing. Even for our causes, it cannot be wasted. I'm only glad that we have no deaths on our hands, but please, Deku. Small, barely noticeable tears began to fall. Wherever state your mind is in right now, I hope you can pull through. I truly hope so,